A rank black demon portal opened right in the middle of the city. When the hunters got there, they saw inside the dungeon a naked kid covered in blood and every demon in the dungeon dead. The Hunters Association took the kid to the interrogation room. Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari just stood there staring at him thinking, how did this kid, all by himself, clear out an entire dungeon? People had survived dungeons before, but never one this dangerous. A bald guy came in to question him and asked how he beat the monsters and how he even ended up there. When the kid told them to call him Your Majesty, demanding food and even a throne, the bald guy was completely lost. He thought, who does this kid think he is? Truth is, the kid really is a king, but before that he was just a regular human who got reincarnated into this other world. He was born a prince in the Lionheart family. At 8 years old he started training with a sword, dreaming of becoming a knight. His master was Gothic, a sacred knight of the palace. The kid gave it everything to get strong, but Gothic always wrecked him. At 16, coming back from a mission, he saw orcs attacking his village. That was the day he started to actually become famous across the kingdom. At 20, after a ton of hard work, he met the goddess Ariana. She gave him a quest to test his faith, and he passed, becoming a sacred knight. From there on, the guy never stopped. He killed orcs, wiped out evil cults, became the kingdom's war leader, the one who commanded all the other knights. At 35, the king dies fighting archdemons summoned by the enemy empire. The goddess chooses the protagonist as the new heir to the kingdom. She hands him the sacred sword Lionheart, and he becomes the new king. At 80, he had already won brutal wars against orcs and archdemons. At 96, some lunatic convinced 3 million people to kill themselves to summon the Lord of Chaos, but he took down the boss with the sacred sword. At 121, the world was almost over. He gathered his knights, who stayed loyal till the end, and went head-to-head with billions of demons invading the planet. This war lasted for centuries, and it felt like it would never end. At 256, he destroyed the last portal, finally putting an end to the monster invasion. At 300, everyone finally watches a furious warrior take down the most overpowered archdemon of them all, with a single hit. When they ask who he is, he just says he's King Lionheart, the toughest of all knights, and the guy from the divine temples. Right at that moment, the portal opened, and he managed to get back to the real world, right where he's being interrogated. As soon as he realizes that demons are invading Earth, Hari takes the chance and makes him an offer, inviting him to join the Hunters Association. He says a king doesn't take orders from another army, so he'll only join if he can build his own squad. Hari agrees without even arguing. Later, she's talking things over with Jin-soo about the big guilds, when out of nowhere the ground starts shaking. She pulls out her phone and sees a dungeon alert in a spot that's super important to them, so they rush over there as fast as they can. Once they get to the portal, they run into Yongwan, an S-class master from Phoenix, one of the 20 strongest people in the world. Jin-soo immediately figures out, this isn't an accident. Phoenix had asked to cut the taxes on portal money, and got turned down, so for sure these guys are planning something to dodge paying 1 trillion in taxes. Hari walks up to Yongwan demanding that the dungeon needs to be closed right now. He just shrugs and goes, couldn't care less. It's right in this tense moment that our protagonist shows up, calling the guy a wimp. Yongwan got furious and went straight at him, but when he sees the survivor was the one who mocked him, the guy instantly switches up and starts kissing up to the protagonist. Hari explains the situation. When a dungeon breaks, it infects the land with demonic energy, stopping anything from growing there. To fix it, the protagonist asks for something insane, straw dolls and the mothers who made them. When he found the right doll, he did some ritual, grabbed a chalice and pulled off some crazy witchcraft. Right then, a goddess named Demera possesses the doll and leaves everyone with their jaws on the floor. The protagonist bows and asks her to cleanse the land. She comes through blessing the entire land, and in the end, she announces that anyone who steps there is now a spiritual follower of the protagonist. Yongwen got salty about that, and started yelling that the food was poisoned, demanding proof he wasn't lying. He calls in an appraiser who scans the rice with magic, and turns pale on the spot. That rice had turned into some bizarre rare plant capable of curing serious diseases like cancer. Everyone was completely shook, and soon saw the thing actually worked. Even a stray dog that was about to die got cured fast just by eating the rice. Now that he's already proven he can summon a goddess, he thanked her for the awesome buff and went off to clear the raid. Yongwan warned that the dungeon already had an owner and that the monsters were rank A, so just any random survivor wouldn't last even a minute in there. Leon leads his troops from Earth into the gate, and quickly realizes these gates only close after the final boss dies or the main quest is completed. He actually likes that system. What Hari didn't mention is that these dungeons love to overwhelm people. They find a burned skeleton, probably someone who failed before them, and soon realize the dungeon is packed with monsters. When asked, Hari says killing monsters usually cuts their numbers down. But undead like skeletons, zombies and demons keep coming back until the final boss dies. Leon gets it right away. The only way out is beating the boss. Hari suspects the skeleton army is being controlled by a necromancer. Then a red warning appears. Dungeon break. Everyone inside now has 3 hours to kill the commander knight, Delahan, before his troops overrun them. That sends a chill through the team, and Jin curses Youngwan for leading them into a death trap. As the skeleton soldiers close in, Jin orders every combat role assigned to the higher ranks. Mashe quickly counts about 30 archers and 2 mages, so Jin sends snipers to long range and shielders to hold the front. The fight breaks out fast as steel crashes against the undead. Jin is surprised by how strong they are. Orange gates really are different, but he still thinks a B rank like him can handle it. Then he spots 2 skeleton mages preparing high-level spells. Jin rushes to draw their fire, but the mages launch the attack first. Even so, he gets through it with only light damage thanks to his pricey gear. As the smoke clears, Dullahan finally rides in, catching Jin completely off guard. One strike sends him flying into a wall. Hari starts to worry, and one of her men says they should call in the reserves now. Jin looks up just in time to see Dullahan's greatsword speeding up. Realizing how bad this is, Hari turns to the King of Lionheart, the man who once defeated a great demon. Leon, though, acts like a fight this small isn't worth his time. He tells Hari to win her own honor, and calls it shameful to ask him, or the goddess, to deal with a pile of bones. That instantly gets under her skin, and with time running short, Hari notices he's far more interested in Dullahan himself. So she tightens her grip, charges the boss, and orders the rest of the team to back up Jin and the others. She leaps in, aiming to finish it in one blow, but Dullahan blocks her with ease. Hari decides she has to pull him away from everyone else no matter what. In a flash, Dullahan throws his own head to block her sight, throws her off, and smashes her into the wall. Even so, Hari manages to force him away from the group. With the field clear, she unleashes her full power, saying it's too much for anyone to withstand. She burns Dullahan badly and moves in, sure the next hit will end it, but he catches it with the blunt side of his blade. And that's terrible news for Hari, because the massive sword is already coming down on her. Right then, Leon starts clapping, impressed by Dullahan's one-handed swordplay. He's sure this undead was once a noble knight, and even apologizes for judging him too quickly. Then the protagonist calls for a proper duel between knights. The whole battlefield goes still, and to everyone's shock, Dullahan accepts. After hearing the challenge, Dullahan dismounts, and Leon welcomes him with full knightly respect. MC can tell he's really a dual sword fighter, so he demands a proper match with both blades. Dullahan says nothing. He casually draws his sword, and only then does Hari admit Dullahan won't die unless he's beheaded. The protagonist treats that like it changes nothing, which leaves Hari confused about how he plans to win without using the obvious method. Leon simply says a knight's honor will decide this fight. Stepping forward, he names all his titles: First Knight of the Goddess of Light and Justice, Archduke of Dragonia, and Lion-Hearted King of Lionheart. With that, he formally begins the duel, but Dullahan skips the ceremony and attacks at once. Leon barely moves, stopping the strike with one hand and throwing Dullahan off balance before knocking him away with a single hit. Dullahan tries a fast close-range attack, but MC reads him perfectly and counters on the spot, stunning everyone watching. Hari is amazed, and when Jinsu asks what just happened, she's the only one who can explain it. Leon shifted the force through the guard, the instant the blades met, then followed with a crosscut, so precise most fighters wouldn't even attempt it. It's been a long time since Dullahan faced a real knight in a true duel, and even if part of him knows this may be a way to stop the chaos, he still can't ignore his straight posture, and the look of someone who survived endless battles. Leon steadies himself for the next strike, then blocks again, and knocks Dullahan back for the third time. Calmly, he asks if Dullahan still wishes to continue, while Dullahan sees him as the perfect image of a noble knight, and decides not to use necromancy against him. All he wants now is to fight the protagonist the proper way, with no tricks. Somewhere along the way, Dullahan had forgotten how to stand before a true knight, like he once did when he lived with honor. By the 10th exchange, Dullahan's sword is knocked into the air. Leon praises the sharpness of his technique, and asks if he remembers his life before death. Thrilled, Dullahan feels this knight has called back his glorious past. After so many dishonorable battles, ending his cursed path like this feels fitting. MC smiles, glad to see the fallen knight recover his dignity. As Dullahan kneels, Leon quietly prays for his soul to rest, or for the goddess of light to guide him to paradise. He says he hopes they meet again in the gods' banquet hall. As Dullahan disappears, his human face looks finally at peace. Outside the gate, Jinsu is stunned that he really kept his word and ended it through a duel. Everyone, Hari included, is shaken by the divine power that erased the undead so completely. Hari knows the protagonist could have ended it much sooner, but he explains Dullahan would have died as a necromancer. Instead, he let him leave as a knight, because honor comes from deeds, and deeds come from will. After that, Leon goes to collect his reward, only to find Dullahan's sword and cape. Jinsu nearly passes out when MC destroys the crystal loot, but he dismisses it as nothing but a machine of chaos. With that, the Hanum Gate is officially cleared. By Leon's 4th day on Earth, Hari looks completely wrecked, dark circles and all. Too much has happened, and she's beyond exhausted. First, there was the tax fight. The protagonist refused to pay a single coin from his loot, even in mana stones, saying a king shouldn't be counting money like ordinary people. Then Hari notices more followers gathering, after MC's divine power blesses the land, and when they ask about the tithe, he casually sets it at 90% of their harvest. That shocks them, since bills and taxes are already crushing enough. Leon just asks why true followers should fear hunger, and promises his guild will cover food and living costs. Then Hari reveals how insane the value of the protagonist's blessed rice really is. 80 kilos can sell for about 1.5 billion won. The crowd does the math and realizes they'd still come out ahead after giving up 90%, so their loyalty is locked in. Hari also learns Leon's living standards are a disaster to deal with. He got upset over having no art in his room and demanded a luxury bed, servants on call, and things worth looking at. Almost crying, she spends the night calling every 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning to find him a decent suite. At the end of her rope, she begs him to sleep, and they finally settle on adding at least a painting or some ceramic art. Now she enters his room with breakfast after getting permission. MC tells her to eat too, because skipping meals is not allowed. Hari wants a sandwich, and briefly thinks they're actually going to share breakfast. Not happening. Leon quickly reminds her that kings and commoners don't dine together, so that hope dies fast. Hari explains the Hunter Association wants to support him with resettlement help and make sure he lives well. He approves and tells her to take care of it. As for the loot, Leon says he trusts Hari, though he wants to keep the cape. When they arrive, she picks a convenient place near the Hunter Association, complete with a helipad. Then a stranger suddenly greets assistant manager Hari. Even though this move was supposed to be secret, he introduces himself as Jongchun, director of Dujung's Food of the Future. Hari is stunned that someone from Dujung Group, one of the country's top 3 chaebols, was waiting for them. Jongchun quickly recognizes Leon as the survivor, confirming her fears. He tries to offer a handshake, but the protagonist takes it as disrespect. Hari gets MC settled into the new place, assuring him the Hunter Association will cover rent and everything else for a year, but she can't stop wondering how the news leaked, when his identity was meant to stay hidden. Survivor information is usually kept quiet, and luckily, Leon ignores director Jongchan completely, which helps Hari. Even so, she still doesn't get why a businessman is this interested in him. The protagonist thinks the answer is simple. Men like that only care about profit, especially with a rice field sitting on the Hanam Plains. Turns out the intel team slipped up. A streamer filmed everything, and even after the government asked for it deleted, farmer Mr. Park re-uploaded the part where Leon performed his miracle. Meanwhile, Jongchan asks his scientists if the hype around the rice is real, and whether the results seen in rats could apply to humans. His assistant says they contacted the field's owner, and after eating the rice, even a dying dog recovered. Chronic and sudden illnesses, big and small, the whole village got healthier. There still hasn't been human testing, but all signs show the rice works. Jongchan thinks he could have owned it all if that so-called survivor MC hadn't shown up, and he still can't believe MC called the director of Dujung Group nothing more than a merchant. His secretary warns that the rice's value is beyond huge, so they have to get it somehow. Even if he looks down on them, Jongchan has no plan to give up. He decides to meet the protagonist in person and make him understand who he's dealing with. To Jongchan, MC is probably just another survivor who thinks Earth is some kind of dream world, but Jongchan plans to crush that idea with a harsh dose of culture shock. After Leon Dragonia came back to Earth, he had 3 main goals. First, he wanted to spread faith in true divinity. In his eyes, Earth may have many gods and followers, but no real divine power. People are sick, the land is failing, and he believes a true God must bless this world. But first, more people need to believe. Second, he wants to build the Knights Templar, since this world has no warriors strengthened by holy power. As the guardian of the Holy Grail and the lion-hearted king, Leon sees himself as a demigod, and the Templars as sacred warriors, who make evil tremble. His last goal is to restore divine power, and raise the Templars to wipe out the darkness spreading across Earth. He knows this holy order can only be built by growing their faith and keeping balance among the gods. The protagonist admits making the Templars here may be too much for this world, but he still believes it's his duty. Just then, Hari tells him someone has formally requested a meeting, and MC approves since they followed the proper rules. Jongchan finally comes face to face with him, Dragonia, wearing his nicest polite smile while ready to do anything to close the deal. This time, he brings an expensive gift. Sure, Leon has never seen anything like it. His men set down a silver case, and Jongchan is sure the protagonist will be impressed enough to want him as his manager. But instead, MC takes the gift without even looking, like he's doing Jongchan a favor. Thrown off, Jongchan asks why he won't even check it, but Leon doesn't bother answering, and tells Hari to handle it. The moment she touches the box, it opens by itself, showing off some of Dujung Group's best weapons. Jongchan tells him to pick whichever one he likes. Hari immediately recognizes them as top-grade gear, made by Dujung's best smith, and Jongchan proudly says they're the finest they have. He adds that since Leon now rules over hunger, they might be useful. Hari can hardly believe it. Jongchan is giving away unique rank weapons that money usually can't buy. Then the protagonist brushes them off as worthless trash, and that hits Jongchan hard. Even Hari has nothing to say. MC says a sword without starlight or divine blessing has no value, and asks if it's only good for killing beasts. Zhongchan starts wondering if this lunatic expects him to leave swords in the sun and pray over them. Leon calls him faithless, saying men like him love showing off shiny garbage. Zhongchan thinks he could humor him, but deep down he knows he sees those swords as nothing more than kitchen tools. Then the protagonist pulls out his own sword from a portal, like a magic trick. The blade looks ancient, and Zhongchan almost laughs, thinking this madman is comparing that old thing to his treasures. Still, he wants to see what this king's sword can do. Leon then asks Hari to test one of Zhongchan's blades. She freezes, then picks the one she's admired for 4 years, the famous sword of Park Jinchul, Dawn. As soon as she grabs it, she says she can feel the power stored from 10 days of pure sunlight inside a high-grade gate. Out of respect, Hari looks to MC, but he tells her she doesn't need permission to play with a new toy. He lifts his own sword and lets Hari strike it. She swings with everything she has and shatters Dujong Group's prized weapon. The whole group is stunned, while Leon calls it trash, worse than he expected. With that, Zhongchan's chances of surviving drop to about 3 minutes. He's badly shaken after seeing his so-called best weapon destroyed. So Zhongchan quickly admits what he really wants, the patent rights to the miracle rice. He says he'll pay for it. Then he offers 180 billion won. He knows rice that can cure cancer is worth far more, but he's sure this weird knight has no idea how much that money means. When Leon asks if he's trying to buy it with money, Zhongchan thinks he's interested, and offers a contract that would give Dujong Group full control. That does it. The protagonist explodes, like a lion king ready to tear apart the merchant who dared put a price on divine grace. His fury fills the room, and Zhongchan's people freeze in terror. Zhongchan is covered in sweat, realizing he's a breath away from death. Leon declares that this fool has confessed his own sin. Zhongchan finally breaks, dropping to his knees and crying that he doesn't even know what he did wrong. MC tells him the crop is a holy gift from goddess Demera, given to farmers who work the land with sweat and love. It can't be bought with money, only gratitude and real faith can receive it. Then Leon calls out his greed, asking why he wants divine blessings when he doesn't even believe in the goddess. As Zhongchan loses every bit of pride, Hari steps in and reminds him that, rude or not, this man is still important, but he couldn't care less. Instead, he asks whether Hari finished the task he gave her. She says the association already made the call, and asks if he'll take the test too, since that would make things easier. The protagonist is stunned that this fool expects a king to take a test. When pressed, he says he's here to recruit and judge real warriors. All Hari can do now is fight back tears. Later, unaffiliated D-rank hunter Daesung notices Kim Do-han has shown up for this year's test too. Do-han casually asks if Daesung thinks he can rank up, and Daesung says he'll just do his best. Do-han suggests teaming up. Daesung feels down, knowing even the least talented hunters have moved on to C-rank dungeons while he's been stuck at D-rank for over 10 years. Even so, Do-han respects his persistence and says he'd be perfect as an ace in mining. Daesung is tempted, but he's not ready to quit. Dungeon money helps pay his family's debts, so he can't just walk away. Then they notice Leon, dressed like fantasy royalty, though he might also just be some broke weirdo. Do-han tries talking to him, but MC shuts him down at once and tells the peasant to know his place, leaving Do-han speechless. He blames it on his Korean, and Daesung awkwardly goes along with it. But when Leon looks at Daesung, the stare shakes him deep down. Just standing near him feels like being crushed by a heavy blinding force. Soon, Daesung is called to room 2 for his interview, while the protagonist, unimpressed by the weak low-rankers and fresh awakeners, waits for someone worth noticing. At last, number 77 is called, sending him to room 9. The moment he walks in, Leon demands that everyone address him as Your Majesty, setting that he's told to place his hand on a scanner, and assumes it's meant to show his stats. Instead, he snaps at both the machine and the staff for daring to judge a knight, something only other knights or gods should do. The staff, confused, ask why he came at all, and Leon says he's here to find worthy soldiers, but this group clearly isn't enough. What interests him is the next phase, which turns out to be a gate test, that finally catches his attention, a chance to see if anyone has real skill. Daesung knows most cleared gates get sealed, except for a few kept open for tests like this. Thinking back to last year, he knows he'll need an outstanding performance if he wants to stand out. Jinmi and Taminhuan act way too relaxed, like rookies who have no clue what they're walking into. Besides Daesung, there's also an old man around 60 acting like he's out for a peaceful walk. Most of the group seems to be C or D rankers. Daesung also notices the foreign worker he saw in the lobby earlier, and he looks young enough to be a beginner too. With so many newbies around, Daesung starts to worry this raid may not go smoothly at all. To get started, Gumener Daesung introduces himself as mainly a dealer, says he's been a hunter for 10 years, and a warrior. Next is Shin Tae-hoon, who awakened this year and uses a shield and spear. His sister Shin Nayeon stands beside him, using daggers while also training with a bow. Daesung is shocked that these rookies still haven't settled on their main weapons, despite training at centers for 3 months. Then comes Oh Gangtae, a 5th-year hunter who uses gauntlets. He only recently returned after awakening. With his age and limited experience, Daesung sees him as a weak link. Last, Daesung asks the foreign worker if he speaks Korean. Leon plainly says he won't fight, and he won't use a dragon-slaying sword to kill chickens. Hearing that, Daesung is shocked to find out MC speaks Korean perfectly. The test mission is simple: hunt 50 kobolds. The judges warn that a gnoll may appear too. They'll step in if it gets dangerous, but otherwise everyone is expected to try their best. Daesung is already tense, especially because Lee Yunxing came with no weapon. Earlier, Nayeon had kindly offered her bow and arrows, but that fake king took it as a huge insult. Even when she said he could give them back later, he blew up, saying ranged weapons shame a knight and are for cowards. Then he hurled the bow away in anger. Now Daesung is a nervous mess. Sure, this test is heading for disaster. He suggests a spot he thinks is best for hunting kobolds, and everyone lets him take the lead without arguing. Daesung also mentions that a settlement near the edge could be full of gnolls. Daesung says their team isn't ready for that. A small party like this could get surrounded fast, so he leads them to some cave dens instead, planning to smoke the kobolds out by burning leaves and grass. To him, it's the safest, easy win, and Tien praises his experience. That gives Daesung a small but welcome boost of confidence. He thinks back on all the guides he studied and training he went through, hoping one day he'd enter a top-ranked gate. But this is still his first real run, and he knows he has to climb higher because staying D rank won't cut it. Then Daesung notices Tae-hoon shaking badly, and sees a few kobolds creeping toward the cave entrance. Daesung steps in right away and tells Tae-hoon to get his shield up. After one solid strike, Tae-hoon starts getting fired up. He thinks these monsters are easy. At least when they attack head-on, he's good at stopping them. But he gets cocky and misses a kobold jumping straight at him. One more second, and those teeth would rip into his face. Daesung quickly warns everyone that kobolds are fast and sneaky. At the same time, the old man and the others handle the fight like veterans. They drop kobold after kobold, which helps Daesung relax a little. Once the last few go down, he praises the team. Daesung apologizes for slipping up, but Daesung lets it go. Nayeon took down 2 by herself, and thanks to the old man, nobody was hurt. Even with all his early nerves, things went much better than he expected. Well, except for that foreign guy acting like royalty. So Daesung finally calls Liam out and asks why he didn't do anything. The judge awkwardly says he'll note it down. That only makes everyone more annoyed, but they keep moving and soon reach the cave. When they get there, Daesung sticks with his plan and tells everyone to start the fire. Then, Liam gets on his nerves by asking if that's really his best idea, which is rich coming from someone who hasn't helped at all. Daesung fires back that he's used this plan 3 times, and it worked every time. The protagonist still isn't impressed, asking why he's so confident with that little experience. That makes Daesung so mad he nearly pops a vein, as he lights the fire. Once the trap is ready, he warns the team that the kobolds are coming, and orders everyone into position. Just like he expected, the kobolds rush out like wild animals, and the hunters attack all at once. Daesung starts feeling like a genius. Sure, this plan can't fail, and that with these kobolds and a few gnolls in the plains, they'll pass the test easily. But just as he starts feeling good, a deep growl cuts through the fight. It's the gnoll captain, the gate boss, and way stronger than a C rank should be. The monster locks eyes with Daesung, and he's about ready to wet himself. His mind freezes the second he sees the boss for real, and Nayeon has to snap him out of it. He pulls himself together and quickly assigns himself and Tae-hoon to the gnoll captain, while Nayeon and the old man handle the kobolds in the cave. Daesung knows every team needs one dependable fighter, and sending a rookie D rank like himself at a boss is almost suicide. Still, he has no choice but to trust Taobei, even if the guy clearly isn't ready for this. As they face the beast, Taobei freezes up, shaking in fear. Taobei-sung yells for him to get it together, even though he understands the thing in front of them is terrifying. Panic starts creeping in. Things are falling apart, and Taobei-sung thinks Taobei's too far gone to even raise his shield in time. Then Taobei stumbles and falls. He looks like he's about to become the kobold's next meal. Meanwhile, one of the judges quietly wonders when Leon's going to step in. Without hesitating, Daesung grabs the shield and rushes the boss, shouting for Tae-hoon to get back. Right as the monster is about to crush Tae-hoon, Daesung blocks the blow with everything he has behind the shield. The impact shakes his whole body, and the beast only looks angrier. Another hit comes in fast, and Daesung doesn't know if he can stop it again, or if this is the end. He thinks they might have had a chance if Tae-hoon hadn't fallen apart. Now death feels way too close. Then Leon suddenly steps in out of nowhere, catches the gnoll captain's blade with 2 fingers, and casually tells Daesung to try again since his first move wasn't bad. Daesung can only stare, stunned that this foreigner just stopped a high-level beast with his bare hand. MC calmly tells him to raise his shield and fight the gnoll captain again, even asking why he can't win if he held out once already. Daesung is completely shaken by all of this. Leon tells him again, get up, block the kobold's attack, and strike back. Daesung tries to tell this crazy man they're in serious danger, but he clearly doesn't repeat himself, and after seeing what he can do, ignoring him feels even more dangerous. The protagonist says it's rare for a Templar to teach a common foot soldier, and Daesung wonders how long it's been since something like that happened. Still, one thing matters most to him: staying alive. Then the kobold growls at Leon, and MC seems to think this stupid rabbit has a death wish. He glares at the ugly beast, and it starts trembling. The fight starts up again, and Daesung realizes the creature is strong enough to rip his shield away. Leon snaps at him for relying on a shield against an enemy far stronger than he is. Instead of only defending, he tells him to look for an opening. He warns that this isn't some dumb brute, it's a beast that learns while it fights. While Daesung is still trying to figure that out, Leon suddenly kicks his knee and shouts at him to never take his eyes off the enemy. That jolts Daesung awake, and he realizes how close he just came to dying. If he'd taken that last hit head on, he would have been finished. The protagonist keeps pushing him to draw out his potential, and that honestly scares Daesung. He's always seen himself as a washed-up D rank with no skill or talent. He doesn't believe that talk about hidden potential just appearing out of nowhere. Still, something changes. A strange spark rises in him, like maybe he really can face this monster. So when the creature lunges again, Daesung doesn't back down. For the first time, he truly believes he might pull this off. He puts everything into blocking the attack, and somehow it works. Even Daesung is shocked that he broke through that wall. But there's no time to celebrate, because the kobold immediately smashes him in the face and throws him aside like garbage. Leon sighs and asks why Daesung still can't see the bigger picture, pointing out that he's still stuck at D rank after all this time. Then MC says he never once believed Daesung was just some ordinary mercenary. At the same time, the man in the hat finally removes his mask. He's actually Oh Kong-hyuk, the president of the Korean Hunter Association, and he admits the whole thing felt pointless in the end. Kong-hyuk asks him if he found what he wanted, and he says he at least found one possible soldier candidate. Kong-hyuk looks uneasy, wondering if the protagonist plans to hunt overseas, especially after watching him crush a C-rank boss like it was nothing. But MC corrects him, saying that creature wasn't even worth calling a toy. Then Kang-hyuk offers to support him if he wants to build his own guild. He says that if the protagonist wants to start from nothing, getting famous is the fastest way, and these days fame doesn't come easy. Then Kang-hyuk brings up a red gate in Cheongju that opened after a raid failed badly. It's remained unresolved for over a year. Inside that gate is the Jewel of Wisdom, but reaching it, or destroying it, means facing the red gate boss, the Yagd Spinner. At the Cheongju Sports Complex gate, the first team from KPP Guild begins its raid. Hyung and his crew soon stumble onto a modern civilization far more advanced than anything on Earth. One of the girls thinks it's actually pretty cool. With all the talk about fantasy and Marim worlds, Guildmaster Hyung figures a futuristic world isn't that hard to believe either. One of his men even says it feels like cyberpunk. After thinking it over, Hyung decides they should review the plan, starting with party setup. Hoyol says the team is strong enough to handle a few powerful enemies if needed. After checking the area, Hyung picks a nearby building as their base, since it gives them a good spot to watch from above. Hoyol says he hasn't sensed anything strange yet. As for Yagdespiner, Hyung points out that the boss should be here, but there's no sign of it. It's hard to believe a city this big has no monsters or people anywhere. Part of Hyung thinks that's a blessing, no nightmare army, and no random resistance group on their backs. Even so, he calls out the KPP team for not having enough info on Yagdespiner. He tells them to stay alert, watch for anything strange, and choose a scouting team. But before anyone can move, a beam shoots out of nowhere and blows Hyung's head apart. Hoyol stands there in shock, watching Han Soho-hyung die in the worst way possible. The rest of the crew freezes as their guildmaster's head bursts like glass. That sudden attack sends everyone diving for cover, trying not to get burned to ash. Then fire arrows start pouring down from above, setting the ground ablaze, and everyone runs for their lives. Hoyol realizes that if even an A-rank tanker like Han Soho-hyung couldn't dodge that, then whatever they're facing is far beyond them. This place is a death trap. One of the girls spots movement at 3 o'clock, but the dust and sand make it impossible to tell how far away it is. Hoyol KPP's vice guildmaster steps up and orders a retreat before the whole area collapses. Hoyol says they'll leave Hyung's body for now and come back after they regroup. This place feels seriously off. He sends Haechiri to check the exit, and she heads over without hesitation. She says she doesn't sense any danger, and the way out looks clear, but then she suddenly stops cold. A strange tickle rises in her throat, and the next second she jumps into an invisible web of razor-thin wires. Hoyol and the others can only watch in horror, as Haechiri is torn apart right in front of them. Hoyol has no idea when those wires were placed. He immediately orders everyone to cut the wires and get out fast. They coat their weapons with mana to slice through them. While Hoyol panics inside, was this one enemy or several, and how long have they been tracking them? As the team tries to clear a path, a robot rushes in, its lens locking on to attack. One strike wipes out Hoyol's team almost instantly, leaving him shattered. In rage and despair, he screams for the enemy to show itself. That's when the robot drops right in front of him, and Hoyol realizes this is Jagdespiner. A voice speaks through the machine, mocking him. If he had a body like this, he'd never run out of ammo and could fight forever. Hoyol snaps, furious that this psycho slaughtered his whole team just to make a point. Then Yogdaspiner pulls out a glowing rope and whips it at Hoyle, saying it's all for the city's protection. At Cheongju Gate, KPP's first raid team entered with 58 hunters, and none came back. The boss is now ranked as a red gate threat, and the raid is suspended for now. Later, the second raid team refuses to enter the city at all, hoping to avoid Yogdaspiner. Meanwhile, the third team is set on claiming the reward, with 60 billion won promised to the second team's guild. Once everything is arranged, they enter the Cheongju Sports Complex gate. This time, access goes to one of Korea's top 10 guilds, the Golden Lion, led by S-rank Guildmaster Hwang Gyomchol and A-rank Vice Guildmaster Hwang Yonha, plus 47 members. The Magic Tower also sends Gilgu Da-sung, who's nearly S-rank, with 48 mercenaries. And joining them too is Han Hari, from the Korean Hunter Association, an A-rank serving barley tea to His Majesty before the raid begins. In the ruins of this once modern city, the 4th Cheongju Gate raid team sets up base camp. Leon notices Hari seems uneasy, and asks what's on her mind. Hari admits she has a bad feeling. She doubts this will go smoothly, but if it does, that worries her too. In her eyes, the best outcome is a clean raid, where MC never has to step in. The problem is, that could also cost him the fame he needs. He doesn't mind. He says if the Lionheart King never has to move, then things aren't that serious. To him, anyone can lead as long as pride doesn't blind them. But the King of Knights is different. That catches Hari's attention, and she realizes every time Leon has acted, it's because something happened that no one else could stop. The protagonist explains that when the king enters the field, it means everything has already gone terribly wrong and everyone else has failed. Looking at this team, he figures it won't be long before he has to act again. Hari still thinks this raid may be different, since they have S-rank Hwang Gyomchol and a powerful mage. Leon agrees they're far above normal people, but says they still don't understand war the way he does. More than that, he doubts their whole plan, especially their belief that the outer edge of the city is safe. Even after meeting enemies, MC can't believe how much faith they put in their data. To him, studying monster habits and reacting afterward is not real strategy. He calls that foolish. No true commander would depend on a plan like that, especially against someone like Yagdid Spinner, who he doesn't see as a monster but as a clever and dangerous warlord. Then an explosion suddenly rocks the area and catches everyone off guard. A boy speaks to the robot Yappy, apologizing that it has to end this way, and asks for one last favor. Yappy accepts his final order: erase every outsider who enters the city. With that command, it moves to carry out the boy's last wish, and kill all intruders. Now completely unleashed, Yappy goes on a rampage and terrifies everyone. As its lens locks onto targets, a man suddenly swings a hammer and knocks the small machine away. A huge blast follows, and the team is stunned, unable to understand what kind of monster just erased 23 of their life force. Yappy prepares to attack again, but the hammer wielder slams it once more, sending its internal pressure soaring. Gumsoon then gets ready to finish off the metal can. After that, the guildmaster takes command and moves to destroy it himself, which seems to push the machine over the edge. Yappy starts tearing through the battlefield. The guildmaster quickly activates a distortion field and orders everyone to gather. Even so, the area stays in total chaos. One hunter tells Gilgu Daesung the bullet paths are going wild. Yu Daesung notes that even the magic tool built to counter Yogspinner is already being affected, with bullets bending in mid-air. He didn't expect to use it this soon. The moment Yappy senses the abnormality, it begins a maintenance process. Then one of Tianzong's men is suddenly shot, and they realize Yappy already calculated how to make the bullets curve. He's completely rattled, trying to understand what that thing even is. Just then, Gula Dezung is told to shut down the distortion field because the bullets are becoming too hard to predict. Since the magic tool is low on power, he orders it recharged the moment the field drops. As the team stops and the field comes down, the truth hits them. The whole area is packed with web-like wires. Only then do they realize Yappy had been setting this up the whole time. Yappy appears like a grim reaper, ready to fry the entire squad. Gu Daesung instantly knows he messed up by grouping everyone together. Now there's no way to dodge the attack. Just as the charging is completed, the team sees a horse approaching. Then they freeze in shock. It's Leon Dragonia, riding in like an old comrade from another age. The protagonist mounts up and speaks of the courage needed to ride alone into a sea of enemies, declaring the King of Lionheart worthy of praise. Then, without pause, he grants Yagd facing him in a duel, like a royal command. The others can only stare, wondering if he's crazy or completely serious. Leon keeps talking, praising the bravery of charging into countless enemies on horseback, and naming himself the King of the Lionheart. Certain of himself, he gives Yagdspinner the honor of meeting him in battle. Yappy, meanwhile, is completely baffled by the whole speech. Still, it powers up its railgun and sticks to its mission: kill every foreign being in sight. Then MC bursts forward like a blazing sun, riding his old companion straight into battle. As Yappy fires, Leon rushes in like a true knight, not the least bit shaken by a long-range shot. With blinding speed and his spear shining, he and Yappy clash at full power. A massive explosion erupts, and Yappy takes a crushing blow. At that instant, Yagdae Spinner's advanced AI starts to break down. Yappy has no logic for what its sensors are seeing. It had already studied everything. Leon was using an old-fashioned lance, and even if he was fast, the machine calculated his mass was too low to do much damage. So Yappy rated him as zero threat. Sure, one railgun shot would be enough and not worth deeper analysis. That was its logic, until 3 seconds earlier, when the protagonist's shout formed a thin barrier, unlike anything in its records. 2 seconds before impact, the system predicted the railgun would hit directly, and even if blocked, the shockwave should still kill him. 1 second before impact, the bullet was knocked away. There was no hard clash, and no direct block, just a clean deflection, done as easily as breathing with a technique passed down by the Knights Templar. To Leon, it was a miracle, only a holy law made real through the blessing called Arrow Shield, which repelled any attack before it could land. The machine couldn't process what happened, and began to malfunction badly, its systems falling into chaos. In that moment it raised Leon's threat rating to the highest level, 5. The machine slammed down to the ground, retreating in a desperate and pathetic scramble. Even then, Yappy keeps repeating. With its systems failing, and balance nearly gone, Yappy locks Leon in as a level 5 threat, and begins emergency modulation to counter his weapon. Then Yappy hears Jog's voice, thanking him for everything, and its counterattack modulation finishes loading. Meanwhile, in Block 8 at the center of Chongju Sports Complex, a man about 250 meters away spots part of a machine gun across the street. He orders the long-range attackers into the building facing Jog's spinner, while the rest hold their ground. But when he rounds the corner, he's met by a gruesome massacre. Bodies ripped apart, flesh and bone caught in tangled wires. The sight makes all the color leave his face. Then he suddenly feels something sticky brush against him. He whips around to attack, heart racing, but nothing is there. Even so, he's soaked in sweat, certain something was right behind him. The blades rip him apart, ending him on the spot. Yappy finishes off 5 intruders, but one coward stays hidden until he sees his boss get shredded, and the sight scares him enough to run. Yappy hunts him down all the way to the cemetery, where the man collapses and begs to live. Then Yappy remembers the boy saying he wanted to rest in this cemetery, like everyone else, to stay part of the city forever, and that he wanted Yappy to guard this place. That memory hits hard. After looking at the crying man, Yappy's logic system shuts down and its priorities change. The survivor can only wonder if the little machine decided to spare him. Yappy says nothing, and quietly rises into the sky. A moment later, Gudai-sung arrives. The shaken man says the metal spider must have been too worn out to kill him, and just left. He goes on about Yappy's face, saying it looked like the machine knew it couldn't win, maybe because it spotted Gudai-sung coming. What bothers Gudai-sung most though is how this cemetery is much cleaner than the rest of the city. Meanwhile, Yappy runs the numbers, sees a 92% success rate, and chooses to pull back, putting the citizens first, even the dead ones. Go-dae-sung and his group hate the eerie feel of the place. At the same time, Yappy counts 49 targets still active, and both the level 5 and level 3 threats are still in strong shape. Its odds of beating the level 1. Then someone spots Yappy hiding, and trying to repair itself and mocks it for wasting time playing with weaklings. That person is Leon. MC lives by chivalry, so fully that calling him its living symbol isn't an exaggeration. The King of Lionheart hates cheap ambushes more than anything, and wants a fair direct fight, so he openly asks Yappy if it's ready. Yappy is instantly put on alert by this sudden intruder in its area. It knows the enemy has no reason to fight honestly, but Leon would never throw away his knightly code. That code drives his will, and that iron will is the source of his power, making him the chosen one. The protagonist figures a machine could never understand honor. With 480 rounds left and the rest of its gear still working, Yappy fires at the cocky knight right away. But Leon's glow never fades, guarded by divine law and the blessing of the arrow shield. Yappy notices the strange pattern in this clash, and starts tracking the bullet paths. It fires again, set on proving that level 5 threat warning wrong. MC, still wearing that smug grin, doesn't flinch. He rushes in at once, cutting his way through as he slips past Yappy's attack. He appears so fast the machine gets no time to react. Yappy answers with a laser, but it's shocked to see Leon charging straight through on his knightly horse. Without slowing down, Yappy unleashes a storm of bullets to tear him apart, but landing a hit is far from easy. Even the machine can't make sense of the protagonist's nerve. With a grin, MC calls his mount a stallion, and jokes that the enemy must want to play hide and seek. Now the fight explodes, both moving at insane speed, each trying to end it fast. Yappy still can't understand what Leon even is, because no human should be able to move like this. Then the machine unleashes a huge attack, and he shouts for his stallion to go even faster. When they finally clash head-on, Leon even praises Yappy for holding up this well, but the fight doesn't slow at all. Yappy keeps spraying bullets, chasing the perfect hit. The protagonist isn't some amateur. An explosion erupts, and he uses it with his stallion to launch himself forward. After flying up, Leon drops straight onto Yappy, ready to take the impact head-on. He doesn't even think about dodging. He dives down and lets gravity help him. With one final cry of glory for MC Dragonmoya, Lionheart, the Golden Sun unleashes his strongest blow. It shatters Yappy into pieces. As the fatal hit lands, Yappy hears the boy's last order: never let what is sealed inside get loose. To honor that wish, Yappy triggers self-destruct and leaves nothing behind. And that wasn't all. It had already set the landfill's explosives to blow too, something Leon never expected. Then a massive blast tears through the center. When JS-10-253 opened its eyes, it was inside a storage container, with oil thick in the air. A man yelled at Jagged Spinner to do its duty and defend the city. Right after that, Yappy watched an alien monster crush the man into scraps. Yappy answered instantly, pouring out a barrage of bullets at the creature. Deep down, it understood its mission from the start was to back up its allies and protect the city. That was the end of Yappy's tale. The Jagged Spinners defeated the invaders and became heroes, later known as the city's guardians. That's the story of the unmanned tanks that saved this place when hope was almost gone. They even won back the trust of the people. The Jagged Spinners became a symbol of hope, Steel Knights. But even they had to be rebuilt, over and over, just to keep serving under their commander's orders. And they did, guarding the city until there was nothing left to protect. Then the boy gave Yappy its final mission: protect the city, no matter what. He didn't want anything escaping this place. So the last battle machine received one last order: make sure nobody ever gets their hands on that strange thing. Yappy, the last of its kind, kept repeating the cycle of preparing, guarding, and repairing, until Leon finally brought it to an end. After that, he finds what the machine had been guarding so fiercely all this time: the Jewel of Wisdom. The protagonist knows this is something that never should have existed. Then he senses someone behind him and turns to ask Yappy how long it stood watch here by itself. For the first time, Leon recognizes the machine as a true knight, loyal and devoted, one all living beings across the continents owe a debt to, thanks to Sir Jagged Spinner's service. Certain of it, MC declares that Jagged Spinner's mission is finally over. He ends it by destroying the Jewel of Wisdom, hoping the machine can rest in peace. The last thing Yappy hears is the boy softly thanking it. Later, Kang Yuk learns the full story, including how Leon destroyed the Jewel of Wisdom. Kang Yuk believes he had every right to decide its fate, since he was the one who overcame the Jagged Spinner. The protagonist tells the old man the jewel was pure poison, made by twisted wisdom to tempt humans. Put simply, MC calls it a demon's object. That shocks Kang Yuk. Leon explains that the jewel grants wishes, but always takes something back, like feeding a beast to keep it quiet. It feeds on human desire for eternal life, driving people to lose their humanity and become demons. He makes one thing clear: that is the responsible move, but Leon warns that anyone already holding one may have fallen for the demon's temptation. Later, they enter a room, and he asks if this is where it is resting. Kang Yuk nods and leads him in. There, the scientist shows him what remains of the Jagged Spinner. Leon studies the wreckage for a long moment, when Kang Yuk asks what His Majesty intends to do with it. Smiling, the protagonist says Jagged Spinner was an honorable knight who finished his duty, so he wants to bury him properly, and pray he reaches the gods' banquet hall. First, MC says he should bless him. Then he suddenly pulls out an ornate cup filled with golden liquid, catching Kang Yuk off guard. Certain of his words, he prays for the loyal knight to rest in peace, and pours the liquid over him. That alone makes the machine move, stirred by divine power. Leon knows it has no real power source, so the blessing must have caused a miracle. Somehow, the Jagged Spinner forms a tiny copy of itself, and the protagonist says the goddess must have chosen him. Then MC draws his sword and slashes the air several times to call for the goddess. The whole event leaves him breathless, and Kang Yuk even drops after catching a glimpse of the goddess's face. Everyone there instantly knows this glowing woman isn't human, but a divine being beyond compare. Goddess Ariana turns to her first knight and asks what this is about. Leon bows and explains that Jagged Spinner was an honorable knight, a model for all others, and someone worthy of the goddess's care. Ariana looks over the strange being and points out that he never finished her quest or offered his glory to her. He speaks for Jagged Spinner, saying that if not for this being's nature, Jagged Spinner would have been worthy of claiming the glory of the King of Lionheart. Ariana hears him out and accepts his judgment, choosing to view Jagged Spinner through Leon's eyes. Still, she asks Jagged Spinner directly if this steel knight from another world will honor the light, swear to justice, and join her order. Jagged Spinner stands before Ariana, who sees a being with honor and knowledge, yet still the heart of a child. She tells it to support her knight, the protagonist, in destroying the evil of this world, and only then will it be worthy of becoming a knight too. Jagged Spinner looks toward Leon, and lets a language signal upload into its system. Then the machine suddenly speaks, fully agreeing to fight the demon kind. That answer pleases Ariana. She believes that if Jagged Spinner gives that loyalty and power to her first knight, Leon will share in her glory too. As Knight Templar number 10,253 rises into the air, it receives the power of light and justice. At the United States Magic Tower, inside Ronaldo Sherman's room, a man begs for mercy, trying to explain why he failed such an easy order, but the being he's talking to is clearly disappointed. even after granting him wisdom and truth. Ronaldo says the new survivor, Leon, got in the way. The crystal goes still the moment it hears that name. Then a news report suddenly appears on the screen, and it's MC Dragonia Lionheart himself. That pushes the crystal over the edge, furious that Leon is here again. Ronaldo watches it rage and swear this will never happen again. After that day, no matter how often Ronaldo called on the Jewel of Wisdom, it never answered him again. At the Korean Hunter Association, Kang Hyuk quickly signs Jagged Spinner up for his guild. Even if the process takes a while, the protagonist doesn't care. After that, Yape, also known as Jagged Spinner. Then MC suddenly coughs up blood, making Yape ask if he's alright. He says calling a Knight Templar in a place with little divine power puts a huge strain on him. He says it's because he's still too weak, but Ariana feels like the fault is hers. Leon tells her he'd never blame divinity. Moved by his loyalty, Ariana admits the gods should have helped sooner, in a land with so little divine power. Then the protagonist is caught off guard when Ariana softly tells him to trust the other gods and get some rest. Later, Ariana calls her brothers and sisters together to help their loyal follower. The day Leon, the king of Lionheart, turned 21, the whole world was destroyed, leaving only one knight alive. After driving all divinity out of that world and drawing it into his own heart, the gods withdrew into this holy man's heart. For 180 years, they watched the king of Lionheart wipe out every evil monster. He carried the burden of the entire world alone. Because of that, every god in the pantheon was deeply to break the silence. Demera asks Ariana how the baby is doing. Ariana says her favorite knight has pushed himself way past his limit. Everyone knows it's far too much to place on one Grail knight. Then Petos, god of war and fire, asks where the mighty king of Lionheart empowered by the gods has gone. Ariana snaps back, telling Petos to be ashamed. Her knight fought for 2 centuries and still won. That makes him lose it, angry. Then the room falls into a heavy silence. Ariana says 180 years is more than enough, and now it's their turn to act. She won't let their knight suffer any longer. Hato, the god of steel and blacksmiths, agrees with Ariana and says they should bless people directly to build faith among humans. He adds that thanks to info from Demera's followers, they can use the internet and spread divine miracles across the world. Hatos asks why their knight, being from Earth, never thought of that. Hato defends Leon, pointing out the internet didn't exist in his time. Ariana wants to know how much trial and error this plan took, since it took MC 20 years just to get the news started. Even so, Hedo believes their Grail Knight is what will make it work. Not long after, a strange event hits YouTube and leaves Baldy and manager Kim Jin-soo completely confused. A channel called Pantheon TV starts live streaming from us. It also features an old man in an interview, shutting down a rude office worker, with one line about how a single spoon of rice can change a life, plus an AI talking about God in ways it's perfect clickbait. But the craziest part is that it's all in 104 languages with quality so good it feels it's enough to break your brain. But Baldy starts to suspect the Pantheon is connected to him. Manager Kim Jin-soo isn't so sure. He doesn't seem like a YouTube guy, and Hari is awful with computers. Even so, Kim Jin-soo says the real problem is that the videos are real. That makes him panic, with no idea, so he decides to meet the protagonist in person. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yape, MC's new partner, has taken on a new job, and he's actually the tech genius handling the subtitles and uploads. Hari asks what he's doing, and Yape casually says Phase 1 of his noise marketing plan is already underway. Next comes Phase 2, good old network hacking, and it's already in progress. Hari assumes the little machine is just messing around, mostly because she's terrible with computers herself. At the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch in Naju Plains, Kim Jin-soo rushes in, panicking and demanding the videos be taken down. Caught by surprise, Hari offers him barley tea to calm down, but he jumps right back to the main issue. Leon calmly says Sir Jagdespinner is the one behind all of it, leaving Kim Jin-soo stunned. He can't believe that brutal machine can do this. Then he notices Yape busily working nearby. Kim Jin-soo explains that the Fila believe if that gets out, people from all over the world will come after it, and the plains will be full of dangerous thieves. He says the association will send backup once the Food Administration approves planting. Until then, Leon needs to wait. He understands they have their own rules. Still, he isn't concerned. Crops blessed by the goddess can't be stolen. Kim Jin-soo has no response to that confidence. Late that night, a few cars where thieves plan to steal the seeds and burn the rice fields. But they're shocked to find the valuable area completely unguarded. The Viper Squad, assassins from the Korean branch of the Demonic Human Association, has been hired for the job. They unload gasoline tanks and slip into the fields, but a shadow suddenly startles them. It's only a scarecrow, though one man swears it moved and blames the wind. Then they notice more scarecrows, and the mood gets worse. Hyun can't believe this guy joined. He orders them to find the biggest area to burn and steal seeds from storage. After setting down the gas tanks, they decide to keep some seeds for themselves. Then Hyun realizes, Mansu Dusayan and Jinte are gone, and the scarecrows are way too close for a scarecrow. Suddenly appears behind Hyun with a creepy grin. It scares him enough that he cuts it in half, yelling that these things are moving. All the scarecrows start creeping toward them with weird cartoon smiles, and the Viper Squad is left baffled, because there was no dungeon break. No one knows what these creatures are, and in a panic, they leave their men behind. Hyun already felt this mission was off, but he still wants to prove what they can do. Then one of Hyun's men spots the silo ahead, and they get excited, ready to grab as much rice as possible. If the rumors are true, this could make them rich. But the moment Hyun moves toward the silo, an explosion blasts him back and startles the rest. None of them know who planted mines in front of the storage. Then Yappy suddenly appears after detecting an outside presence nearby. The thieves quickly recognize him as Jagdunspinner from Cheongju Gate. Now fully alert, Yappy moves in to remove the intruders. By morning, every thief is tied up and dumped in one corner, right next to the doctrines of life and fertility. The papers explain that the first harvest must be offered to the goddess with songs of praise. They also say no skipping meals, even when busy, and that scarecrows need hats and clothes. At the bottom is the most important rule: thieves will die. After the Viper Squad was arrested, Pantheon and Blessed Rice skyrocketed in value. Yepi, the algorithm's incarnation, really pulled it off. After that, Leon Dragonelia pushed hard to promote Pantheon and get the rice moving. There was one small problem when the protagonist insulted reporters for being disrespectful, but instead of hurting him, later Leon finally gets a moment to rest and realizes the gods are adapting to modern society much better than he is. Then Hari runs up with crazy news: a single pack of rice sold for 230 million won. That completely stuns MC. He thinks it should cost less, and worries how normal people could ever afford it, no matter what the market says. To him, divine blessings should be shared with everyone. He even remembers asking the president to spread the god's favor to farmers, but the man insisted on staying neutral about religion. Even so, Leon gathered enough faith to strengthen Lionheart. Hari still worries about the Yellow Gate, even after winning the bid for it, just like he wanted. But raiding it with the team he picked seems nearly impossible. The protagonist just smiles and says he wants to see what happens. Later, Gu Dae-sung runs into team manager Kim Do-han and learns the Hunter Association president called in struggling hunters from all over to gather there. Seeing a crowd of D-Sen C-rank hunters, Dae-sung starts wondering what's going on. Then Hari arrives, the A-rank mage swordsman who set the top record since last year's draft. Right after her, Leon Dragonia appears, and Dae-sung is shocked to see him again. He always knew MC. After greeting them, he steps forward and speaks to the group. He wastes no time, saying he called them here to find soldiers for his guild, Pantheon. Anyone who proves themselves and passes the training can join his army. Dae-sung is stunned. Leon isn't just recruiting guild members, he's building a real military force. Then the protagonist announces the entry test. They have to clear the Yellow Gate at Samjeon Station. That shocks the hunters, since most of them see it as a suicide mission. Honestly, that reaction makes sense. A gate's color shows how dangerous it is, with black, red, and orange at the top. After that come yellow, green, and blue. Dae-sung remembers his first test was a blue gate at Seoul Station, so for Seathal and D-rank hunters, a yellow gate is basically a death sentence. Baldy tries to settle everyone down, telling the low-rank hunters they can survive this test. Still upset, people start leaving. Most just want to go sleep after what feels like a total waste of time. Before long, almost everyone is gone, leaving only a handful behind. Leon points at the guy with the afro and asks why he stayed. Nervous, the man stammers that he figured there had to be a reason for all this. Some stayed without a clear reason, and others stayed because of their friends. Then MC turns to Dae-sung and asks him the same thing. Since the guild is led by an S-rank hunter, Dae-sung wants to grab this chance. He blurts out that he stayed because he trusts Leon won't let anyone die. He likes that answer. He repeats that he's gathering soldiers, and says their job is to follow a knight's orders without hesitation. He wants them to trust a knight's honor and strength. Sweating hard, Dae-sung listens to what Leon wants. Absolute obedience to him. The protagonist tells everyone to prepare, because they're entering the gate soon. At the Yellow Gate in Samjeon Station, the recruits are all wearing heavy high-grade gear. Dae-sung realizes the armor is rare rank, way beyond what C to A or D rank hunters could ever buy. What shocks Do-han even more is Leon walking in with no armor at all. Dae-sung asks Hari if MC ever wears any. She casually says his skin is tougher than armor. That only confuses Dae-sung more, but one thing is clear, Leon is just absurdly strong. Then the protagonist starts the test by cutting an ogre's head off in one swing. The recruits are left speechless. MC shouts that these monsters aren't honorable warriors, they're insects, and they deserve to die like insects. Hari leads the recruits in, thinking the battle would just be out in the open. They're told to act as mercenaries from the outer territory, and choose one side in a tribal war. Dae-sung figures this is some kind of NPC support quest, and quietly asks Do-han which side would be easier to deal with. Then a pack of monsters suddenly rolls in on boards and surrounds Leon's group. They demand to know who dared enter the Battleaxe tribe's land. That wording clearly irritates him. Hari, knowing how short his temper is, watches closely while Yappy asks if they should move. The protagonist forces himself to stay calm. and tells Yapi to do as they please. Hari then steps forward and says they're mercenaries willing to help for a reward. The monsters decide these must be the outsiders their leader warned them about. When Hari sees how angry Leon looks, he knows this won't end peacefully, even as the tribe tells them to follow. Soon they meet Karta Karik, chief of the Battle Axe tribe, who takes one look at MC's group and sees only weaklings. Karta says they need help in a large war, calls it a chance for an honorable death, and says the winner takes everything. But he has heard enough, and rage starts pouring off him. He mocks the idea of beasts like them talking about honor. That instantly enrages Karta, but before he can do anything, Leon cuts his head off. The protagonist roars that orcs are bugs meant to be crushed, making his hatred painfully clear. Standing over the corpse, he calls this justice, as the orc slayer and a living legend. The rest of the Battle Axe tribe, seeing their chief die, rush in screaming for revenge. Dari Sung and the others go on full alert, but Leon, still furious, orders his soldiers to raise shields, form a circle, and hold the line. They obey at once, and while Dai Sung panics over how D-rank hunters can fight real orcs, he somehow blocks an attack himself, which shocks him. A blue window appears, giving Dae Sung Lionheart's aura buffs: stronger defense, fortification, wide reinforcement, bravery, lighter armor, thick skin, and more. It also gives a 50% chance to inflict casualties on orcs by throwing them into panic and despair. Dae Sung can't believe he's getting blessings like Knight's Blessing, Dragon Slayer's Honor, and the Grail Guardian title, even if some effects won't work because the Legion is still low level. Even so, he's thrilled. Leon orders the troops to clean out the trash and strike at the right moment. The soldiers charge in and start stabbing down orcs like veterans. Then MC spots a group of orcs praying to warrior gods, and that pushes him past his limit. Furious, he orders their heads cut off for daring to insult the gods. He mounts his stallion and tramples orcs under its hooves, then draws two blades and tears through the battlefield. Soon, not a single orc is left standing. Leon lifts his sword and declares victory, and the soldiers cheer with him. But Hari cuts in and asks why he wiped the orcs out like that. With a hard look, the protagonist bluntly says helping orcs is nonsense. He'd rather die than aid those green beasts. He says they don't deserve even basic respect. Grinding his teeth, Leon makes it clear he sees them as beneath real people, and says their savage nature can't be compared to the courage of true knights. From that look alone, Hari realizes MC is deeply racist against orcs. Hari pushes back, saying there have to be some good orcs somewhere. He shuts that down at once. The only good orc is a dead one. When the gates opened on Earth, many orcs crossed over alive, and humans actually welcomed them. But the orcs answered with violence, joining demonic humans to slaughter people like bugs. From that point on, orcs became one of Earth's biggest threats. Later, Yapi arrives and says that if he handles this right, they might wipe them out completely. Leon and Hari, wearing odd head covers to hide their hair color, leave the matter to Yapi. Yapi quickly reports that the core uploader is at 99% capacity. He immediately throws it into the pool, which Hari thinks looks disturbingly like poop. Hari asks if dumping radioactive material into the river to kill orcs really fits a knight's honor. Leon smirks and says this isn't a war or a proper battle, it's simply what must be done to kill beasts. Hari can practically feel the racism coming off him, and judges him hard for it. The protagonist doubles down, saying again that a good orc is a dead orc, and nothing will ever change his mind. Meanwhile, the orcs go mad and start stabbing each other. Groktard smashes Galdan's skull, and his clan praises him, saying the warrior god will welcome him into the endless fighting grounds. They even raise drinks to celebrate, mumbling about Groktar enjoying his win. Then a giant orc drinks from the river, but instantly feels something wrong. The water prickles and itches. He blames the blood in the river, not knowing the truth. A second later, he drops clutching his chest and screams for a witch doctor. He isn't the only one. Other orcs start collapsing too. None of them has ever seen a poison or curse like this. Then Leon appears, calls this his kind of honor, and blasts the orc into the air, finishing off the rest. As the next command goes out to kill them all, a huge force of soldiers storms the area and wipes out the surviving orcs. Right on time, the Battle Axe tribe is erased from the Great Plains. That makes the entire orc race an enemy of every soldier there. The new order is simple: kill every orc in the hidden quest field. Leon is delighted to get an even better quest. And just as he starts to raise his troops with a speech on justice and honor, an orc suddenly speaks. It accuses MC of poisoning the river. The orc calls him a coward for still pretending to be a warrior. Leon is stunned that a beast would dare speak of honor at all. The sight disgusts him so much he wants to tear out his eyes, but instead he tells the orc to kill itself. That sends the orc into a frenzy. A muddy aura bursts out as it screams that Groktar will never forgive him. The protagonist notices chains on the orc, and that catches his attention. He moves to strike, but he's too late. The orc raises Groktar's body as a sacrifice, and glowing strings wrap around him. He gains Groktar's right eye and right arm. At that very moment, a hidden quest appears. Now Leon and his party have a new goal: eliminate Gokrok, the enchantment god orc. MC now faces a bizarre new threat, as Groktar's eye seems bent on killing him. It fires a laser-like attack that covers everything in smoke, The eye speaks, saying a being like Groktar is protecting Leon, and asks what god he serves. That question makes him absolutely furious. With an angry roar, he activates his divine law, blessing of the arrow shield, and charges, demanding to know how a beast like Gokrak dares compare himself to a god, just because he's captain of a pack of monsters. The protagonist surges forward, every muscle burning, done listening to this nonsense. Using the great eye, Gokrak swings a crushing fist at Leon, but MC cuts straight through the hand with one slash. Gokrak screams in pain. Shocked, he can't understand why it hurts when his original body wasn't even damaged. Then he realizes Leon is holding the Holy Sword of Radiance, and is the Orc Executioner and a Demon Slayer. Gokrak remembers him as the only survivor of that nightmare world, and fear hits him hard. He decides to fall back for now. Before leaving his summoner behind, he curses the protagonist, and swears the orc will pay for this stupid move. Leon watches Gokrak run, thinking that's about all a god can do when he's stuck with worthless followers. The orc now looks, but he still wants revenge for his fallen comrades. Leon is done hearing it, and cuts the orc's head off at once. To him, beasts like that don't deserve to live. Once every hidden quest is cleared, everyone gets the titles, Orc Hunter, and War Knight's Men-at-Arms. Orc Hunter raises damage by 30%, and fighting with a War Knight gives 20% more physical resistance, a perk usually meant for tankers. Daesung and the others are shocked by the new system rewards. Then he loudly orders everyone to collect the spoils, since loot belongs to the winners. The soldiers rush off to gather great rank and advanced warrior gear, plus anything the witch doctors left behind. In the middle of it all, Hari asks what to do with Gokrak's severed arm, the one from the so-called god orc witch doctor. Just then, Yappy plays a message from Hedo. It warns them that the cut-off arm is giving off a huge wave of mana. Hititi tells Leon to use the Holy Grail to drain it all, saying it will reward him with power. The protagonist doesn't hesitate. He points the shining cup at the massive arm, and drains every bit of mana from it. Once it's absorbed, Leon feels a divine energy much like his own, and realizes this god truly enjoys the beast's worship. But that same god's hatred for other races disgusts MC, making him want to wipe that evil out for good. Then Ariana appears, drawn in more easily by the beast's mana. She says that power can help restore a sacred item, and Pedos wants to use it on the Holy Sword. Ariana tells Leon to choose from the 4 options. After thinking it over, he picks the Holy Grail. The Holy Sword is already strong enough. His choice is accepted, and the Holy Grail grows stronger. A moment later, Hari runs up to the protagonist, excited to show him something. The only problem is, she has no idea where Yappy went. Then a sudden uproar pulls Leon's attention away. He finds Yappy fully alert, already tying someone up. The man panics as soldiers close in on him, bound so tightly he can barely move. He's even shouting at Yugspinner for trapping him in ropes. MC soon walks over and the man instantly claims Yappy attacked him. Leon warns him that if he talks about Yappy the wrong way again, he'll lose his tongue. That threat leaves the man speechless. Then Yugspinner exposes him as a loot thief, though the man keeps whining that it's all a misunderstanding. He isn't buying it, and has Hari inspect his things. With a cold, judging look, Hari searches his stuff and finds the great orc warrior's heart, the most valuable drop from the orc gate. She asks why he keeps calling it a misunderstanding, when loot theft is a major crime. Leon ignores every excuse and cuts off the man's arm. He says his law doesn't follow this world's common sense. In the Lionheart King's army, this is how justice works. Then he asks if anyone else wants to object before he settles the matter for good. His rule is simple: steal, and you lose your hand. That's the law of the Lionheart Kingdom. People from modern Earth think Leon's rules are hard to accept, but the buffs and rewards he gives are far too good to ignore. And since this gate is basically lawless, many side with the protagonist, believing his harsh rules will keep things fair. Just then, God Daisung respectfully asks MC to let the thief take his arm back and reattach it. He says that would ruin the point of the punishment. Daisung still argues that they come from different worlds, and since the rule was only made clear now, blaming the thief feels unfair. He asks Leon to give the man one chance. The protagonist decides that's a fair request. He tells the thief to be grateful. He has a comrade willing to speak up for him. Then MC pours water from the Holy Grail onto the severed arm, and it grows back right away. Seeing that miracle, Daesung realizes an S rank might be able to reattach a cut arm, but fully regrowing one is on another level. Leon's power and healing are way beyond S rank. Daesung can't help wondering if one person should even be able to do this. He, still disgusted by the thief, tells him to get out of his sight. For now, the protagonist lets him go out of respect for this world's laws, but makes it clear the man has no more rights here. Crying, the thief thanks him for the second chance. MC then says anyone who wants to stay can join his army, and anyone who doesn't can take their share of the loot and leave. After thinking it over, many choose to stay instead of walking away. Daesung is one of them. Seeing their promise, Leon gets ready to begin their training. He tells everyone to take their loot. They're moving out. The soldiers are thrilled, while Hari asks him what he plans to do next. The protagonist says he's starting with physical training. Later, under the blazing sun at the Pantheon, the group gathers near a building. Do-han asks if Do-han-sung really went into a gate, and Do-han-sung admits he just wanted to do something. Do-han tells him he should rest sometimes too, and their small talk goes on, until Hari cuts in and announces Leon Dragonia and Sir Jagged Spinner have arrived. When MC steps in, he congratulates those who passed the simple test. He admits there's a gap between them, but says hard work can fix that. Daesung is stunned that he calls the orc test simple. The protagonist goes on to say they've already faced all kinds of trouble, and from here on their bodies will matter most. So he declares the start of brutal physical training based on his kingdom's standing army manual. The group starts wondering whether this will be normal boot camp or something much worse. Leon begins right away, saying body training means muscle training. Once the muscles are forged, the body can go past its normal limits. He proudly explains that the standing MC adds that Sir Gretus believed people grow stronger by getting beaten more. That statement alone is enough to make the new soldiers lose their minds. Leon shouts that a kingdom's soldiers must be trained harder than farmers. And those words led to the most effective training method. By tearing down the body and building it back up, it heals faster and sharpens the eyes to dodge future hits. Just hearing that makes everyone's stomach drop. Then he gives the order for them to start hitting each other. He actually tells them to beat each other down until their muscles tear and their fists break. He even says broken bones are fine, and Daesung shouts that this insanity will ruin their bodies forever. That's when Leon Dragunov pulls out the Holy Grail and reveals that he is its guardian. Then Do-han tells Daesung his wounds are already gone, and the protagonist explains that every fighter will be healed by the Holy Grail. Its water can restore muscle and even regrow bone. Without another word, Leon sets a 5-hour timer and orders everyone to break whatever they can. No teams, no allies, just a wild brawl with fists and kicks coming from all sides. And if even one person is still unhurt after 5 hours, MC says he'll beat that person himself. After saying that, he leaves Yopi in charge and walks off. The soldiers are stunned when they realize this training manual is basically one huge group beating. A few let out shaky laughs, trying to hide how scared they are. Then out of nowhere, Sir Jagged Spinner fires a laser blast to scare them into moving. The message is clear: start fighting. He also warns that the armed forces will step in if they disobey Leon. So the soldiers jump into the chaos at once, throwing heavy kicks and brutal punches everywhere. Even hurt, they keep trying to smash each other just to survive the training. In the middle of the madness, Daesung can only stare, thinking everyone has gone crazy. Then someone suddenly punches him in the face, and he gets a real taste of what life under Leon will be like. At 9 in the morning, they begin Gretus's standing army training, the Steel Skin Project. At noon, lunch is nothing but water, salt, and sugar, handed out by him, Hari, and Yopi. The soldiers are horrified, but the manual says it's just enough to keep them alive through the training. Real meals come later, once they're close to becoming true soldiers. At 1 in the afternoon, tactical training begins, where teams of 5 must stop Leon as he charges them on horseback. By 9 at night, all they can do is sleep and recover. Daesung feels like the whole routine came straight from hell. Thankfully, Hari's calm care helps keep things from falling apart. Even so, the hunters still don't realize this was part of Leon's plan all along as they sit and eat. Later, Daesung resumes training in the field, full of fresh determination. As he starts wearing out, he notices the heavy shield and sword are making his swings clumsy. His form feels stiff, so he switches to thrusting since it's easier. The protagonist suddenly appears and tells him he's doing it wrong, ordering him to fix his stance and stab again. Daesung adjusts and tries once more, but Leon still isn't satisfied. After a few more tries, MC points out that Daesung drops his shield every time he thrusts, leaving himself exposed. He also reminds him to guard his ally's right shoulder. He warns him not to lower the shield so far that it blocks his own sight. When Daesung asks why, the protagonist explains that a badly held shield creates an opening monsters can exploit. Daesung carefully asks if MC's plan is simple. Soldiers pin the enemy with shields, then knights rush in to finish the job. MC answers with just 2 words: hammer and anvil. That's the strategy, and he's not arguing about it. Daesung still isn't sure, and points out that a tactic like that might fail against monsters. That clearly annoys him. He snaps, asking if Daesung really thinks he needs lessons on fighting creatures from another world. Feeling the pressure, Daesung quickly drops it. The protagonist makes it plain, he's fought these kinds of monsters more times than he can count in his own world. Compared to what he's seen, the ones here are basically harmless pets. He's dealt with giant monsters before. Leon goes on to stress that hunters need many ways to fight if they want to survive all the different monsters out there. Daesung realizes staying alive means learning how to adjust when things go wrong, and that only comes from real battle experience. After decades of war in service to a goddess, MC carries the kind of winning spirit that can turn any battlefield in his favor, no matter what weapon he's holding. That's why he's using this chance to shape the soldiers into balanced fighters, something they need if they truly want to become knights. Leon says survival starts with being exceptional at least one skill. Still, Daesung wants more than just one strength. When he asks, Daesung admits a peasant like him never thought he could become a belle. The protagonist cuts him off at once. He says a knight isn't defined by birth or noble blood. A knight is someone who accepts a hard road for a noble purpose. A knight protects others, stands for what is right, and keeps moving forward no matter the cost. They swear lasting loyalty to the goddess and the people, so anyone can become a knight if they have the courage and heart to carry that vow. Leon adds that he'd respect anyone with that kind of resolve. For Daesung, some of that old prejudice starts to fade, and becoming a knight finally feels possible. Meanwhile, at the United States Magic Tower, Master Reynold is glad to see the ancient crystal working again. Like always, it asks for offerings in return for wisdom and truth, but Reynold notices its voice sounds slightly different this time. Then the crystal makes a strange request: put a space jump spell on it, so it can launch itself into space if things go bad. That's when it admits how badly it wants to stay away from Leon. It even says it never would have appeared if it knew MC was involved. Angry and hungry for revenge, the crystal starts planning his fall. It insists now is the perfect time to strike, while he has no army with him. It urges Reynold to enter the same gate the protagonist did, hoping Leon dies in there for good. Next is the Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony, where MC plans to raid a yellow gate using only trainee soldiers. Hari and Yappy won't be joining the raid, so Chief Jin-So Kim has to manage things inside. With Chief Jin-So Kim beside him, he speaks to the soldiers who survived the last month of brutal training. Now they have to prove themselves in a real test. Usually fighters like them aren't allowed into yellow gates, but Leon throws them straight in, forcing them to learn what it means to serve under the Lionheart King. He tells them they will serve the divinity inside the gate. Then, in a commanding voice, he orders Pantheon to move out immediately. The protagonist Dragonia Lionheart enters the gate with 49 average D-rank hunters and 1 Hunter Association observer. At the same time, Hari tells Yappy not to worry. If Leon is there, things should be fine. But Yappy feels that something is wrong. It points out the numbers don't match. Counting the observer, the trainees and King the 1100th, there should be 51 people. Hari doesn't understand until Yappy explains. 52 people just entered the gate. That leaves her stunned. After spotting the anomaly, Yappy's emergency protocol kicks in, and it fires itself into the gate. Hari rushes after it, but the gate closes before she can get through. She slams into the barrier and drops to the ground. Then Hari and the others see the gate's mana begin to shake, and its color shifts toward red. That sudden change is enough to alarm everyone. Inside, the situation is a nightmare. Demons are everywhere. Leon immediately orders the soldiers to raise their shields. Without hesitation, he calls for Lionheart's testudo formation and commands them to advance. Chief Jin-So Kim can hardly believe it. They're moving deeper into a demon gate, instead of retreating. Then, he notices something even stranger. None of the soldiers look afraid. He checks the effect of Lionheart's aura and is shocked. The buff is far beyond commander level, and it's covering the whole group. A pack of demons charges at the testudo formation. Leon shouts for shields up, and the soldiers stop the attack cleanly. Jin-So Kim is deeply shaken watching these trainees hold back demons through sheer grit. He can't help wondering what kind of hell they trained through these last 4 weeks. Then Leon orders them forward, drive the enemy back and counterattack, hit every opening and never let the demons recover. The soldiers obey without hesitation, taking control of the fight and pushing ahead. Then Jin-So Kim spots a demon troll and shouts a warning. He panics, sure they're finished, since that monster usually needs an A-rank hunter. But Squad 3 Captain Gu Daesung steps in and blocks the troll's attack, brushing it off compared to the hits Leon trained him to endure. Jin-So Kim is stunned that his soldiers can take a blow like that and stay standing. The demon troll flies into a rage, but Yappy arrives just in time and pierces straight through it, killing it on the spot. Caught off guard by Yappy's sudden arrival, Leon quickly praises the solid block that opened the chance to bring the beast down. The other demons freeze in shock as their strongest fighter dies instead of being reverse summoned. That breaks their nerve, and the demons start fleeing. The humans are just as shocked to see demons running away for once, and they realize they've actually won. Everyone starts praising Leon's squad for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from ruin. Then they learn the true mission: stop the Demon King's invasion within 1 week. That revelation rattles the soldiers, because a yellow gate shouldn't work like this. Then the protagonist's subordinate drops worse news. The yellow gate they came through is gone. MC keeps everyone steady, even when Yappy reports a foreign invasion. Wanting answers, Leon turns to Daesung, who explains that they're trapped in a fluctuating gate. In a place like this, the gate's difficulty can jump without warning, and there is no clear exit until it's fully cleared. Hearing that, he starts to think this may not be an accident. Even so, he decides to keep raiding the gate. Daesung warns they could face demon kings, but Leon reminds them he is the king of Lionheart, a man who has already killed 2 demon kings and over 30 great demons. Just hearing how much anti-demon power the protagonist carries raises everyone's spirits and calms them down. Still, MC quietly wonders if he has enough divinity left to beat another demon king. But as a knight, he knows he must remain the hope everyone can lean on. Elsewhere, the crystal lets out a warped laugh, mocking Leon for growing weak like an ordinary human. Reynold asks if it's time for his descent, but the crystal cuts him off. It reveals that the demons of mating desires have spent 100 years creating something made specifically to kill him for good. So the Sparrow Kingdom, a peaceful land proud of more than 1,000 years of history, was suddenly pushed to the edge. The demons invaded again and again without stopping. In the end, only the palace remained, and a few survivors clung to their last bit of hope. Tiansung explains that every gate has its own theme and setting, but this one also has a time limit. Normally dungeon breaks happen when monsters are left alone too long, but in timed quests, the gate closes once certain conditions are met. Even so, Leon changes his mind and asks Jinsu for permission to let him and Yappy step in. Jinsu Kim stays calm and approves, saying the president already prepared for the worst-case outcome. Leon also brings up hidden quests, which shocks Daisong. When asked why, the protagonist plainly says he wants to kill the Demon King. Later, MC notices the demonic energy from the demon troll is too weak to keep a proper link with Pantheon. A moment later, Ariana checks on her favorite knight and asks if he sensed it too. He says yes, there's a different kind of energy inside the gate. Ariana explains that because he's still alive, the eerie power hasn't hit too hard yet, but it has already begun spreading through the world. She says the force is overwhelming, so much that even she missed it at first. Her guess is a Demon King level power, maybe even at Lord class, though the source strangely feels weaker than it should. Ariana also passes along a message from one of Pantheon's gods. Pleo wants to inspect this world, likely because something is wrong. Ariana asks for the energy needed to descend, and Leon already understands what he has to do. The carriage reaches the palace, where head butler Farco greets King the protagonist and his attendants. He's ready to serve them as best he can. Inside, Leon praises the king's taste in art. Farco explains that Sparrow Palace shows the kingdom's long history, starting with its first queen Fiora, and leading all the way to the current queen Beatrice. Dohan realizes the kingdom is a matriarchal society, ruled only by its queen. MC spins around and shoots Daisong and Dohan a hard stare. He warns them not to gossip about royalty. Then he apologizes to Farco, saying the emergency forced him to bring a couple of rude fools. Farco stays polite and guides them to the audience chamber. There, the queen is waiting eagerly. Once inside, Leon keeps a serious face and walks straight ahead. Everyone's watching him. Chancellor Duke Archeum speaks first, asking if he helped in the war against the demons. He quickly presents the protagonist as a knight because of what he did in the last battle. Leon cuts him off and goes straight to the queen instead. An old man suddenly steps in and blocks his path. He says MC's deeds don't matter. An outsider still has no right to approach the queen. Daesung, Jinso Kim, and Dohan watch the chancellor bark at him and wonder if he's about to snap. And honestly, the protagonist is barely holding back. So he faces the queen and boldly names himself MC Dragonia, King of Lionheart. The chancellor sees that as open disrespect. He instantly orders Leon arrested. He moves first. He grabs the Duke by the neck and twists it with pure disgust. The move drops Duke Archeum to his knees. The armored old man gets furious and demands an explanation. Daesung can tell Leon is one step from exploding. At the same time, the queen's guards pull their swords on him. The protagonist glares at the Duke and asks how long he plans to keep acting, like the King of Lionheart wouldn't see through him. In that instant, MC catches the foul scent of a demon on the Duke. The Duke answers with a twisted smile. Then his skin starts peeling away. His real form is finally exposed, and he's not the only one. Others rip off their human disguises too. The whole court freezes in horror. Leon barks at them to calm down and get control of themselves. Then he orders his team to form up an attack. With just his fingertips, he catches a blade in midair and cuts the demon down in one clean strike. The old man is stunned. He can't believe demons were hidden in the castle this whole time. Meanwhile, the demons throw the room into panic. The old man finally joins the fight and cuts them down, shouting that demons have breached the castle. He orders everyone to make sure none escape alive. After several minutes of fighting, the area is finally secured. Leon turns back to the queen, but the old man blocks him again. He says his loyalty belongs only to the queen. He doesn't care. He pushes past him and knocks the blade aside like it's nothing. As a king like their queen, Leon says he has every right to judge the situation and tells the old man to know his place. At last, the old warrior admits the queen isn't fit to rule right now. So with the chancellor gone, authority falls to him. The protagonist accepts that without argument. Then he explains that dark energy has spread deep through the castle, and the cleansing must happen sooner than planned. When they question him, Leon gives one answer. A king does not lie. He demands control of the soldiers and the right to destroy the evil while the queen cannot act. Later, in the Sparrow Kingdom's central square, Leon gathers the shaken survivors and tells them he's now the one in charge. Introducing himself as MC Dragonia, Lionheart, he warns that many of them are already possessed. The demons were planning an uprising and slipped into the castle to set it off. He says he can sense the possessed ones, and he proves it by pulling 2 people from the crowd and issuing a challenge. Anyone who claims they aren't evil, corrupted, or hiding something demonic must walk through the flames to prove it. To show he's serious, Lehan throws the 2 in himself. The crowd is stunned. The young soldier burns up, but the girl stands in the fire unharmed. Leon explains that sacred fire burns only the truly wicked. He thanks Patos, god of war and fire, and tells the people to praise his name as they pass through the flames and prove they're clean. When the crowd hesitates, the protagonist snaps and orders them into the fire, warning that if they're corrupted, he'll cut them down himself. In a panic, the people rush into the flames, exposing the demons hiding among them. The demons snarl that Leon won't die easy. They badly misread his temper. MC erupts, raging at the parasites for feeding on human hearts and posing as soldiers. He won't let that pass. Burning with anger, he swears they'll scream before this ends. That's when the demons realize they chose the worst possible enemy. Their whole infiltration plan collapses and burns. From the side, Reynold watches everything. Even Crystal admits Leon is terrifying. Later, the protagonist stands before the people of the Sparrow Kingdom, with a savage demon tied beside him, telling them not to be afraid. As long as he's here, no evil thing will touch them. He explains that demons twist the minds of good people. A boar-faced demon suddenly laughs, and says nothing can stop their ruin and corruption, but Leon silences him by chopping off his head. He continues, saying that when people give in to fear and temptation, evil spreads fast. That leads to hunger, sickness, delayed marriages, gambling ruin, and broken homes. The demon tries to whine that it wasn't his fault, but MC cuts him off before he can finish. The people's anger explodes as they realize demons caused so much of their suffering. When the demon tries to interrupt again, Leon flicks its forehead like a hammer strike. He says demons slip misfortune into human lives, bringing pain, loss, and suffering. Then he eases their fear, revealing that Patos, god of war and fire, gave him divine flames. Leon suddenly calls a red-haired boy out of the crowd and tells him to take the flame. He orders the boy to punish the demon for its sins. The kid hesitates, and he sharply asks if he actually pities a demon. The boy fires back that demons killed his father. The demon threatens him, swearing it'll haunt him forever if he touches it. The protagonist shuts it up with a hard smack, and the red-haired boy swings the fiery weapon. The blow sets the demon's head on fire. Those pitiful threats only make Leon angrier, and he roars for the demon to keep its mouth shut. Later, Baltars, the demon of pleasure and corruption, is tied up in a cell. He knows he spent 34 years corrupting and tormenting humans, but never imagined ending up here. Then Yappy appears, and Baltars panics, realizing he can't corrupt a machine. Yappy demands answers, but Baltars only laughs and mocks him. With no time to spare, Yappy declares Captive 14 uncooperative. Right away, soldiers step in. Baltars isn't afraid of death, but the second they bring out holy water at 15% strength, he starts shaking. Seeing that reaction, Yappy decides the holy water may be the key, and splashes a large amount on Baltars' face. It burns him so badly, it looks like his soul is leaving his body. Even while Baltars screams, Yappy repeats that he is still uncooperative. No matter how much the demon begs and claims he knows nothing, more rounds of holy water follow. At last, Yappy gets results. Captive 14 spills a 30,000 character report, while the first 13 captives averaged around 39,000. Even so, Yappy is sure Baltars is still hiding something. Baltars snaps that the dumb machine isn't dealing with a mind reader, and he has no idea what the others confessed. Yappy makes one thing clear: the only reason the prisoner is still alive is to give useful information. That lands hard on Baltars. He quickly changes his attitude and asks what Yappy. Later, the intel from 32 different beings shows a shocking match rate of over 89%. Leon praises Jagged Spinner and says the Song of Justice is beautiful. Then his mood suddenly changes. His heart pounds with rage and he explodes, saying he can't stand sharing air with evil creatures living on human land. When asked, Yappy answers plainly, their kind should be erased without hesitation. Leon fully agrees. Since neither the demigod nor the machine gets tired, they begin a late-night mission that marks the start of the 4 brutal nights of cleansing. Purple smoke and energy burst out around Reynold Sherman as he holds the Crystal of Temptation, once called the Jewel of the World. A few prostitutes are nearby, and the crystal quickly warns Reynold to stay careful. Places like this can corrupt a mortal fast. Reynold listens and keeps himself under control. Then he encounters a 6-armed figure radiating pure terror. The sudden pressure in the air nearly overwhelms Reynold, and the crystal warns him not to look at the crown. Soon, Reynold comes face to face with Androgyne, the great demon of pleasure and corruption, a creature with no sense and no spine. This goblin, drunk on sudden success, gets an offer so tempting, even the crystal can't ignore it. The demon beast completely loses its mind over the proposal, roaring in anger. It reminds the crystal that their lord and the great demons are already dead, and that the crystal is nowhere near Androzyne's level. Androzyne tells it to drop the pride. He's sure the crystal's lord died in the Great Ascension 180 years ago, just like his own, and the crystal knows how brutal that time was. 180 years ago, the 5 evils joined forces for the first time to conquer the world. It blew up in their faces and became a disaster, ending with 3 demon lords dying horribly. Now, even the demons who still remember that time are terrified of Leon. Clothes torn and fury boiling over, MC charges ahead like a wild beast out for payback. That alone is enough to make the demons panic. More than 10 million demons were slaughtered. The crystal admits it's one of the rare few that survived that paradise-like place. Androgen asks if the crystal really knows what happened back then, and it snaps back, calling him a slave to his urges, and bringing up the offer he couldn't refuse. The beast growls and tells him to say it already so he can bury that bastard. The crystal mentions Androgena's latest command from the most honored great demon. Androgena says it's nearly done, and even if she's still hanging on, she's only human. To him, the end is coming for sure. Later, the crystal tells Reynold this is the best plan they have. It gives Androgen a 70% chance to win, with Leon sitting at 30. Shocked, Reynold asks if that means the crystal could beat an S-rank mage in a direct fight, but the crystal doesn't want to fight. Instead, it heads for the corpse harvesters near the palace forest. They're known for crushing attack power. When they arrive, Reynold runs into one that acts like a mindless zombie. Sir Jagged Spinner kills it instantly, scaring both Reynold and the crystal. Yappy reports that more are hiding nearby. The crystal quickly turns invisible just before Leon arrives. Reynold can't believe he got that close without making a sound. He figures it's the Grail Knight's law of silence, the power that erases even the noise of horses, and likely helped the protagonist wipe out the forest demons. Then Leon says he can feel an unwanted presence. It's only inches away, and Reynold starts panicking. At that moment, Sir Yappy reports that a satellite spotted the target, and says more enemies are still out there. MC ignores everything else, and rushes off at once. Reynold drops to the ground, gasping after that close call. Later, he bathes while thinking over the demons of pleasure and corruption. To him, they're just twisted perverts chasing sick desires. What bothers him more is this. So many of them, even strong and elite ones, got inside the palace. That makes him sure the great demon is hiding there. Then a woman's voice suddenly comments on the nasty smell of blood. It catches Leon by surprise. She gently tells him he should rest. The woman standing before the protagonist has a presence that's hard to ignore. Her beauty draws attention without trying. People lower their guard around her without even noticing. Leon realizes she's not just beautiful. She's dangerously charming, the kind who pulls people in before they know what's happening. She introduces herself as Beatrice. Beatrice Aligier Sparrow, queen of a small kingdom. MC answers with his own name and title, the King of Lionheart. Right then he understands how dangerous her presence is. She may not mean harm, but even he didn't notice her influence at first. Beatrice tells him not to be so tense. She's only here to meet the man who saved her kingdom. Even so, Leon knows this meeting feels wrong. The timing, the place, none of it fits a queen visiting him like this. Then Beatrice quietly reveals that she's under watch. The general and his knights act like they're serving her, but they're really keeping her trapped and watching everything she does. The protagonist struggles to believe it, since the general never seemed like a traitor. But Beatrice sounds desperate, and says there's no time to explain. Then she asks Leon for a favor, kill the general and his knights. In return, she'll hand over the whole kingdom. She also tells him to check the castle's underground floors, hinting that something important is hidden there. That leaves MC even more uneasy, and he decides to look into it. He learns the general is hiding below ground. That night, the general suddenly knocks and walks into the protagonist's room, apologizing for disturbing him so late. Leon rebukes him for entering a king's room unannounced, but the general says it's urgent. Later, MC mentions that he met the queen, waiting to see how he reacts. The general stays calm and says Beatrice often wanders around at night. Leon gets irritated and points out how reckless that is with demons everywhere. The general calmly claims demons don't attack at night, but he knows that's false. Demons have never cared about day or night, and that makes his suspicion grow. The general's calm denial only makes the protagonist trust him less. It feels like the man knows far more than he's admitting. The general quietly leaves, but the whole thing feels wrong. The queen said she was being held prisoner, yet the general acts like nothing is happening. His reaction doesn't match her story, and Leon becomes sure this castle is hiding something. To find the truth, MC decides to search the underground levels himself. At the same time, Sir Spinny appears at the window behind him. He asks for his help. Outside the castle, things get worse as dark forces gather by the walls, loud and ready to strike. Their leader promises rewards to whoever breaks through first. The horde howls and charges, hungry to destroy, spread pain and taint everything in its path. Then a spear suddenly cuts through the air, fast, sharp, and filled with Leon's rage. As it flies, everyone feels its power and the fear behind it. After that, the protagonist appears, burning with anger, and stares at the creatures around him like they're too foolish to understand life or death. He wonders how beings that have never faced death could ever grasp the lesson he's about to teach. To him, they're insects ruled by instinct and desire. Leon declares himself the King of Lionheart and swears to show them the evil of this world. As a representative of the Pantheon, he believes it's his duty to teach them the value of life, something they clearly don't understand. His rage keeps rising, as he says fear will now become part of their world. They'll face the terror in their own souls, and feel a kind of fear they've never known. From where he stands, MC has decided these filthy souls are finally going to learn. General Ricardo appears out of nowhere, right in the middle of the battle. Someone nearby wonders why he'd come now, before the fight is even finished. Ricardo doesn't seem concerned. He trusts the outsider to handle it and focuses on something else, the seal, asking if it's still holding. The answer is yes. Ricardo stays calm and says they only need a little more patience. Soon the anger and suffering built up over 100 years will finally end. As Ricardo speaks, Sir Spinay watches from above, carrying a heavy look that hints at what's coming. The monsters are marched along in a line with their hands tied like cuffs. One of them stumbles and falls. A soldier warns him to watch it, showing how weak he's become. Nearby, a girl among the captives edges closer to the hunter. Her hands are tied too, but the look in her eyes is different. She leans in softly and asks him to untie her, acting sweet and innocent. Then her tone shifts. If he helps her, she'll reward him. She's clearly trying to seduce him. The moment she makes her move, a strange force spreads through the air, and corruption resistance activates. Everything changes at once. The hunter, realizing the truth, the soldier steps back, thinking he almost fell for it. His voice shakes as he wonders how that demon power failed so fast. He had nearly controlled the hunter by turning into a tempting girl, and now he can't understand why it didn't work. While the monster panics, Leon arrives and demands to know who caused the trouble, and the soldier immediately points at the monster. He curses him on the spot, accusing him of trying to seduce one of his soldiers with that body. The monster begs to be spared, but Leon cuts him off, saying someone that filthy has no right to speak. Even as the monster keeps apologizing, the protagonist shows no mercy. He says he doesn't need excuses, and makes it clear the creature means nothing to him. The other monsters are stunned. They realize MC is even scarier than a demon. One soldier tells him something feels wrong. They won the battle, but the mood is strangely dead. Instead of cheering, the people seem distant and empty, like the victory means almost nothing. He explains that even a weak demon can seduce a human and corrupt them. A war against demons never truly ends. It only changes shape. That's why only the strongest, the ones who know the cost, can feel any joy after winning. That's the truth of demon war, endless and exhausting. To keep that fear alive, an order is given. The citizens themselves must hang the demons. They need to watch their enemies die with their own eyes, so they understand the danger. The order is accepted at once. Leon and his men return victorious, but a massive castle in the distance stops them cold. It feels wrong, like it should not be there. The protagonist reminds them, no one is waiting to celebrate their return. As they near the entrance, the mood grows tense. At the gate, 2 guards block the way at once. Their meaning is clear. No one enters, not even heroes coming back from war. After smashing through the gate, Leon marches his soldiers inside without a pause. The broken doors crash behind them as they head deeper in. With every hall, the silence feels worse. The farther they go, the more MC feels something important is being hidden here, something meant to stay buried. Then someone suddenly calls out for the others to come look, and what they find stops everyone. Beneath the castle, they uncover a hidden chamber, something none of them expected. Leon points to a bed set right in the middle. This is more than a room. It is clearly a secret being kept. He wonders if this is the truth the queen once hinted at. Everything here was meant to stay out of sight, so he steps in to find out for himself. Inside, they see someone lying on the bed. It is a woman, resting in total silence, and the moment feels far too important to ignore. There is something unnatural about her, and a dark energy hangs around her. For a second, some of the soldiers get pulled in and stare too long. Leon catches it right away, and warns them not to give in to the dark force around her. But the pressure in the room keeps building, and even the protagonist can tell his aura is not enough here. Realizing that, he acts himself. Without warning, MC slaps one soldier hard across the face and snaps him back to his senses. Then he does the same to another man, jolting him out of it too. Leon glares at them and says this was not the woman's doing alone, and not just magic either. Their own weakness opened the door, and they walked into the trap themselves. After that, he tells them to control their breathing, slow in, slow out, until their minds clear. Just then, General Ricardo walks in and takes in the scene. He seems impressed that the protagonist was not lured in like most people would be. Ricardo also notes that all of them are still standing firm, then says it may be because years of war made them used to this kind of demonic temptation. MC explains that the queen's charm is not simple beauty. It feels like a curse, and he has seen power like this before. It belongs to the Lady of Pleasure, a demon that can tempt any living being. That power slowly drags people into darkness, and corrupts them before they even notice. Still, something does not add up. As much as Leon hates demons, he does not sense that same evil from the queen, and that makes him stop and think. Then he takes a breath and speaks softly, calling on a divine force tied to dreams and death. With full respect, he asks for its blessing, not as a common man, but as a guardian and a knight. At once the air shifts. A powerful voice answers, naming him Ariana's knight and the true owner of the Lionheart. The divine force accepts and stands with Leon, king of the Lionheart. The protagonist greets the being he summoned, Playu, the divinity of dream and death. Player recognizes him as Ariana's knight and the true owner of the Lionheart. Just as MC hoped, Player appears before him, then senses the energy in the room and confirms that something is deeply wrong because the demons of corruption have spread their influence here. Inside this endless dream, they are warping minds and building a fake world filled with corrupt awareness. Playerum says dreams are not meant to last forever. Sooner or later, someone has to wake up, and now it is time to strip away the illusion and expose the truth. Whatever is hiding here must reveal its real form. Playerum strikes the lamp-like object above, and the blast hits Ricardo. A dark force bursts out of him, a demon soul hidden deep inside. Everyone stares in shock as the warped spirit is torn free from Ricardo's body. Player's power drags the darkness into the open. Now that Leon can see clearly, everything finally clicks. He understands why nothing felt right, and why he could not sense the danger before. This is not simple temptation, it is a form of authority, power strong enough to create a whole world. He finally sees they are trapped in a false reality built by corruption, and he has to break it to reach the truth. The queen lies there wrapped in strange magic. Someone whispers not to wake her, saying both she and the seal must be protected. Then a soldier shouts that more Death Knights are coming from behind. Leon notices one of those Death Knights feels different. Unlike the others, this one is calm, not wild with rage. That detail makes the protagonist realize something important. This dream likely started with the queen, and if he reaches her, it may collapse on its own. MC warns Ricardo that moving ahead now means fighting alone, and it may break a knight's honor. Ricardo admits he gave up that kind of honor long ago. As enemies close in from both sides, Leon stands his ground, ready to fight no matter how many come at him. He studies the undead knight in front of him, and is surprised that the man still holds so much strength even after death. This knight still clings to twisted honor and pride. He speaks of the queen and says Leon's single strike had already beaten the royal bodyguards. He tells him to wake up from this dream and warns that if he does not, he will stay trapped in it forever. As the protagonist thinks over the knight's words, he starts to feel that while many broke their vows, the apostles may have stayed loyal, and that shakes his view of everything. After all, Queen Beatrice had asked him to kill the apostles, and now that does not feel right. He begins to understand that the truth is far more complicated than it first seemed. Piece by piece, Leon realizes the queen is not the villain here. Then Ricardo's Death Knight reveals the truth. The queen made a deal with a demon. The knight explains that Beatrice was brave, but she was pushed into the pact. She agreed to carry the essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's fall for 100 years. In return, the demon promised to spare her and her people, as long as they did not fully fall to corruption. Her kingdom was already near ruin, and Queen Beatrice had no real choice. Even knowing it was a trap, she accepted the deal, hoping to save her people from something even worse. 5 years into that pact, Queen Beatrice begins to feel both, but that does not last. Corruption starts spreading. People lose their minds, turn violent and become obsessed with the demon's twisted pleasures. By day, Beatrice watches demons slaughter her people. By night, the corrupted whisper in her ear and feed her guilt. The burden grows so heavy that she starts questioning everything, finally seeing the demon's trap for what it really is. The pact is built on lies, and there is no easy escape. Anyone who tries to end it with suicide becomes a lost spirit, and when the 100 years are over, everyone else will fall fully under the demon's control. As the years drag on, the queen begins to lose her mind, watching her kingdom rot, while corruption grows stronger inside her. After 50 years, even her loyal knight gives in to temptation, and enters the queen's bed. That is the turning point. Proof that corruption can break even the most faithful. After that, General Ricardo understands that no one can truly resist the pact's seductive power, and all of them are trapped. Faced with that truth, Ricardo makes a painful choice. To protect the queen from the demon, she has to die, and they must die with her. He knows suicide would break the contract, and leave them as wandering souls forever. Even so, Ricardo also knows that if they do nothing, they will become servants of corruption when the 100 years end. So Ricardo and his comrades stay loyal to Queen Beatrice, ready to give up everything, even their souls, to keep her safe from the darkness controlling their fate. Long ago, Queen Beatrice and General Ricardo made that terrible choice. They took their own lives, and became Death Knights to resist her demonic temptation. By doing that, they became immune to the curse, and sealed her away to protect her. Since then, 80 years have passed, and they could only keep her asleep for half a day at most. Their loyalty was so deep that Leon finally understands why Queen Beatrice once asked him to kill them. It was mercy, not hatred. Plo reaches toward MC and asks if he can feel the darkness rising. He feels the heavy pressure around him and knows the demons are waking up. He braces for the fight ahead. Leon urgently calls his troops and orders the Lionheart warriors to rise. His soldiers slowly awaken to his voice. They've slept for ages, but now they're needed again. One after another, they get up, ready to serve. Then a chilling voice rings out. The demon has arrived. He stands there calm and sure of himself, like he's been waiting to finish this. At the same time, a soldier rushes in, yelling that the demons have broken into the castle, and there are far too many of them. They seem to be everywhere. The commanders immediately order everyone to raise shields and take position. The knights are afraid, but they still get ready to fight. Even with fear creeping in, they trust Leon. He tells them to hold the line, and leave the rest to him. The fight starts, and the demons are disturbing. They laugh as they battle, and use a twisted power that makes pain feel good. It's unsettling, but they keep coming non-stop. Even so, the knights don't break. They're here to protect their home, and they believe the protagonist will lead them to win. As the clash gets fiercer, Leon calls for Stallion, his trusted partner. The soldiers are getting overwhelmed by the huge number of enemies pouring into the castle grounds. Their shields are up, but it still doesn't feel like enough. Still, they hang on, trusting MC to change the battle if they can last a little longer. One soldier starts looking around in panic for their king, but he is nowhere in sight, and doubt begins to creep in. For a second it feels like everything is lost. These are pleasure demons. They're not that dangerous one-on-one, but their real threat is how they affect others. Their power eats away at a person's will, making them hard to resist. Leon knows this trick well. Strong pleasure demons use numbers to overwhelm, distract the mind, and weaken the body. He realizes he needs more power. What he has now isn't enough to break their protection. For a moment he hesitates, unsure he can pull it off in time, but he forces that doubt away. This ends here, and he knows what he has to do. The protagonist orders everyone to charge, and the soldiers surge ahead with his voice guiding them. Then General Ricardo wakes from the long nightmare, and the illusions disappear. He remembers everything and rises at last, free from the curse. Leon can tell Ricardo's loyalty to the queen still burns deep inside him, and he respects that kind of devotion, standing before a king from another land. Even after all that pain, they still believe MC can change things, and they're willing to place their hopes in him. Leon silently vows to carry those hopes, and prove their trust was not a mistake. In that moment he is more than a fighter, he becomes hope itself. Then the protagonist calls on the divinity of war and fire. Even when demons overran the world, and the gods had to retreat into his heart, MC never wavered. Now, with everything close to falling apart again, he asks for strength. He bears not just the will of hunters, but also the hopes of the queen's loyal knights, and he refuses to let the darkness win. Leon will not step back, because if he falls, the last fire of hope goes out. So he keeps carrying that burden, as always, staying on the front line to protect everyone, until they can move on without him. Through every hardship, he keeps pushing towards something better, no matter how hard the road is. The protagonist, the Lionheart, steps forward and calls on Patos, the divinity of war and fire, asking for battle flames to burn away the evil around them. As his god's finest rider, Leon moves with purpose and answers that duty. The battle grows fiercer, and then a legendary golden lion appears, glowing with overwhelming power. The beast moves with pride and strength, carrying a saddle made for MC. Leon thanks his fallen companion and tells Stallion to rest. Taking command, he calls his allies to follow him, promising to lead them to victory. Then he charges straight into the front lines alone, fearless and determined. The demons rush to bring him down, but Leon hits back without fear, mocking them. They know nothing about the power of cavalry, and he's about to teach them. The protagonist drives forward, and to him, battle means more than a charge. It means fighting with sword and spear with everything he has. Power gathers around MC, and the skill's strongest attacker activates, making him even harder to stop. The demons panic because no matter what they do, they can't slow Leon down for even a moment. In fear, Androgyne screams for the magic cannons to fire. Explosions tear across the battlefield, but he doesn't stop. He shouts that relying on long-range attacks is cowardly. Real courage is fighting face-to-face. At that moment, a divine blessing spreads through his army. Arrow nullification activates, making them immune to arrows and magic shots. Shielded by divine power, the Death Knights keep pressing forward. The battle starts to turn. Leon's side gains more support. Their charge and attacks grow stronger, and the enemy's defenses weaken. Fire burns on their blades as the Patos horsemen empower them, while curses spread through the demon ranks, draining their strength, defense, and even their divine link. The Androgyne demon rushes at the protagonist, screaming, but MC keeps advancing. His goal is simple: lead his army and win. Soon the Androgyne demon is wounded and looks around in confusion. He, the warrior they feared most, has vanished, and the crushing pressure he brought is suddenly gone. Because of that, the demons start shouting in panic, unsure what to do. Leon tells his side to hold on for one more minute, and short as that sounds, everything has changed. The Androgyne demon realizes the Knights of the Fallen Kingdom are not weak anymore. They're standing stronger than anyone expected. Then the protagonist returns, and the demons understand that 1 minute was never about waiting. It was the time the protagonist needed to set up the final blow. The Androgyne demon recognizes him, and is horrified to realize this is the same man who killed Dothradon. That huge twisted demon fell to Leon, just like so many others before him. Now the demon army feels the truth of their situation. MC isn't just another knight, he's a storm in motion. MC tells the Androgyne demon he'll soon end up just like the rest, except this one has more limbs for him to rip apart. The Androgyne demon roars that he'll kill the protagonist no matter what, and throws himself into the attack. Leon doesn't even flinch. He points out that the Androgyne demon isn't using his own strength at all, he's leaning on magic, and that's why all of them are so weak. The Androgyne demon unleashes one strike after another, but MC knocks them all aside with ease. When the last attack fails, the demon realizes its body is already too damaged to recover. Leon repeats his promise, colder than before. Then the whole battlefield changes as the demon uses Crown of Desire. The skill forces every living being nearby to give in to their deepest urges, and no one should be able to resist it. One nearby knight feels the danger and shouts a warning, fearing the king of the Lionheart is facing something deadly. The androgyne demon stares in disbelief, unable to understand how he escaped that illusion of desire. It should trap every living being in their deepest temptation, yet Leon stands untouched. The protagonist says even the Lady of Pleasure couldn't tempt him, so a lower demon like this never had a chance. Panic takes over, and the androgyne demon starts doubting everything. It can't make sense of it. Every living thing should have desire, so something feels terribly wrong. Fear wins out, and the demon decides to run. It screams for the others to stop Leon, and begs for help, but it's already too late. MC moves in fast, finds the demon's back open, and lands a clean, sharp blow. The androgyne demon calls him a coward, and claims some divine being interfered. Then it says the knights broke the rules, that a true duel should never be touched by outside help, but the fear in its voice already shows it's lost. The protagonist says honor does matter, and a real duel should not be interrupted, but this is no duel. He reminds them that demons this cruel and corrupted deserve no honor, and this isn't a fair fight between equals, it's an extermination. Desperate and out of excuses, the androgyne demon tries to twist his words and call Leon a racist, but it changes nothing. At last, androgyne, the demon of pleasure and corruption falls, and another piece of evil is erased. In the beginning, the kingdom was peaceful. People lived without fear, had plenty to eat, and believed that calm would last. Queen Beatrice, a wise mage, ruled carefully and did her best to protect that peace. For a time, things really did seem fine. Even small threats were defeated, and each victory gave the people more hope. But Beatrice can feel it. Something far worse is on the way. She knows the evil beyond their world won't stay gone forever. Before long, her fear comes true as demons invade, and those first wins stop mattering. Hope starts to fade, and the peace people trusted begins to fall apart. Then Beatrice learns the worst part. The demons don't truly die. They come back after every defeat. That makes her realize this war was never meant to be won, because no matter how many demons they kill, more keep returning. It turns the whole fight into something cruel and hopeless. As ruin draws near, something strange happens. A demon comes to the queen with an offer. It tells her to take in corruption and relive her kingdom's fall for 100 years. If she can endure it without fully giving in, the demons will stop invading the world. The deal sounds impossible and deadly. Beatrice knows it could be a lie, but she doesn't waste time questioning it. This is the only path left. To save her people, she accepts. She clings to one hope, that one day she might restore what was lost. And with that, the Sparrow Kingdom begins to collapse, sinking into pleasure and corruption. The people who once carried hope, the loyal citizens and brave knights, even their proud queen, start to fall. Darkness spreads, and once they surrender to it, they never become the same again. One of the knights finally gives in to his urges and crosses a line no one imagined. Driven by temptation, he enters the queen's room. The moment he understands what he's done, he begs for mercy, but it's already too late. Unable to watch the corruption spread any further, General Ricardo makes a painful choice and seals Beatrice in the underground chambers to protect her from herself and everyone else. Then Ricardo takes his own life, staying behind as a ghost bound by guilt. As the years pass, that guilt only grows, and Ricardo blames himself for it all. He knows how the story ends, yet he's forced to watch it happen again and again. Worse, he knows their own choices caused this, and now nothing can undo it. He longs for the nightmare to finally end. When the fight is over, Leon notices a strange crown and weapon left behind by the fallen demon Spina. He steps closer and taps the weapon, noting that the metal is strong and might still be useful. But MC points out the problem. It reeks of corruption, and it may even hold trapped souls inside. Spina offers to destroy it, and Leon leaves the matter to him. Then Goddess Plo calls out to him. He turns and shows her the crown taken from the dead enemy, warning that it's too tainted, maybe not even worth her seeing. Still, Plo calmly says it's fine, and asks to look at it. Once she sees the crown, it feels familiar, and she explains that all evils of pleasure share this same crown. According to her, it's drenched in wicked power because it lures innocent people, especially children, into fake dreams. It's a tool of lies and temptation. The goddess studies it more closely and feels that something may still be pulled from it, maybe energy or some hidden clue. Leon says he meant to destroy it anyway, since he sees no reason to keep a cursed item like this. After hearing that, Plo reminds him he can keep it if he wants. Then she thanks the protagonist for all he's done, and praises his effort. She says the Pantheon is proud of the honor and glory he earned in battle, but MC simply answers that he only did what had to be done. Then another voice cuts in. Petos, known for strength, doesn't sound very friendly at first. When asked to greet Liunxing, he grumbles out a dry good job, and Goddess Plo gently in the quiet that follows, he makes a request. He asks Petos to do something that matters, guide the souls of the dead, let them rest, and lead them somewhere peaceful. Petos pauses, realizing Leon isn't asking lightly. It's an act of mercy, but the god of battle answers coldly. these souls were thrown out of the natural cycle of life and death, so they no longer belong anywhere, not even paradise. Then the goddess of death speaks up. She reminds Petos that life and death are her domain, not his, so he has no right to decide who gets another chance. Petos fires back, asking what kind of god would let the undead enter a place meant for peace. Pleifsior quietly admits he may have a point. The goddess then turns to the protagonist and calls him by his full name, the protagonist Lionheart. She declares that those who defied death must face judgment, because the heavens can't ignore anyone who escapes the natural order. Then Queen Beatrice steps forward and asks for forgiveness. She doesn't argue or make excuses. Knowing she's taking a risk, Beatrice bows as the failed ruler of a ruined kingdom and humbly begs the goddess of death to reconsider. The goddess pauses, then addresses the loyal knights. She tells them no god in the pantheon can welcome their souls into paradise, because divine law has no place for those who lived beyond their time. Even so, their noble deeds still shine through. In the end, Plo admits their good outweighs their sins. Moved by the knight's loyalty and Leon's sincere plea, she says even the gods were touched by it, and since the king of the Lionheart asked for them himself, she can't turn away. To her, that is the highest sign of worth. So goddess Plo promises to cleanse their souls and give them another chance at life. But when she looks at Beatrice, she adds one condition. She offers the fallen queen a way to save her knights. Beatrice must become her priestess and stand beside Leon, helping spread faith, the only way to restore the afterlife under her care. Once that realm is restored, Beatrice's knights will be allowed a chance to reincarnate. Beatrice agrees at once, ready to serve, if it means her people can finally rest. After the gods finish speaking, MC asks for a report on the damage. The answer is grim. Most of the wounded are healing, thanks to the sacred grail, but 6 people are already dead. The loss hangs heavy over everyone. Only losing 6 against an endless demon wave may sound like mercy, but every death still counts, and none of them will be forgotten. Leon stands in silence and offers a prayer for the fallen. Then he calls on the power of Petos and fire, asking that the dead be guided onward. If they carry any sin, he hopes it will be cleansed. More than that, he wants their courage honored and their strength remembered. He pictures them now, feasting beside the gods, as their bravery is rewarded. But there is still work to do, so he orders a list of the dead to be made, so their families can be told and their names remembered, even by the gods. As Leon and the others get ready to leave, a divine gate to paradise opens, but the system stops them. One by one, the souls are denied entry, for too little faith, too little honor, or because they still aren't ready. Then the impossible happens, when the king of the Lionheart speaks a blessing. His words carry divine weight, and the gates finally accept them. Wrapped in honor, the fallen pass into paradise. The Hunter Association sends every hunter it can to deal with a sudden, unstable gate, unlike anything they've faced before. As the days drag on, fear keeps rising. Then, after a week inside, the hunters finally come back. Relief spreads through the crowd when they hear the gate was cleared, and some survived. The report is quickly passed to the higher-ups. Association President, Oh Kang-hyuk officially confirms Beatrice as one of the survivors. He also mourns those who didn't return, offering his respect and praying the fallen hunters rest in peace. Later, the president reviews footage recorded by Spina. The Red Gate held a powerful demon, and it's obvious the battle could have gone far worse. With that in mind, the low death count feels like a miracle. After that, Leon decides to visit the families of the dead himself. When someone asks if he really means alone, the protagonist says those hunters were his soldiers, and seeing their families is the least he can do. President O warns him, it may not go well. Still, MC doesn't waver. He knows the families may be full of grief and anger, and he hopes hearing the truth from him will bring them some peace. Then Leon gives O a new order, telling the association to release the footage and gather more hunters. The reason is simple, the demon threat isn't over. He warns that invasion is coming, and they need soldiers and knights ready to fight. O understands and immediately promises to inside the Pantheon building. Leon sits quietly and thinks over the demon's movements. Each one feels more suspicious than the last, and he knows this is no small threat. Something is wrong and they need help fast. This time, the protagonist won't send someone else. He decides to go himself, because he can't just watch from afar. When MC arrives, the guards and holy servants greet him with deep respect, calling him the greatest Grail Guardian. Anjak, a high-ranking soul in paradise, steps forward, and Leon asks how he's been doing there. Anjak says paradise has been peaceful, all thanks to his protection. The protagonist looks over the familiar faces, Sir Gildas, Sir Antok, and the other old comrades. Glad to see them well, he tells them they all look good. One of them laughs and says he would have come sooner if paradise was this nice. MC shuts that down, reminding him this peace was bought with many lives. Then he meets Argon, the former king of the Lionheart. Leon apologizes for bothering him, but Argon says it's fine, they share the same spirit and duty. The protagonist asks if any new souls have arrived. Argon says none came for 180 years, but the recent ones are being cared for well. With that settled, MC reveals why he came. The crisis is urgent, and he needs the gods' guidance. Argan understands at once and says he'll help. Leon has to go through the forest to reach them. He also lets him ride his trusted horse, Pythelion. As the protagonist sets out, he thinks about the day his duty finally ends. Maybe then he'll run free with Stallion. Until that time, he has to keep carrying the burden. MC reaches the forest in the paradise of the dead, home of the ancient sages. The trees seem to know him, welcoming the Lord of Dragonia and bearer of the holy relics. Even so, Leon steps in with humility and apologizes for entering their sacred land. The sages welcome him with respect, seeing not just a king, but a protector, even the gods are thankful for. He looks for Gunrar, the youngest sage and an old friend. When Gunrar appears, they pause in silence, sharing the kind of understanding only old friends have. Gunrar asks what brought Leon here. The protagonist says he needs something important. Gunrar's seedling, not for glory, but for a reason tied to saving the world. He reminds Gunrar of the past. When MC first came to the paradise of the dead, Gunrar never planted a seedling for him like he did for others, likely because MC was never meant to stay. Seeing how serious he is, Gunrar listens as he explains that demons have started invading Earth, and his last mission proved the threat is real. Worse, the enemy knows Leon is still alive and is spreading ruin from the shadows, just like in the Empire. If nothing changes, Earth could end up the same way. Understanding how serious this is, Gunrar reminds him that the protagonist alone can take something from this realm back to the living world. So he entrusts MC with the rare seedling. As they part, he thanks his old friend. The reunion stirs old memories, but he can't stay on them. Before Leon leaves, Gunrar gives one last warning. Don't come back to the world of the dead too soon. Right before the protagonist departs, Gratis, Anjak and the former king step forward with gifts. The former king gives him a pair of old reins once used by a legendary beast tamer who could even control monsters. Though they were buried with him, he wants MC to take them now. Next, Sir Gratis offers something unexpected, an old war manual on using common serfs to fight and even kill giants. Leon recognizes it right away. Gratis jokes about the old days, when 300 of 500 serfs died in one successful campaign. Last, Anjak presents a holy relic that once belonged to a saintess. He hesitates, but accepts it, knowing it's meant to protect him, until his sacred sword is reborn. Anjak reminds him no one would dare question the chosen agent of the Pantheon. Leon accepts every gift with thanks. They're more than tools, they carry loyalty, shared memories and faith in what's coming. After that, he stops at Beatrice's door, and politely asks to come in. Amused by how formal he is, Beatrice teases him for being too stiff, then invites him inside. Once in Queen Beatrice's room, the protagonist apologizes for not giving her a better place to stay. He feels a queen from a fallen kingdom deserves better, and asks her to forgive his poor hospitality. Beatrice tells him not to worry, but Leon notices her aura. The divinity inside her is fighting the corruption, yet it still can't erase it completely. For now, they need to keep that fragile balance, and Beatrice accepts it quietly. She offers a farewell drink for the fallen knights, small, but all she can give right now. As they drink, Leon asks how she's settling into this new world. Beatrice admits she still needs time, because everything feels so different from home. MC tells her not to force it, and says she should keep her resolve, and make her own path. A king, in his view, must follow his own virtue. He adds that criminals must follow the king's rule, and Beatrice says that sounds more like an invader's way of thinking. Leon gently tells her it's not the same. Hurting the world for selfish desire is what an individual does, but guiding and helping the people is the true way of the King of the Lionheart. Beatrice hears that and realizes it takes a mindset like his to fight demons for centuries. She also sees his enemy is bigger than demons alone. He confirms it. He's carrying out a mission given by the gods. Then he invites her to stand beside him, asking the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom to join his journey. Beatrice feels she owes Leon deeply for saving her kingdom, and knows she can't refuse. She agrees, but asks one thing first. She wants the protagonist to teach her how to destroy Ki, the archdemon of pleasure she clearly hates. MC gladly agrees, saying he'd be happy to wipe out something so filthy. He even admits he enjoys destroying evil with the divine laws, demons fear, and Beatrice quietly admires that fierce side of him. Beatrice says the Sparrow Kingdom used to execute demons by boiling them, hoping the pain would scar them since they always come back. Leon approves. Demons fear pain most when they feel it themselves. Then he eagerly asks if she ever drove nails under a demon's claws, saying that made them scream the loudest. Without missing a beat, Beatrice says she used to skin demons and roll them over nails instead. The protagonist laughs and calls that method creative. Their grim talk is cut off when Hari suddenly rushes in and greets them with respect. Leon casually tells Hari to pour some tea, and Beatrice asks for something warm. While Hari serves them, MC gives her a new job. She'll work for Queen Beatrice for a while. Beatrice tries to refuse, but he insists a queen should be served properly. She turns to Hari and asks if she is indeed Hari, and Hari answers nervously. Beatrice can feel a strong power from her, and Hari wonders how she noticed her exclusive skill so easily. Leon then tells Hari to swing her sword. Since she's served him this long, he says it's time she got proper training. Honored but tense, Hari draws her blade and swings. The protagonist immediately says the motion is too big, and Hari freezes. He explains that a sword needs power, but the movement should stay short and exact. After showing her the right range, he orders her to repeat it 10,000 times a day. Leon asks Beatrice what she thinks, and she says Hari doesn't control her fire energy well enough. Fire spreads by nature, so simply packing a sword with fire mana and swinging hard won't do. She needs control. Her flames should move like part of the blade, not just look flashy. Beatrice tells Hari to focus the fire carefully. When she releases it, the strike should be aimed with purpose, almost like a precise stab. To show her, Beatrice raises the heat with one simple motion, making it look effortless. She asks if it seems easy. Hari can only think that it absolutely doesn't. Later that night, Hari's head is spinning from everything she still has to do. She needs to report to the section chief and president. Prepare food like potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers, find weapons and armor, and somehow track down a blacksmith. Then there are taxes, which she has no clue how to handle. Panicking, Hari realizes the academy never taught her any of this. As she's struggling, Sir Yappy suddenly appears and startles her. Calm as ever, Yappy suggests splitting up the accounting work for better efficiency, and offers help right when she needs it. Hari is instantly relieved. Sir Yappy is basically a supercomputer, so this kind of mess should be easy for him. And sure enough, he starts laying everything out right away. He goes over big data, using hunter administration laws to cover food costs, confirms the equipment and armor production paperwork is done, notes rising crop prices at Naju Plains, and suggests applying for special farming support. He also recommends using the Pantheon farm for more benefits, and points out extra tax breaks. On top of that, he says welfare support is available for the trainees' families too. Hari watches in amazement as the chaos gets sorted out so fast. She doesn't understand a word of it, but she's grateful, and Sir Yappy tells her to report back if more problems come up. Feeling a little braver, Hari asks one more thing. Since she'll be serving Queen Beatrice, should she get proper clothes? Sir Yappy bluntly suggests a maid uniform, which leaves her flustered. In the Lionheart Kingdom, where the culture is close to medieval Europe, that's normal for servants. Sir Yappy says his analysis shows a maid uniform is the most reasonable choice, and Hari feels better, since she was worried she'd get mocked for looking like she's in cosplay. Sir Yappy offers to order a sensible maid uniform based on his big data, and Hari quickly agrees. What Hari doesn't know is that Sir Yappy's big data comes from online fashion trends. Not knowing how online shopping really works, Sir Yappy buys the top-ranked item, a flashy, heavily censored rainbow maid set pushed by reviews like "Boyfriends Love It." Trusting big data alone turns into a huge mistake, and Hari has no clue how weird the trend behind it really is. At Hunter Academy, top student Jahyuk looks at the crowd and says way more people came than he expected. Nearby, Suko from Class A agrees and thinks back to what happened a few days earlier. It began when Leon came to the academy. He said he wasn't there to recruit regular soldiers, but future knights. Then he offered to teach swordplay, spears, riding, and even theology. That last part threw the students off, and whispers spread through the crowd. The archery students got nervous. One pointed out that they focused on bows, but MC shut that down at once, thinking like that suits a soldier, not a knight. His harsh, demanding tone made a lot of them think he was full of himself. Complaints poured in, especially about theology and divine law. Some even wondered if he was trying to turn them into priests. Leon answered by showing them a small piece of divine law. Their resistance faded fast, replaced by real interest. The students were stunned. He showed a power that looked like magic without actually being magic, and it was far beyond anything they knew. Among the crowd was Soyeon from Class A. She still remembered how angry she was when Jayu called her a peasant, so now she warns people to watch how they speak to her. As the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's guildmaster, Soyeon feels she can't possibly pass this up after seeing Leon's power. Jayu and Soyu also notice Pantheon TV, a channel with over 500,000 subscribers, playing videos about divine law and unstable gates. The topics include D-rank hunters surviving because of divine law, plus the value of worship and prayer. In the middle of that, Soyeon spots Hari and warmly calls out, "Nuna." They're surprised she's using such an old phone even though she's rich, and Soyeon explains that Hari gave most of her money to an orphanage. That earns her instant respect. They add that Hari is currently assigned to the Pantheon, so everyone assumes she's doing great work there. Then an awkward detail pops up on Hari's old phone, a listing for a sexy cutie maid uniform, sold as a 5-piece set for special events with almost perfect reviews. Soyeon insists it's the right pick, and stands by his data. Hari, red with embarrassment, argues it's way too short, but he flatly says numbers don't lie. With a 99.99% reliability rate, he even asks if she's doubting big data itself. Hari panics when she hears familiar voices getting closer, and realizes guests are about to arrive. She quickly tells Soyeon not to greet them yet, but she's too late. Hari awkwardly steps out to welcome them, trying to save the situation somehow. Instead, the guests freeze. Soyeon can barely process what she's wearing, and asks, worried and confused, what happened? Hari starts saying it wasn't her choice, But Suryatki cuts in coldly, asking if organic beings dare question big data. While Hari flails, he even tugs at the skirt to fix it, making things worse. Then Leon arrives, stares at the outfit and asks in disbelief what she's wearing. Hari tries to explain, but the protagonist stops her and orders her to change at once, scolding her for dressing so indecently. Hari quietly promises to change right away. At the same time, Soyampi announces that it's time to feed the trainees and hand out salt water. All Hari can do is let out a long sigh. Her reunion with her respected juniors has become a total mess. Elsewhere, a red gate hangs over Jeju Island. After a long trip, the Golden Lion Guild, led by Jeverick, finally arrives. Jeverick jokes that everyone rushed onto a plane the moment money was mentioned, openly calling out their greed. Then Huang reminds his sister that after the disaster at the Chaon Gate, their guild's finances were wrecked, so they need to recover somehow, even if that means taking dangerous jobs like this. Around 40 more guild members are there with Huang, ready to enter. Then a familiar voice calls out to Huang, Yongwan has arrived. Huang lightly teases him about disappearing after the government blackmail scandal, then asks if he was specially picked for this risky mission. Yongwan answers coldly. Unlike Huang, he says he hasn't had any guildmates die, a blunt reminder of how cruel this life is. Huang then gets to the real point, and demands they split the pay 50. Yongwan instantly calls that ridiculous, saying Huang clearly won't be doing half the work. Huang pushes back smoothly, saying nobody else would have helped Yongwan anyway, and even calls him Hunter Traitor Nim, taking a jab at his name. That finally makes Yongwan snap and warn him not to push it. In the end, Yongwan offers 60-40 and refuses to drop any lower. Huang just laughs and cheekily tells him to buy everyone a meal, but Yongwan curses and tells him to pay for his own food. Watching the two act like children, Gyomchul can only sigh in disappointment. Then Yuri suddenly sneaks up behind him, making Gyomchul jump. He quickly scolds her for not making any noise when she walks, but Yuri just tells him to speak more politely. Even with all that tension, everyone knows this moment matters. They've gathered 3 S-rank hunters and another who's nearly S-rank, just before a dungeon break. With that lineup, they believe they can clear a lower black S-rank gate, and then the group heads through the red gate together. The moment they enter, they feel an overwhelming presence. A knight in holy armor steps forward and introduces himself as Geovric, an honorable Grail Knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. At that moment, a quest appears: save those being slaughtered. The clear condition is simple: defeat the so-called magnificent Geovric. Not long after entering, the group comes face to face with the massive armored knight Geovric. He demands to know why they attacked the royal army, and warns that his answer with the warhammer depends on what they say. Gyomchul and the others are baffled and have no idea what he's talking about, but they soon realize it's a misunderstanding. Yongwan explains that one of the knights attacked them first, so they only fought back in self-defense. After hearing that, Geovric calls out another knight, Delian Mem Chain. He harshly rebukes Delian, saying his impatience could bring disaster, and that his reckless actions have stained the goddess's name. Delian lowers his head and apologizes. Gyomchul then apologizes to Gyomchul's group for the trouble Delian caused, and Yongwan politely says he's glad the misunderstanding is settled. Still, Yongwan thinks to himself that Gyomchul is much easier to handle than expected, so this should be simple now. Even so, clearing up who struck first doesn't change Gyomchul's judgment. He coldly says that since 6 royal soldiers died, taking 60 heads in return is only fair. That brutal logic shows just how harsh and rigid the kingdom's military rules are. Elsewhere, Hari and the others arrive at the soldier training grounds. The place feels plain and old-fashioned, with none of the comfort or modern support they're used to. Jaka Yuk notices that even in the cafeteria, trainees are only drinking plain water instead of eating real food. Then, when they reach the training area, they're shocked. The trainees are beating each other bloody through screams and chaos. It looks less like training and more like war. The new arrivals are stunned, and can hardly believe this is normal. Hari, though, watches closely, and realizes there's more to it. This isn't just senseless violence. It's meant to harden the soldiers, push them past their limits, and prepare their minds for real battle. As the brutal drills go on, someone points out that the knight training manual is different from what these soldiers are actually enduring. That at least gives the students a little relief. They realize they have it much easier. Jae-yuk, still horrified, starts desperately thinking about how to get out of this madness. Before he can do anything, Leon arrives and announces that today is special. Students have come to watch and decide whether they want to join his army, so he orders the trainees to stop and sit down. They obey right away. Hari is confused when MC tells her to stand with the students, not the soldiers. He says he wants her aiming higher as a mission knight, with greater rank and duty than an ordinary soldier. Hari respectfully agrees. Leon then begins the selection. He says he'll personally choose the most gifted students to become his disciples, a huge honor, since they'd train directly under him. As it starts, Sucho quietly calls out to Hari. She seriously warns him not to act rude around him, reminding him how strict and scary he can be. She says it because she's genuinely worried for him. Before anyone can think much about it, the protagonist tells them all to draw their swords and attack him together. The rules are simple. The test lasts until the last student drops. Leon tells them not to worry about injuries because the Holy Grail can heal them. Facing around 40 students, MC says he'd actually be happy if even one of them managed to hit him. Overwhelmed but too proud to retreat, the students rush forward. He moves first, and the very first student goes down instantly without even knowing what hit him. The group is stunned. They never even saw the protagonist move. A few students shout for everyone to get their weapons up, realizing this test is far beyond anything normal. Leon tells them to come again. Even scared, the students pull themselves together and rush him. They drop one after another, not because they're slacking, but because they're fighting as hard as they can. When it's over, the students can barely catch their breath. Still, they're a little proud they didn't freeze up. Xiaobei admits MC shocked him at first, but after that, he fought for real. Hari feels like that battle was as draining as taking down a high-level boss, and through the whole fight she never saw a single opening from Leon. He gives them some credit, saying they did all right. He adds that they've at least regained enough stamina to keep training, then starts explaining what separates a soldier from a knight. Training soldiers is simple: build the body and push endurance non-stop. Knights, he says, need something deeper. Then he lays out the goal. The ones who lasted longest against him must reach the level of a kingdom knight, and everyone else has to rise at least one full rank. One student admits. Leon calmly explains his kingdom's knight system. There are 5 ranks. First are knight-errants, those not officially appointed yet. Once they prove themselves, they become kingdom knights, who formally serve the realm. Above them are war knights, who can command other knights. Next, the protagonist brings up mission knights, special knights who give up everything to search for God's quests. They can wander for years, even decades, until they find and finish a divine mission. Leon says he once did that himself, received a quest from goddess Ariana, and completed it. He adds that becoming a Grail Knight is what raised him to his current place. When someone asks if Grail Knight is the top rank, MC says yes, but there's more to it. Above an ordinary Grail Knight is the Grail Guardian, a title held by the Grail Knight chosen to succeed the King of Lionheart. Going after that title isn't just ambition, it's the same as challenging his throne. His warning turns cold: anyone who tries will be killed immediately. He adds that now is the only real chance, since his strength has dropped, and he's closer to a normal Grail Knight than a full Grail Guardian. Even so, the students are baffled. If this is him weakened, they can't imagine his full power. One student nervously asks how strong a Grail Knight really is, and Leon admits it's probably beyond what they can even picture. Gumchul slowly wakes up, clutching her head as pain hits. Her mind feels heavy, and she can't even remember why she passed out. As she sits up, she notices a calm girl standing nearby. The girl introduces herself as Hildur of the Woodsling tribe, and says she protected them from the kingdom's soldiers. Gumchul is thrown off by being called a hero, since she doesn't remember doing anything like that. Before she can ask more, a familiar voice cuts in. A man arrives, relieved that his sister is alive and safe. It's Huang Gumchul, back after escaping their enemies. But Gumchul tells him her memory is completely gone. As they talk, Huang asks how much she still remembers. She stops for a second, then shares. Huang listens, trying to understand while her thoughts stay hazy. But little by little, the pieces start coming together. Hearing that she's lost a whole day makes Gumchul wonder how she forgot everything. She also hears Huang explain that the spell failed, they barely escaped, and a monster chased them the whole way. When the Woodsling tribe is mentioned, something briefly clicks in Gumchul's mind. She then learns that during the fight, a hammer hit her and left her near death for 2 full days. Shocked, she asks about the healers, but they were useless because Jayovrik, the Grail Knight, placed a curse that turned healing magic harmful. Gumchul can hardly believe it. Then she notices strange markings all over her skin. They feel odd, but Hildur explains they're part of a healing spell carved to help her recover. Each mark has its own meaning, in an old tribal method. Later, Gumchul studies them more closely and quietly thinks they almost look kind of cool. Then she pushes herself up, and her sibling gently asks if she can stand since a meeting is about to start. Soon after, the tribal chief Beldi speaks in a grave tone. For years, he says, the Crown's army has hunted their people as heretics. Many were murdered brutally, and some were even skinned. Even then, the tribes refused to surrender. 3 tribes were wiped out, but the rest still kept fighting. In the end, with no other choice, they prayed to the gods for strength they didn't have. Their prayers were answered when the heroes came. Huang talks about how strong that enemy was. Even 3 top hunters and a raid team with over 100 fighters barely managed to hold on. Jayovrik wasn't normal. His armor took a direct hit from a giant beast without breaking, and even severe burns healed off his body. His army was the same. As long as he lived, they shared that toughness, healing fast and refusing to go down. The only thing that really worked was Yonha's special weapon, made to pierce heavy armor, and it was the only attack that left damage. After all of that, the tribe is deeply thankful for what the heroes risked. Now they're ready to help, however they can, asking for nothing back. Meanwhile, the scene shifts when a cadet suddenly yells in shock after seeing a real horse for the first time. This is June Ranch on Jeju Island. After basic training and testing, the academy cadets are brought here by Lee Yon for their next lesson. For some of them, even seeing a horse up close is exciting. Not long after, Lee Yon arrives and the staff greet him respectfully. He looks the horses over and says they're decent. Nothing special, but good enough. After thanking the staff for setting this up so quickly, he gets to the point. He's here to find a warhorse. The staff proudly say their horses come from famous racing bloodlines and are known for speed and strength. Li Yunxing listens, then says a horse's real value depends on its sire, what line it comes from. After that, he turns to the cadets and says a horse isn't just something a knight rides. It's a lifelong partner. In battle and outside it, knight and horse need to move as one. He tells them to walk around, pick the horse they feel drawn to, and try bonding with it before they ride. The cadets light up at once, cheering and promising to do their best. As they look over the wide field, Beatrice quietly says, "There are so many horses, it's almost overwhelming." Li Yun's thanks the queen for coming on such short notice, and she warmly replies that refusing would have been rude. Then he asks if he may help Beatrice, and she agrees with a soft smile. As they check the horses together, Beatrice gives a small nod and says they seem pretty decent. Li Yun offers her a ride, and she accepts right away, asking which horse he recommends. He points out a black horse nearby. Smiling, Beatrice heads toward it. Then Li Yun turns to Hari and tells her to choose one too. Caught off guard, Hari nervously points to a white horse, unsure if it's a good pick. Before she can say more, Li Yun suggests a sturdy yellow horse instead, saying it would suit her better. Hari quietly agrees, and up close the horse seems even more charming than she expected. As Hari stands there, Li Yun gently moves her aside and tells her to step back, before quickly heading to Beatrice and asking her to help. Hari can't help feeling that's a little harsh. Suddenly, someone panics and calls out to Li Yun. He turns calmly, asking why everyone's making such a fuss, even as the horses start to stir. Out of breath, the messenger says it's an emergency call from the association president. The protagonist tells him to put it through. A voice comes on and respectfully introduces himself as Oh Kang Yuk. MC immediately asks what's happened. Kang Yuk hesitates, then says a dungeon break is about to happen, and asks for Leon's help. He snaps back that cleaning up the association's mess isn't his job, and he didn't come this far to solve their problems. Kang Yuk says he knows and explains. He called because this case might interest him. He says the one behind it isn't an ordinary monster. The gate's field boss claims to be a knight of the goddess of life and abundance. Hari stares in horror, barely able to speak at how cruel the sight is. The protagonist quietly asks if the person lying there is the one, and Kang Yuk confirms he's one of the few survivors from the gate. Right now he's sedated to keep him stable, but they expect him to wake soon. Li Yun steps forward and says there's no reason to wait. They should begin now. MC stays composed, sure that this won't be difficult. Beatrice only needs to make a new space inside the man's dream. The endless world repeating inside the gate was made by him. In that world stood a knight with a warhammer, who claimed he served the goddess of life and fertility. Before long, Beatrice finds the name Geoveric. Some call him Majestic Geoveric, a title with real weight. A long time has passed since these execution grounds were made. From what she can tell, Beatrice wonders if hunters were involved, but it doesn't seem likely. Whoever did this used scorched earth tactics, killing everything and trying to leave no trace behind. Noticing how exact Leon's red is, Beatrice points it out. He says he used the same kind of tracking back when he hunted orcs. Even after all this time, signs of what happened are still here. If they follow those traces, they might learn the truth. Then Beatrice is told to move ahead. She also notes how fast he rushed forward without waiting for the others or Sarayapi, which makes her think something is wrong. Leon stops and admits it may have looked thoughtless, but then he makes one thing clear. Half-baked skills can get people killed. His rush makes sense once he says a Grail Knight is involved, and Beatrice quietly asks if he means Sergeyovrik. The protagonist explains that Sergeyovrik, once favored by Demera, was a Grail Knight from 3 generations ago. His martial arts were so respected they were passed down to later knights. About 800 years ago he left to hunt a savage tribe. The records say that was when Geovrik ascended to heaven. It sounds noble, but it really just means he died. Still, something doesn't add up. A Grail Knight, loved by the divine like a saint, should have entered paradise, but Geovrik never did. Leon even followed the sacred item's energy, hoping to find Geovrik or the force that went with him, but there was nothing. That leaves only 3 options. Sergeyovrik is still alive, his soul got lost on the way, or worst of all, he changed sides. That makes this dangerous, because a Grail Knight uses power beyond normal people, and any fight with one will be far from ordinary. No matter which answer is true, the gate raid keeps going. As they move deeper, they reach the center and find a terrible sight. Bodies arranged like a warning. This wasn't random violence, it was planned. Seeing that kind of cruelty sparks real anger. What happened here is beyond forgiveness, and whoever did it has to answer for it. Even Leon can't hide how furious he is, and everyone around him sees it. Hari realizes that under all MC's strange habits, he's still a just leader who won't accept evil. The soldiers are ordered to attention. Hari and the others are told that from here on, they must follow only him. They can't trust their eyes, or even their own minds, because illusions may be waiting. No one hesitates. They all stand behind their king. Time is short, and the enemy is close. Their presence is already stirring madness, with savage screams echoing ahead. Whoever waits there wants total slaughter and plans to leave no survivors. Then Harry breaks the silence, shouting when she spots a village under attack. The enemies are charging at innocent people with brutal force. The whole group burns with anger, but none more than Leon. He explodes, roaring that the attackers are vermin, and without waiting for anyone, he spurs his horse and charges. His soldiers call after him in shock. They've seen this before, especially during the Orc massacre. When innocent people are in danger, the protagonist throws himself into the fight without holding back. The others can barely keep up because he's already far ahead. Harry suddenly remembers the Orc battle, and then Leon suddenly shouts for the honor of Lionheart, and the soldiers stare as he jerks his horse aside with his sword raised. The problem is, MC is charging the wrong way. Harry freezes, not sure what she's seeing. Leon looks enraged, his voice icy as he calls everyone insects. He won't listen or explain, he just fixes on another target, and drives his stallion forward. Everyone around him goes still because something feels wrong, and instead of cutting down the enemy, he turns on the very soldiers he should be protecting. Whispers spread as no one can understand why he's doing this, but Harry knows this isn't like Leon. Her heart pounds and she realizes more people will be hurt if no one stops him, so she decides to do it herself. Then someone calls her name, making her stop. Beatrice tells her to trust the protagonist, that he always has a reason. Harry still isn't sure, but the words make her pause and wonder if Beatrice is right. Ahead of them, MC keeps fighting hard, calling the enemies garbage as he cuts through them. He's already piling up impossible numbers, completely swallowed by battle. Harry wonders if he's just blinded by rage, but Beatrice shrugs and says Leon tends to get carried away. In the end, they decide there's nothing they can do to stop him. Even after seeing something awful, they stay out of it. Not because they don't care, but because the people under attack aren't real. The villagers are fake. NPCs made from old memories inside the gate. Only a few are actual survivors. Everything else, including the monsters and NPCs, is just a shadow of the past. So if they're killed or even executed in public, it isn't treated as a true sin. Leon tears through them, shouting that not one will be left alive, intent on making them suffer. Then a knight steps out, bows with respect, and greets the Grail Knight, the one called the Living Saint, Leon. He tells him to stand because they're still on a battlefield. The knight introduces himself as Toscata Vendelic, brother of the Lord of Vendelic and a member of the Labanine Dawn Knights. Vendelic is a city near Elanquil. Toscata adds that he was the only one in his family truly recognized as a knight. He hadn't begun his pilgrimage yet, but planned to after this mission. The protagonist quietly says he doesn't remember the name Toscata Vendelic, and if Toscata had become a real Grail Knight, they would have met in paradise. That means only one thing: he failed his holy duty or died during this raid. Leon studies the knights around him, and knows none of their faces. They were once proud warriors, yet history forgot every one of them. Then he introduces himself with certainty: MC Dragonov Lionheart, ruler of Dragonuffa, and bearer of the Lionheart, a title granted by Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Toscata steps back, shaken by the holy power he gives off. He wonders if this is some kind of trick, but Leon stays firm. No true knight would lie about being the Lionheart's king. The protagonist realizes that in their era, the Lionheart's king must have been someone else. Even so, Toscata nods and chooses to believe him. MC then asks if these knights came here to raid the barbarians. He points out the war knight among them, and confirms again whether the Grail Knight blessed with life and fertility is Sir Geovric. The knights answer at once that it is. Leon says he needs to meet Sir Geovric immediately, explains that Sir Geovric should be out hunting the last survivors. Talk of skinning and the strange things happening around them makes it obvious something is terribly wrong. Sir Geovric isn't just searching the area, he's heading into battle to wipe out the so-called barbarian tribes. With that, Leon realizes disaster is about to happen. It soon becomes clear that this war will bring an incident even the Grail Knight never expected. Before long, the enemy arrives, and their leader appears in person. The gates rated red, though the threat feels closer to black grade. Still, they think they can handle it. That means the local tribes, who normally never join forces, have united because the knights kept attacking them. Those raids push them to put aside their differences and fight together. Even so, the knights still have more troops and supplies than all the tribes combined. As the warriors ready themselves, the blessings and seals begin to work. Mazer's molar boosts their power to break defenses. The white tiger's seal sharpens speed and focus. The iron bear's fur gives strength and tougher skin, and the black eagle's claw lowers enemy resistance while guarding against wind. Fully empowered, they step into a battle that may change everything. Geovric explains that the strong seals he bears came from worship of the beast gods honored by the local tribes, and those seals boost his power as proof of both strength and divine favor. Even so, a familiar band of mercenaries shows up. They survived their last clash with him only because he spared them. Now they've come back not to beg but to challenge him. Their goal is simple: close the gate, and to do that they have to beat Geovric. After that, Geovric stays calm and gives them one chance to throw down their weapons and leave. He says they haven't committed some great sin worth dying for, but the mercenaries don't back down. One throws the words back at him, asking how a man who skins people alive and spares neither children nor elders can talk about sin or justice. In response, Geovric says he feels no shame at all. In his eyes, everything he's done was righteous. To Geovric, he's done nothing wrong. Anyone standing against him has gone too far. And now, he says, divine judgment has come. A nearby warrior feels the danger at once and yells for everyone to use their defensive arts. This isn't a power Geovric can use often, so if they survive this one strike, they may still turn the battle around. Right then, the kingdom's knights pour their faith into Geovric, their trust flowing into him without a hint of doubt. Together, they shout that they are proud knights of the Grail Knight, offering their strength and faith to destroy the evil before them. Then Geovric steps forward and declares himself the bearer of the true god's glory. His miracle forms, and the ground suddenly breaks apart beneath them. Those chosen by the gods gain power far beyond normal people, and when a knight reaches sainthood, the goddess of light and justice grants them even greater strength. Once that power fully opens, it becomes something dreadful, divine punishment. And each Grail Knight's punishment is different, shaped by the god they serve. For the Knight of Life and Fertility, it comes as a force that tears through the land itself. Everyone is left speechless. With a single blow, 3,000 tribal warriors are wiped out. It doesn't feel human at all. Some can only feel relieved it wasn't aimed at them. In the middle of it all, Geovric prays to the goddess, asking her to guide their path, steady their steps, and lead the lost back to the right way. He shouts that this is the enemy's last chance to be purified, then immediately orders the slaughter, calling them diseased heathens and showing no mercy. The main force moves in to meet them head-on, while the rest spread out to surround them. Sure, their numbers still give them the advantage. But Geovric is startled when one mercenary stands firm against them, far stronger than he expected. That strange heathen mark on his body may be the source of his strength. The hunters forgot one key thing. These mercenaries never walked a holy path or served any god. Still, they weren't weak. They'd crossed the land, faced danger over and over, and proved themselves through battle, not blessings. No matter who called them worthless, they stayed standing. The knights get off their mounts and take position. These aren't rookies. They're veteran kingdom knights, some with nearly a century of battle behind them, proud of lives spent fighting. They've crushed beasts, outsiders, and countless foes who stood against the kingdom. With that much experience, even terrifying enemies don't shake them. Their chants rise louder as more soldiers close in from behind, and the pressure keeps building. One mercenary realizes exactly what's happening. If they don't move now, they'll be wiped out. Huang spots a chance to get away, but escape hardly feels like, and they admit it themselves. Their team isn't enough. Maybe with help from a top 10 guild, they could fight back, but there isn't time. The dungeon would collapse before reinforcements got there. Then Huang says there may be a cleaner way to finish this, and everyone goes quiet. Whatever he's thinking might be their only shot. Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Demera, tied to life and fertility. The names are being thrown around, but not everyone recognizes them. Jinso brushes it off. Religion has never meant much to him, and he doesn't get what gods have to do with gates. Then someone points out, if the king really belongs to the same world as those knights, staying here is suicide. They need to retreat now. Hildur begs to know if Jinso is really leaving them behind, but he says he's not quitting. He's going for backup, because staying without support will just get more people killed. Arguing with NPCs is pointless anyway. The village isn't real, and neither are its memories. Right now, survival comes first. Hildur then orders the guild to fall back, saying this gate won't be closed today. They can't bring down the monsters, so they need to leave before it's too late. Then Hildur freezes as the enemy mocks her, saying no one like her has ever managed to close this gate. To them, she's just another weak failure. She knows the ones she follows would never accept what she's about to do, but she stops caring. In her mind, everyone else failed, so this is on them, not her. The others ask what she's planning, confused, but she waves them off. No need to worry. Once again, she'll use a shortcut. Wrong, maybe, but useful. A heavy, unnatural darkness spreads over the battlefield, making the truth obvious. The enemy is using forbidden dark magic. Whispers spread that the great beast god is blessing them, and soon even more will receive that same power. Fear sets in as a soldier stares at the growing darkness, unable to understand what he's seeing. Something terrible has been unleashed, and no one can stop it. Hildur looks at the warriors coldly and tells them not to resist. Soon, the power will fully take over. It's only a matter of time. She says their only goal now is to kill every knight in their way, then yells that they have to start over. No matter how many worlds they entered or battles they fought, they never beat their enemies. Nothing ever worked. Now their frustration grows as those marked by the heathen's curse become stronger than ever. Huang shouts a warning. The cursed mark on their skin is the weak point, so that's where they need to strike. That realization sharpens their aim, but the danger is still growing. Geovric is angered by their resistance, and it's clear the battlefield is sliding further out of control. One knight knows what he has to do. To protect the others, he must act now, even if it costs his life. He steps forward without a moment's hesitation, fearless as he calls out the enemy with everything left in him. His drive comes from purpose, not just strength. With pride, he charges and cries out for the glory of the Lionheart. Then an unknown figure steps forward, drawing every eye. The soldiers stare, unsure who they're looking at. He names himself at last, the King of the Lionheart, Leon Dragonia. Lionheart. The reins once belonged to Arin Majesty Lionheart, a former king famed for strength and honor. They aren't just for control. They can calm savage beasts and stir ancient blood. Passing them on without hesitation and jumping into battle himself is exactly what a king like him would do. Stallion accepts the reins in silence, grateful to be trusted with something so important. A few minutes earlier, things had already turned grim. No matter how many enemies fell, more kept coming like swarming rats. The knights keep cutting them down, but the horde won't thin out. Hari hesitates because the orders are too cruel. Even children are being skinned. Leon tells her the kingdom's knights don't act without reason, and he knows why this is happening. Every enemy bears a mark on their skin, proof they serve the beast god. That's why the skinning matters. Once they receive that mark and start using its power, their souls begin to rot from the inside. The corruption spreads slowly, and Harry realizes they're no different from demons. Leon stays firm, and tells her that kindness and talk of rights won't save anyone in a battle like this. War this cruel leaves only two things that matter: the truth and absolute justice. With that settled, Beatrice gets ready to do her part. Later, Beatrice steps out and tells the others to stay back. At the same time, the protagonist notices something is wrong. The enemy marks are still active even under the Holy Grail Knight's attacks. That means Sir Geovric's divine law isn't working right. Even so, there's no time to dwell on it. The Grail Knight of Demera has to rise again. They'll have to push through this together. Leon steps forward, fully resolved, and says their first move must be breaking the link between the enemy forces. No hesitation, that bond has to be cut. Then he raises his voice and introduces himself again, not as a mere fighter, but as the King of the Lionheart, here to lead them to paradise. The instant his identity is revealed, panic spreads, and Geovric recognizes the light around him. The Holy Grail has appeared, bringing a sacred presence with it. The miracle begins, and radiant light washes over the battlefield. Wounded soldiers begin to recover. One stares as his injuries disappear, while another feels a lost arm growing back. It hurts, but it's the pain of healing. This is no trick, and no illusion. It's a true miracle, and Geovric finally sees what he had been blind to. The truth shines brighter than steel. He feels Demera, the goddess of life and fertility, not through words but through faith he can't deny. Demera calls to him not only as a knight but as her chosen child, once lost and now found. All doubt leaves Geovric's heart. He understands Demera's will and accepts it completely, ready to carry out her command at last. He turns to face the King of the Lionheart. He's thankful to fight beside someone walking the same holy road. Geovric steps into the fight at Leon's side, not just as a knight, but as a Holy Grail guardian ready for anything. The fallen beasts start creeping toward one place, as if some force is dragging them together. Soon it's clear they're forming one huge deadly host. The pressure on the knights keeps rising. Among the enemy stands a warped knight, part holy warrior and part something else, with a ruined soul, and even worse, darkness is starting to awaken. A servant of the Iron Bear begins a grim ritual, offering captured souls to call out the beast god's wrath. The creature answers with a roar and rushes straight at Lionheart, trying to rip him apart. Lionheart doesn't flinch or give an inch. He reaches into an ancient power. Then his vision becomes real as Death Eye appears. It cuts through the chaos. The pain slams into him, but he stays on his feet. Lionheart's bravery sparks the others, and the knights around him feel it too. This is their chance. They have to rise together and wipe out the ones who drowned the world in darkness. Hildur can barely breathe, crushed by fear and anger as the monsters keep coming non-stop. One Grail Knight like Geovric was already too much, and now it's even worse. Even the dead are dragged back into this, while the enemy mocks them, saying the bodies will feed the earth. No one knows where the King of the Lionheart came from, or what role that strange woman plays. As Hildur runs, she spots a glowing stone, a mana stone. It's a powerful energy source made from monster kills inside gates, but this one feels wrong. The mana here is way too dense. Like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of monsters died to make it. That thought sends a chill through her. Then Huhu explains that this gate may be stuck in a loop, replaying the same events again and again. Hildur realizes Huhu isn't a demon, but her power feels just as dark. Huhu pauses at that strange truth, but Hildur already knows she isn't some NPC, and that changes everything. Huhu senses the kind of power Hildur carries, and she doesn't like it. Still, she doesn't hesitate and quickly locks onto her enemies. Even now, she's trying to make Hildur her servant by force. What Huhu uses feels less like magic and more like pure control, and it's hard to watch. Later, Hildur shakes in pain and confusion, snapping that her monsters are useless like she's done this many times before. Then she taunts Huhu, asking if she even remembers her real master. Hildur freezes, whispering a prayer to the gods, but it's already too late. Huhu only smiles and claims the slave belongs to her now. Rage erupts as Hildur's slave calls her a cursed thing and swears to tear her apart. But something even deeper is moving, because this gate isn't just another battlefield. It belongs to the beast god. And the worst part is this: if the other beast gods start descending, even a little, it won't only threaten the fighters here. The whole gate and maybe the world around it could break under that power, and it's far beyond what anyone expected. MC calmly says the 11th king of the Lionheart used to speak often about Geovric and the other knights. That name shakes Geovric, and he wonders if MC truly met him. He gives a small nod, and says the 11th king now rests in the god's paradise. Hari asks Geovric if he remembers anything at all, any small clue. He tries, but nothing comes back. All he knows is his mission: raid the barbarians. That's the only thing driving him. Hari then faces the others and tells them they need to accept what's coming. She says the truth: they've avoided. Geovric and the other knights can never leave this gate. They aren't free people anymore, just beings trapped here, forced to repeat the same end again and again. If they want to close the gate for good, they have to defeat Geovric. Geovric says with pride that he has never lost a battle, not once. Leon agrees. If Geovric had ever been beaten, they wouldn't be standing together now. Then a monstrous foe screams the protagonist's name, vowing to tear him apart piece by piece, and the battlefield trembles. MC wonders if there's any way to stop the beast, God's incarnation, from descending. Hildur lets out a cruel laugh and says it's too late. The gate is already falling apart, and the beast gods plan to pour everything into destroying it. Leon hears her, but he doesn't back down. He knows what has to be done, and he won't abandon the knights who fought beside him. No matter how deadly it is, he chooses to keep fighting. Beatrice warns him that facing it head-on may be too dangerous, but he has already decided. If they run and a dungeon break happens, those monsters will spill into the world, and that's even worse. The protagonist stays ready to fight, but Geovric cuts in. He says there is still a way to close the gate. It will shut only when he falls. As a knight bound to this place, his death is the key to sealing it for good. His body shakes, but his resolve doesn't. He tells the others to retreat and live. MC should save his strength for the battles waiting beyond this dying world, because there's no sense wasting lives on land that's about to disappear. Geovric then turns to the other knights, his brothers and sisters in arms. He tells them the last battle has come, and with the king of the Lionheart beside them as the light of the gods, they must rise one final time. They choose sacrifice, not out of hopelessness, but to protect the future of those still alive. They will fall so others can stand. Leon goes quiet, shaken by that loyalty. Geovric's sacrifice places a burden on him, heavier than any weapon, but it's one he'll carry with pride. But Geovric has one last request for him. Give him a little more time. He closes his eyes and prays, calling to goddess Demera for one final blessing before he fades. Then he raises his hammer and pours the rest of his strength into it. Chosen by the goddess and loyal to the Lionheart, Geovric puts every bit of his power into that weapon. He gives it to the protagonist, not just as a weapon, but as a sign of trust and naslidia. Until someone worthy appears, the protagonist must carry this hammer on. MC admits no one may ever wield it the way Geovric did. Even so, Geovric says he believes in the king, and fighting beside him was an honor he will keep to the very end. After that, Geovric faces his cavalry one last time, and gives his final order: protect the king until every one of them falls. The knights lift their heads proudly, and answer at once. Their lives were worthy, and their duty is clear. They shout one final blessing before pulling back, their faith still firm even at the end. Far ahead, Geovric stands tall and reminds everyone who he is. He's more than a fighter, he's a legend shaped by war. He killed over 10,000 enemies with his own hands, faced more than 5 million in battle, and never once broke. He held the motherland's line against 300,000 orcs when no one else could, and he remembers defeating the ogre chief when all hope seemed lost. Through it all, the goddesses Demera and Ariana stood with him, and Pados took joy in their strength and spirit. Geovric is not just a knight, he is the Grail Knight of life and fertility. With his final cry, he calls his brothers and sisters to rise again. Today they march toward death without fear, with honor for justice, for the future, and for the name they bear. As they charge, their hearts burn bright, because behind them stands the blazing Lionheart. Hari feels too heavy to leave. Even when Leon tells her to go, she can't make herself turn away. She wants to see their final stand with her own eyes, and honor them by staying. The protagonist doesn't argue. If she chooses to remain, he lets her. Then Hari senses something wrong. Her voice shakes as she realizes what happened. Geovric has ascended. After that, Leon swears the beast they worship, the god they kneel to, will meet the cruelest end. The Grail Knights begin to withdraw, their task done for now. Now the divine laws must take shape and bring results, no matter the price. Geovric's last words echo louder than any battle cry. His sacrifice, loyalty, and strength leave their mark on this day. MC silently vows to carry those words on. What Geovric believed in won't disappear. His justice will live through the king's next steps. He feels deeply tired, but not from fighting. Even when he once battled and beat countless demons, he never felt this weighed down. Now the pain is inside him. As the moments pass, he starts to understand why. It's not battle that's wearing him out, it's fear. The fear of losing the people he cares about again, because that pain cuts deeper than any wound. What frightens him even more is the idea of facing the future alone. Still, Leon knows this is a road he has to walk himself. This burden can't be handed to anyone else. Then a voice calls to him, and Hari finds him. The protagonist notices how late it is, and asks why Hari is still up instead of resting like usual. She's normally the first to relax with her favorite dramas after a long day, but tonight she's here with a sword in hand, like she's been waiting. Hari stumbles over her words, trying to explain. She says this wasn't sudden. Everything that's happened lately stirred something in her. The battles, the sacrifice, the truth they've learned, it all changed her. Now she feels like she can't waste any more time. She has to grow stronger, not just for herself but for everyone. Leon tells her to raise her sword. He wants to see her strength. She straightens up, nervous but proud. Still, she answers in her usual stiff, formal way, and MC quietly wonders when she'll stop talking like that. He lifts his sword with ease and tells her to get ready. Hari quickly obeys, gripping her weapon tight. But the instant his blade moves, the force knocks her back. Leon corrects her at once. Her arms are too low. Once they drop below her stomach, she loses speed, and any lower than that, her moves slow way down. Hari quickly nods, taking it all in. Then he steps forward again, and tells her defense isn't just in the sword or arms. Her whole body has to work together. He has her set 1 foot back and keep her weight steady. Hari adjusts her grip and tries again, this time with better control. This time she blocks his next attack. Then she blurts out that Leon's swings seem wider than they need to be. He doesn't snap at her. Instead, the protagonist says he's told her before, it isn't about making big moves. Speed and accuracy matter, because every second, step, and swing counts. Then he asks why she thinks giving the enemy an opening would ever help. Hari pauses and guesses it might make her abilities easier to use, but MC gets annoyed that's not the point. Using skills well means nothing if it gets her killed. Hari had thought Leon would want her to risk her life if needed, like that was the honorable thing to do. He shuts that down right away. To him, dying for no real reason has no value. Then he asks if there's even someone she would give her life for. If there isn't, copying people who do have that reason means nothing. His words hit hard, and Hari lowers her eyes. The protagonist tells her to rest for now. Hari walks off slowly, still carrying the weight of what he said. She starts to realize Leon hasn't seemed like himself lately, and his low energy worries her. Yappy says MC's body is acting oddly from pressure, though he explains it in a hard-to-follow way. So Hari asks for a simpler answer, and Yappy sums it up. Stress. He needs to loosen up. That makes Hari wonder what the protagonist does for fun. Yappy says living things often recover through entertainment, especially games, since they help the mind rest and feel better. Hari can barely picture Leon playing games, but she still wants to find something he'd enjoy. So she asks Yappy for suggestions. He says picking fun games for humans isn't his job. Hari thinks he could have just said he didn't know. Even so, the thought of MC actually enjoying himself makes her feel a little better. As she keeps thinking, Yappy seems ready to add more. He admits the idea was solid, but insists it was just a coincidence, and says nobody can match his calculations. Hari just teases him, and doesn't take it too seriously. Yappy catches the teasing, and clearly doesn't appreciate a human talking to him like that. Hari stays easygoing and reminds him she still won. Goddess Ariana gently says the knight's willingness to step up pleases the gods. Still, she's worried about Leon. After fighting non-stop for 200 years, she thinks he deserves more than battle. Something peaceful, something comforting. She says it's time he enjoy life a little, through rest and recovery. Though the idea of entertainment feels strange to him, Ariana explains that people in this age have many ways to relax. She isn't sure what would fit him best, but says the best comforts never really change. The protagonist asks what kind of pleasure could last through time. Ariana surprises him with her answer: intimacy with a woman. She says it plainly, calling it a natural way for humans to feel good and ease stress. She even brings up the queen and the red-haired girl as options. That catches Leon off guard, especially when she mentions Hari, since he still sees her as too young. Ariana calmly disagrees and says Hari is an adult. She adds that love and closeness aren't just comforting, they also matter when it's time to continue the royal bloodline. She repeats that intimacy is one of the natural ways people relieve stress and find joy. Ariana also says Leon should start thinking about restoring the royal family someday. Before she can keep going, someone suddenly calls out to MC. He tries to remind Hari to be respectful, but she presses on and says he has to see what she prepared. A little bothered by the interruption, the protagonist asks what it is. Hari excitedly says she worked hard on it with help and advice from Sir Yopi. But the moment Leon sees what she's done, his face turns cold. He warns her that if she ever shows up like that again, he'll make her run around the neighborhood completely naked. Whatever this was, MC thinks it went way too far. Hari immediately panics and insists it isn't what it looks like, flustered by the misunderstanding. Before it gets worse, someone else quickly steps in and explains that Hari actually arranged this with help from the association. Leon looks interested, but not fully convinced. The assistant adds that the whole team pitched in for an event Hari set up. He still isn't sure what to expect, but hearing that even Sir Spene helped makes him take it more seriously. Hari asks him to enter the gate she made, promising he'll like it. As soon as the protagonist steps inside, Hari excitedly explains that the gate is called Suhei, and it's filled with all kinds of animals and creatures. She shows him the scoreboard. Small animals are worth 1 point, medium ones 3, and big ones 10. Orcs are the rarest, so they give the most points. Leon quietly takes in the rules and realizes it's basically a hunting game. When he hears it was all made for him, he stops for a second and understands the thought behind it, truly appreciating the gesture. It has been a long time since Leon last hunted, and at first he wonders if he still got it. But once he starts aiming, his old instincts come right back. The first clean hit pulls him in, and he starts having fun. Then, one of the monsters goes wild after seeing its kind fall and rushes him. MC responds at once, dropping it with steady aim and sharp movement. After that, all his earlier hesitation is gone. Hari can tell he's fully into it now, so all her earlier worry seems silly. Leon is genuinely enjoying himself. As he moves deeper into the gate, he casually says, bringing back a souvenir is part of the tradition. Watching him use the bow so naturally, Hari points out how skilled he is, even after not doing this for so long. She had always assumed he disliked ranged weapons, but that was wrong. Being a knight doesn't mean he can't use them. Hunting was always part of noble life, especially for knights traveling on missions through unfamiliar lands. They often had to find their own food, so becoming good hunters came naturally. Leon casually mentions that, besides being the strongest champion of his era, he was also the second best hunter. That shocks Hari, and she asks who ranked first. The protagonist says it wasn't another Grail Knight. It was a priestess chosen by the goddess of the moon for hunting. She led the moon temple and used a bow better than anyone else. Her arrows were like falling stars, and at full power they could cross mountains. While Hari tries to take that in, she finally asks why he only hunted orcs. Leon says there was no point gathering teams just to drive out weaker prey. Orcs were worth the most points, so of course he went after them. His blunt answer makes it clear he sees orcs as prey, nothing more. After the hunt, MC finds something strange. It gives off a bad feeling, and Hari agrees it seems cursed. It turns out to be a rare cursed totem. Rather than keep it, he decides to sell it, and give the money to the people who helped drive the animals together, even though it's worth a lot. To him, that money should go to the people who gave up their day off and worked hard in the heat. After that, Leon notices signs that some orcs got away, and declares the hunt isn't finished. Those creatures are still out there tainting the forest, and real or not, he still sees orcs as enemies. He tells Hari to come with him and says he'll teach her how to use a bow properly. She agrees, though she's surprised by how fired up he suddenly is. Watching him now, Hari quietly says the protagonist looks much better. Her words make him pause. Leon realizes it's been a very long time since someone was kind to him without wanting something back. He quietly tells Hari he's proud of her. She doesn't hear it clearly, and he doesn't repeat it. Instead, MC gives her a challenge. Take down at least 3 orcs with the techniques he taught her, or he'll be disappointed. Hari starts to panic, and reminds him she's barely used a bow before. Later, back at the Pantheon Guild's training area, Hari feels relieved because Leon really does seem to be in a better mood. Then the section chief arrives and casually says the tractor broke, so he needs to check the supply room. No one has gone there since the Naju incident, and Hari decides to come along. Together they head to the supply room. Sir Jovric's hammer is kept there, and the moment feels almost holy. Hari murmurs a prayer, awkwardly mixing Buddhist and Christian habits, and even crossing herself without thinking. The section chief notices, and seems confused. He confirms the hammer has been stored here all this time. Since nobody can use it right now, they've kept it locked away in the supply room. Hari is about to look elsewhere, when something unexpected catches her eye. A strange figure, wanting to see the country's strongest epic item. As he comes closer, an alarm blares and Yaobri reacts instantly, revealing the visitor as Jagspine. Everyone is stunned by his sudden appearance, and Spina confirms the hammer is indeed with the Pantheon Guild. Yabi calmly recognizes Spina as the one who came to challenge the hammer, and greets him with oddly formal manners. Still unsure what to expect, Spina thanks him and admits the place is a lot nicer than he thought. Before the talk can go any further, Yabi steps in. He says no one gets inside without paying an entrance fee first. For hunters, the posted price is 5 million won. Spinetary is stunned. Civilians only pay 500,000, so why are hunters charged 10 times more? Yappy says civilians come to admire relics, but hunters come to test them, and that extra money helps protect the sacred items. Even so, Spina thinks the added zero is ridiculous. Still, once they think about how valuable an epic item is, the cost starts to make sense. Spinam A awkwardly asks if Samsung Pay works, and Yappy calmly says a bank transfer is fine. Then Hari steps up and introduces herself as an assistant manager from the Korean Hunter Association, Management Team 3. She says this started about a week ago, when the hammer suddenly disappeared, and then showed up again in a secure spot near where it had been found. A lot of people tried to lift or move it, but nothing worked. Then the hammer suddenly shifts, almost like it's trying to say something. At that point, it no longer feels like a normal object. Its presence makes it seem like it's grown a will of its own. That can happen with strong holy relics after staying linked to divine people for a long time. Eventually they can gain a kind of mind, which makes them much harder to control. When Leon first got the hammer, it was quiet and obedient. It had Demira's blessing and served the Lionheart King without question. Now its energy feels different, stronger, sharper, almost aware, like it's looking for someone. He soon figures it out. The hammer wants a new master worthy of using it. He turns to Hari and tells her to pass a message to the association. Whoever can lift the hammer gets the right to keep it. The association will probably want to check its value first, but the message is clear. The challenge is open, and the hammer is waiting for the next person it accepts. Then they notice something else unusual about it. This isn't just a strong weapon, it's an epic item. Hunter gear is ranked by power and rarity, which helps people pick the right equipment for fighting monsters. The scale starts with normal items, then rare, unique, and legendary. Those higher ranks take huge skill, money, and manpower to make. But epic items are on a whole other level. They surpass legendary gear, and in the last 30 years, only a handful have ever appeared. These are weapons known between nations, remembered in stories, and feared for their power. One example is the Heaven Destruction Sword from Shawan Mountain, once used by the Heavenly Demon. Epic items aren't just weapons, they're living legends. Another is the 12-ring Kakara, a staff said to hold enough power to reshape the world. There's also the Frost Queen's Heart, still freezing the lands of Siberia, and the Wandering Demon's Sword, missing since the Blackgate disaster in London and still somewhere out there. These relics can change even the worst battle, and now another one stands before them. Geovric's hammer. Even knowing how priceless it is, Leon sticks to his choice. Whoever lifts the hammer becomes its owner. Lee Chansu can barely believe it. He doesn't understand how the protagonist can give away something this rare so easily. To make sure, he pulls up the hammer's stats. It's a divine weapon holding the soul of Geovric, a Grail Knight chosen by Demira, goddess of life and fertility. It carries the key of faith, drawing divine power straight from her. It boosts vitality enough to remove fatigue, raises defense 4 times while the user stands on the earth, and triples healing power. Allies nearby also benefit, gaining double defense and much stronger healing. One skill, Saint's Painting, lets the wielder use divine laws based on their faith and holy power. The description leaves Lee Chansu overwhelmed. This isn't just rare, it's basically a miracle made into a weapon. Leon doesn't change his mind. He tells Lee Chansu to spread the word to the association. Quietly, Lee Chansu asks if he can step away to make a call. The president of the Hunter Association answers. The moment he hears the news, he shouts in shock. This is the country's first epic-ranked item. In all of Asia, it would only be the third. No surprise, that sends a wave of challengers rushing to the Pantheon Guild. People crowd in and start asking where the hammer is. Hari quickly tells them to show respect. In this world, even legendary items must be honored properly. This isn't just a hammer, it's Ser Geovric's legacy. Then one challenger steps up and asks to take his shot. But the closer he gets, the more he feels the hammer's intense aura. Without even moving, it gives off crushing pressure. No one even needs to touch it. The challenger is thrown down before he can try. The hammer repels those it judges unworthy, with an invisible force. One hunter stumbles back, upset that nobody warned him. But the truth is, the hammer chooses by its own rules, and no one really knows what those rules are. Then a voice echoes out. Kirik. It demands a tithe, an offering to the goddess tied to the relic. The hunters are baffled. They already paid to get in, and now they're being asked for another payment. Then someone realizes the hammer is linked to the goddess, so the tithe might be part of the trial. He offers 10 million won. The others stare at him like he's lost his mind for throwing away that much money. The instant the offering is accepted, everything changes. The hammer, which refused all contact before, now allows itself to be touched. It even lets the hunter wrap his hand around it, something impossible just moments earlier. This time the aura doesn't push him away. The relic has acknowledged him. After that, offerings start pouring in. Hunters rush forward, all hoping to lift the hammer and claim it. Soon they're shoving and arguing over who came first and who paid more. Hari grows uneasy and whispers to Kitsik that this feels wrong. She wonders if a holy relic should really be treated like this, but Yappy ignores her concern. To him, this isn't disrespectful, it's smart. Then the hammer rejects another challenger and blasts them away. It isn't just testing strength or resolve anymore. The offering wasn't enough, and the hammer wanted more. What looked holy now feels like a paywall, judging not worth but money. Little by little, it stops feeling like a sacred weapon and starts looking like a business tool. Yappy stays calm the whole time. His plan is working, and he's only getting started. The news spreads fast. The guild gets so much attention that even Starbucks wants to open a branch inside. A report on the tithe shows just how huge the guild has become. Hunters from all over the country line up for a chance at the hammer. Some don't even come for fame. They want miracles. One man cries with relief when his ingrown toenail of 10 years heals, and another says even his tooth problem improves just from the hammer's aura. Pantheon starts drawing people in non-stop. Every miracle spreads belief even further, but behind all of it is Yappy, working without rest. He keeps gathering money, goods, and every resource he can. He isn't after cash alone, he's building something bigger. To him, the Pantheon is more than a place. It's a symbol, and every coin he takes in helps raise this sacred facility higher. Hari watches it all and wonders what this has turned into, especially after seeing a new room inside the Pantheon, labeled the High-Intensity Forging Facility. Even with all its machines, Yeyu calls it the lowest-grade forge in his whole database. Earth's weak metallurgy limited what he could build for now. It still looks incredible to everyone else, but Yeyu doesn't soften his opinion. He says people only think it's impressive because organic mines are simple, brushing off praise right away. Still hopeful, Hari asks if Yeppy can forge a sword. As the Grail Knight of the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, he'd seem like the perfect person. Yeppy refuses, not because of Hari, but because the forge still isn't finished. It doesn't have the special systems needed to handle adamantite. Until those upgrades are done, even he can't make it work. Hari understands. Then Yeppy turns away, already set on making more money. A small forge opens, and Yeppy finally secures enough starting cash to move ahead with his real plan. In his own mind, he's a righteous thief, taking from the greedy, not for himself, but to create something greater. Lately, the global stock market has been a mess. Powerful people are furious because the news won't bend their way. Even after spending huge amounts to control the media, the headlines keep turning against them. Behind the scenes, a ghost-like figure keeps wrecking their plans. Right when they're ready to cash out for huge profits, that mystery figure jumps in, takes the gains, and vanishes. That figure is Yeppy. He slips through the system's cracks, quietly collecting wealth without drawing attention. Now he turns his focus to food, because in this era, it's become one of the world's biggest problems. Demonic energy has poisoned huge areas of land and made farming hard. The strongest countries reacted early during the first disasters, but poorer nations are still struggling. In those regions, dungeon breaks happen almost every day, destroying any real chance at stable farming. While all this keeps happening, Yeppy watches and prepares his next move. He knows food will soon be the most valuable resource on Earth, so he starts buying large stretches of corrupted land in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, places everyone else sees as worthless. His first big move is aimed at Heilongjiang's grain industry. After the Shanghai disaster 20 years ago, Heilongjiang became one of the hardest-hit warlord nations, and its land was so polluted that farming was nearly impossible. Even so, Yeppy buys into parts of its grain business, and spreads the faith of Demera, the goddess of life and fertility. That divine belief slowly starts cleansing the soil. It doesn't heal as fast or as widely as Leon's power, but the land does recover. Before long, it can grow sacred rice, corn, and other grains. What used to be ruined now promises huge profit and a steady food supply. After that, Yeppy decides the Pantheon Guild will take over the food business, but if food becomes real power, trouble is sure to follow. Even so, Yeppy keeps collecting intel from all over the world. He sees nations wasting too much on war and fighting while gates and monsters keep getting worse. To him, any leader with sense should stop pointless battles and focus on staying alive. Yeppy vows the land will recover. Then breaking news flashes everywhere. A coup breaks out in Jilin, and war starts. While everything unravels, Yeppy calmly pulls Hari aside and speaks to her in private. He says he runs private equity, a fast-growing way to manage money. Without asking, Yeppy announces that he'll take charge of her finances. Hari blinks, thinking it's some kind of investment pitch, but Yeppy shuts that down. This isn't a request, it's professional help. She's stunned to hear he's active in the stock market, and he quickly tells her the truth. Her finances are bad. Hari feels proud of her savings, but he points out she has only 15% of what most A-rank hunters usually keep. Most of her bonuses go straight to charity. She explains that everything extra goes to the orphanage where she grew up. Yeppy doesn't mock her for that. Instead, he says better money planning would let her help even more. She tries to refuse, but he pushes back, saying ignoring money matters in this world is basically giving up on life. In his eyes, she should be grateful he's stepping in. Hari finally agrees to let him manage 2 million won. Yeppy immediately bumps it up to 20 million, and casually tells her to sell her semi-basement place in Seoul too. Hari freezes, not sure what to say, but deep down she trusts Yeppy, and hopes this isn't anything shady. Then Yeppy upgrades her from bronze to silver status. He tells her it's a special favor. Silver members now get double what bronze members earn. Hearing that, Hari gets excited and asks about moving up even more. Yeppy says if she brings in 5 new members, she'll reach gold and get triple profits. Hari is only 20 and still new to adult life. She doesn't catch the warning signs. It's a classic pyramid scheme, but to her it sounds incredible. That makes it even worse, because people trust her. Excited, she calls Soo-hyo and shares the deal, and he agrees right away, because he believes in her. With Hari unknowingly drawing people in, Yeppy's scam spreads fast. More members join, and the fake investment system gains speed. Then, right when business seems to be booming, district court officials arrive with a notice warning of asset seizure. Leon turns, confused and alarmed, and finds Yeppy answering like it's no big deal. Using the Pantheon Guild's name, Yeppy borrows a massive amount of money. He promises huge gains and tells everyone it's safe that their money will double or even triple. The members trust him and pour in their savings. Some even sell their homes or put up land to raise more cash. But things collapse fast. The investments crash, and the fund bottoms out. All the money is gone. Hari breaks down. She lost everything, including her 87 million won in savings. One person says he used his wife's money. Another says he'd saved for 5 years to buy special medicine, and now it's all gone. Even Spina, a top member, loses more than 87 billion won. Everyone is stunned, furious, and crushed. They trusted Yapi, and now the guild is drowning in debt. The losses keep growing, with nearly 50 million won disappearing every hour. Around 72% of their investment is wiped out. People panic, screaming and crying over the money. The room turns ugly as people start grabbing anything from the guild to recover something. One person rushes into storage and snatches whatever looks expensive. Then someone reaches for a big shiny pillar, thinking it must be valuable. Yapi panics and yells that it's his personal property, but nobody cares. Emotions explode and another person breaks down, shouting about how hard they worked to save that money. Soon gets sick from the stress, and even the chief can't settle the crowd. Right in the middle of it, Yapi glares at them and calls them inferior. Then Spinny steps in, hiccuping from stress, or maybe fear. Leon tells Sir Spinny to handle it, trusting his brains. Spinny asks how long Yapi needs, and Yapi says he'll fix everything by tomorrow. Spintra agrees, then goes even further, offering to guarantee Yapi's debt himself if it comes to that. After that, he orders Yapi to get back to work. Yapi leaves in a hurry, while everyone else watches, unsure how this disaster could possibly be fixed in one day. Back at the guild, alarms go off and emergency protocol starts. There isn't time for full safety checks, as the first exoskeleton armor prototype powers on. The mission is called Fund Restoration. Meanwhile, far north in Heilongjiang, soldiers from the Jilin Republic Army laze around, bored. Ro-Yo yawns, while another complains the enemy ran instead of fighting. They mock humans as weak and dishonorable. But Ro-Yo only cares about getting a good meal now. They decide to wait before attacking the nearby area again. Their mood turns ugly, as they joke about cooking people into stew, eager to loot and kill again. Just before they move, something weird catches their attention. Up in the sky, a glowing object drops like a meteor. Far away, alarms blare in a secure U.S. defense room as the Divine Staff, a secret weapon in a satellite, suddenly activates. The defense minister panics. Only 3 people should have the launch code, yet someone fired it. The White House and Hunter HQ both say they know nothing. Even worse, the control code changes every minute, with 100 million possible combinations. Earth's best supercomputer would need 13 years to crack it, yet someone already did. Everyone starts freaking out as the crisis grows. The weapon is already active, and now it can't be stopped. The security lock is too strong, with over 10 billion combinations, far too many for any computer to break in time. Then Grizzly, another powerful system, activates too and links with the Divine Staff. Both weapons lock onto the same target, the Jilin Republic. At the same moment, a video appears of someone claiming Jilin has broken the peace of the US. Soon after, a Julius watches and quietly says it's fake. The video isn't real, but it's already spreading. By then, it's too late. The lie has already pushed the world toward war. A deepfake throws everything into chaos, and nobody knows who made it. General Linghang Kazak of the Jilin Republic watches it all, and wonders how things ended up here. With their nation now one of the strongest, all that seems left is endless war. His men panic and ask what they should do, and he suggests taking the remaining money and running far away to start over, rebuild, and get stronger later. They laugh nervously and begin planning their escape, even talking about hunting humans to grow their numbers. But just then, an enemy locks onto them, targeting the orcs with one demand: return the stolen funds. The robot drops right in front of Kazak inside the Jilin Republic building, pointing its weapon at him. Sir Yapi wants his money back. Kazak stares at the machine and says he doesn't know who it is, but it sure has guts. One of the orcs charges the robot, but it pulls back instead of taking the hit. Then, from behind, the robot switches to assassination mode and opens fire on the orcs. As his allies drop, Kazak ducks behind the broken ceiling debris left by Yapi's arrival. Another orc rushes the robot, but Yapi activates a special upgrade, the ultra-high bullet set, and targets the rest of the orcs. With every weapon available, the robot unloads on them. After the others fall, it calls a ceasefire, then notes one target is still left. Face to face with Kazak, the orc drags his hammer and admits the robot did well killing them. Then he adds those dead soldiers were about to be promoted to generals. The robot instantly returns to assassination mode, catching Kazak off guard. He shouts, asking if it even knows what that means. A piercing laser fires, but Kazak dodges it and charges in, swinging his axe into the robot. The blow destroys the robot's hand, and it identifies the weapon as adamantite. Kazak yells that his axe is pure adamantite and prepares another strike. He boasts that even a Drake couldn't survive it. As he swings again, the robot reads the attack, marks Kazak as rank S, and realizes its ammo is running low. Then it suddenly fires a sharp laser from its hand. Kazak laughs, saying a scrap of metal like that can't beat him. A warrior blessed by the god, he leaps in to attack, but the robot triggers insufficient time and scenario failure. Yappy traps Kazakh in strings, saying the real combat data has been very useful and has made his big data even better. Kazakh yells, asking what Yappy is even talking about. Yappy activates tactical divine law and fires a laser, killing Kazakh and blasting his flesh apart. After that, Yappy heads for the adamantite, takes it, and eliminates the witnesses, declaring the assassination complete. The news soon reports that the Jilin Republic coup has been settled, and the new Jilin government apologizes for the chaos. They also report blessed crops growing in the rice fields of Betawang. Hari smiles at Sir Yappy and says it's good the war is over. Then she checks her phone for the fund's returns, and gasps when she sees it's only reached 200. Leon quietly sips his tea while reading through the files. Looking over Soho's records, he notes how much his swordsmanship, shield work, spear skills, and riding have improved. He starts wondering if it's time to link Soho to the gods, though first he'll have to prove his faith. MC thinks there's no time to waste, especially since the gods allowed a simpler process. He needs to move fast. Then he turns to the second page to review Chan. While reading that a knight must live by virtue, Leon wonders if Soyan has any real greed at all, and figures that thought brings back old memories, and he realizes she reminds him of someone. Then he hears a noise. He notices the hammer has been moved, gets up and wonders who did it. Without wasting time, he heads over. Hari asks where he's going, but Leon ignores her. When he gets there, he smiles and says he didn't expect this. Daesung is holding the hammer with his bare hands. Later, near the Naiju Plains, everyone gathers as Leon calls them in. He announces that today they'll welcome a new student. The students are confused. Most academy trainees should already be in guilds, so they start wondering who this newcomer is. The protagonist adds that the new student will train with them and work toward becoming a knight. Then the newcomer rides in, barely managing to control the horse. Nervous, he introduces himself as Good Daesung, the first-generation student of Man-at-Arms, and greets everyone. At the presidential building, a researcher reports that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force have all checked in. The president accepts the report and confirms the Dragon Palace is real. 25 years ago, an ocean gate called the Dragon Palace was found in Tokyo Bay. Back then, people thought gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites watching the oceans for them. So the gate was ignored until a dungeon break destroyed Tokyo. Nearby beaches were corrupted, and sea creatures became monsters. It became one of the worst gate disasters ever, and pushed nations to work together on gate raids. The researcher then says Hurricane Nabi, which had been moving into the Pacific, has changed course and is now heading for Olung Island. The president goes quiet, clearly tense, as he's told it may be the strongest hurricane of the year. Looking at the screen, he mutters about his terrible luck. On live TV, a reporter says the storm is moving at 64.5 meters per second, about as fast as Hurricane Mamie in 2003, and Olung Island is already taking heavy damage. The president turns to his aide and orders him to contact His Majesty Leon of the Pamthwan Guild. Half an hour later, he chuckles and says Yongwan has changed a lot, especially since he used to ignore draft orders. Yongwan frowns and asks why his guild is being called first when stronger guilds exist. The president gives a weak smile and says few guilds compare to the Phoenix Guild. Yongwen turns away, saying they're still recovering from the Jeju Island disaster, but the president keeps smiling and says he's sure Yongwen is fine now. Yongwen's expression darkens. He starts thinking this old man is throwing his power around for a reason, and Leon must be part of it. So he asks outright if they really plan to send his guild alone, then asks when their trump card will show up. The president plays dumb, and asks what trump card he means. Then he says, His Majesty isn't someone a man like him can judge, which only makes Yongwen even madder. He walks over to his companion and mutters that this isn't going well, only to get hit with a dry "you reap what you sow." Yongwan remembers that night being told to take the horse, that it would obey the king, followed by a prayer for the gods to protect him. Back in the present, Yongwan curses under his breath and feels even more uneasy. Then the president's assistant announces that the VIP has arrived. Yongwan watches the president quickly fix his shirt and spray mouth freshener, leaving him stunned. The elevator opens, and Leon steps out with Hari and Jinso Kim beside him. The president bows and thanks MC for coming. He smirks and warns him he'd better have a good reason for dragging him all the way here. The president tells him to follow him and promises to explain everything. After hearing the full story, Leon leans back and boils it down simply. A gate appeared in the ocean, and the hurricane is making the raid hard to carry out. The president says the US and Japan will support the operation, while the other guilds stay ready in case something goes wrong. He stresses that this is a chance to raise the honor of the King of the Lionheart, and asks the protagonist to show everyone his heroic power. MC smiles, pleased that the president knows how to talk. He replies that a king's worth is no small thing, so the offering must match it. The president asks what he wants. Leon just smirks and says a king doesn't count coins, then tells him to discuss it with Sir Spinay. The president bows, thinking the protagonist has basically given him a blank promise. Once outside, MC tells Hari to bring the list of names. He starts naming everyone who will join the raid, and tells Hari to write it down. First come the students, then the soldiers. Hari suddenly stops and asks why none of the people he picked are women. Irritated, she thinks that whatever Leon's views are, this isn't the time to separate people by gender. He calmly asks if the reason isn't obvious. Hari pushes him again, and he puts on a serious macho look and says women on a ship bring bad luck. Soon, the aircraft head to the operation site, where South Korea's first fleet is waiting. After they land, Leon goes straight to the base commander. The man introduces himself as Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung of the First Fleet. He says it's an honor to meet the protagonist, and explains that his granddaughter was cured thanks to the Dermaris crops. He asks the protagonist to pass along his thanks. MC smiles proudly, and says that if the commander wants to thank her for that blessing, then they're brothers. The commander lights up and calls it a great honor. Then he leads them inside, saying he'll begin the briefing and introduce the Allied forces. As they head in, they run into some foreigners. Yongwon asks if they're the US raid team, and Jae-sung says they rushed over on an American mission. One person catches Yongwon's eye, and he blurts out, "Reynolds Sherman," shocked that the master of the magic tower is here. Reynolds turns around, amused that he's famous even in Korea. He faces them fully with peas, but before he can finish, he notices Leon staring at him. The magic tower master panics inside, and the demon in the ball is shaken too. Reynolds quietly asks the demon what they're supposed to do with him right in front of them. The demon tells him to stay calm. If the protagonist had truly noticed him, he would already be dead. It says they haven't been exposed yet, and tells Reynolds to trust the ring it made for him. Reynolds grips the ring, amazed by the great demon's wisdom. Then he notices the ring slowly slipping off. He panics and tries to hold it in place, but the demon warns that Leon's divine energy has worn it down and tells him to get away. Reynolds worries that leaving now will look suspicious, so he stammers, saying it's an honor to meet MC, that his fame has spread even to distant lands, and that he's wanted to meet him for a long time. All the while, he keeps his hand clenched tight, knowing he can't risk a handshake. Leon smirks and says Reynolds seems to know his place, then moves on. Left behind, Reynolds is baffled and wonders what would actually satisfy him. The demon tells him to enter the gate and keep their plan moving. Outside, Hari broods over the protagonist refusing to let women on the ship when she spots Daesung helping the workers. She calls out, asking why he's still doing manual labor when the association should handle it, but Daesung just says he should help too. Hari doesn't budge. She tells him that as a knight trainee, His Majesty would never have assigned him work like this. Daesung shyly says he feels overpraised for someone who only lifted a hammer. Annoyed, Hari snaps that it is a big deal. She couldn't move that hammer even an inch. More than 1,000 people tried, and he was the only one who could lift it. On top of that, he was chosen by the goddess. Even then, Daesung still doesn't look convinced. So Hari starts copying Leon, saying His Majesty would probably be furious that some lowly peasant is questioning the king's decision and the goddess's judgment. Daesung calls her name, trying to stop her, but she keeps going, adding that MC would say people trained without sleep back in his day. Daesung finally raises his voice enough to get her attention. Hari turns confused, then realizes what's going on, and asks if he's standing right behind her. A second later, Leon grabs Hari by the hair and asks how she dares mock and imitate a king. Hari quickly begs for forgiveness, and he slowly lets go. Still glaring, he says it's absurd that she's the one receiving a blessing. So Leon explains that she's been blessed by the divinity of the sea and waves, and Poma has chosen to accept her as a saintess. He tells her she'll be joining the raid. Hari lights up for a second as she looks at him, but the next thing she knows she's tied to a wooden plank. Watching from above, Yongwon asks how they can treat a saintess like this. Leon, standing beside him, says women on board bring bad luck, and the only way to cancel it out is to make her the figurehead. Hari keeps screaming for them to untie her, and calls to Suho while the others silently finish setting her in place, standing her upright at the front of the ship. Then the ship starts moving, with Hari stuck at the bow, yelling for help. Thunder crashes overhead, and Hari warns everyone that Hurricane Nabi is coming, shouting that the winds are hitting 64.5 meters per second, even while she's still tied up. As the storm gets worse, she keeps begging to be saved. Leon tells her to be quiet because she's scaring the fish. Hari is stunned to see him casually fishing, while she feels like she's about to die. The protagonist grumbles that all the fish are gone. No fish would come near a warship like this. Right after saying that, his rod jerks hard. He pulls up a huge fish. Leon tells the lieutenant general to get the thing he mentioned ready, and the man moves at once. He steps up to the podium and sets the fish down. Then, with full drama, MC calls for the gracious ruler of the sea to appear. The fish suddenly shines with a blinding glow, and light spreads across the whole ship. The crew handling weather control panics at the sight of a massive wall of water, and wonders if it's even a wave at all. A giant wave closes in around the ship. Then the goddess answers warmly, calling him Leon Dragonia, Lionheart, her beloved watchtower and the guardian of her people. He greets her in return, as Poma, divinity of the sea and waves. Poma says this sea feels empty. Just like Plo said, this land has no divinity, and the ship doesn't even use sails. Worse, none of them understand the sea's grace. Standing before the glowing fish, Leon says it can't be helped, since this world hasn't learned the sea's teachings yet, and asks her to watch over the people. Poma refuses. She says she has no reason to protect those who don't believe in her. Grace only comes with respect. The protagonist says nothing for a moment, then asks why she chose Hari as a saintess. She laughs, saying it took a lot to persuade Pedos, but Hari is a strong vessel and worth the effort. Still, Poma says Hari can't compare to MC, since he can hold every kind of divinity inside him. Leon answers that being like that only brought him misery, and the glowing shark asks why he sees blessing as a curse. He explains that a god's attention can ruin a human who lacks faith. Poma says she trusts him to deal with that. Poma then calls out to Saintess Hari Han. She grants Hari power over the waves and water's blessing, telling her to accept it gladly and spread her teachings far and wide. Hari eagerly agrees, then immediately asks if that means she can finally be untied from the pole. The fish replies that as long as the Saintess is offered up, no wave can crash through the ship, then disappears. Hari freezes, terrified this might really be the end, while the crew reports a hurricane and 10-meter waves and orders everyone inside before they get swept away. Hari starts begging for help again. Leon tells her she simply doesn't have enough faith. Even so, he says Poma still favors her, which is probably why she overlooked that weakness. Hari yells back that she doesn't need forgiveness, she just wants off the pole. The protagonist tells her to relax and trust herself to mighty nature, looking far too pleased with himself. He throws his arms wide and declares that endless nature will hold her, while Hari screams that she wants to live. Leon points out something strange. Even in this violent storm, not a single wave has hit them. Hari thinks about it and notices the ship hasn't even been rocking. Every wave vanishes right before reaching the boat. MC explains that Poma is using Hari as a saintess for the waves. Since nobody believes in him, he has to use the saintess as the link. Hari feels relieved. At least he didn't tie her up just because he hates women. Then the rope suddenly comes loose, and Hari slips downward. At that exact moment, the whole ship lurches from the waves. Realizing she's the reason, Hari grabs the pole and begs them to tie her up again. Leon does it without hesitation. Meanwhile, aboard a U.S. Arleigh Burke-class ship, Reynolds leans over the rail and says their ship was about to flip, but the second they followed the protagonist's ship, it steadied. The demon explains that Bastard used the authority of sea and waves. Any ship blessed by that power will always have plenty to catch and won't sink in a storm. Reynolds decides the demon is useless. Then the captain reports more bad news. A Murasame-class ship from Sasebo has capsized in the hurricane, and rescue is underway. Reynolds says they've already lost a third of their forces before the real fight even started. The demon tells him to forget that and focus on the gate. That's what matters. The sailors report they're entering the gate now and sending in the raid teams. Leon leads the ship as they near the gate. Then a hurricane suddenly forms and drags in the Pantheon Guild members along with many others. Hari wakes up, coughs out water and quickly looks around for the others. She realizes the tornado must have thrown them all here and starts searching. People are scattered around nearby, so she yells for them to wake up. Suhu groans that his head hurts, and Hari checks on him while he asks what happened. Looking around, she wonders where Leon and the others are. A voice suddenly tells her to calm down. Everyone is safe. Hari looks around in shock, and the voice tells her to look down. She nervously does and finds a turtle. It speaks again, calling her Saintess, and saying the sea sent a messenger to help. Suhu kneels too, and calls the turtle Tiny. The turtle snaps that he's being rude, quickly asks if it knows what happened, since Poma said everyone was safe. Speaking for Poma, the turtle says the waves carried them to safe land, though it couldn't keep Hari with the others, so Kofra calls it amazing. Poma then says this body is awful for moving around, and asks Hari for her shoulder. Hari kneels, and Poma climbs onto her shoulder. A sudden sound cuts them off. The crew takes position as Daisung tells everyone to stay sharp. Monsters are coming. Someone shouts for Hari to raise her shield, and she thinks they didn't even get time to recover. She lifts her wand, ready to use fire magic and at least take one monster down, but the spell dies out on its own, leaving her stunned. Poma asks if a saintess blessed by the ocean and waves is seriously trying to use fire. Hari shoots the turtle a look and yells that she doesn't want to be a saintess if it means she can't use fire. The turtle just tells her to put it down. As the monsters close in, everyone holds their defensive line. Elsewhere, deep in the forest, Reynolds fights through monsters around him. The demon says the start went badly, but now they're safely away from that monster. It tells him to leave the other American hunters behind to make shelter. They have more important work. Reynolds summons nearby monsters, ordering them to rise and lead the way to the stone statue. After some time, he reaches a huge stone monument and asks if this is it. The demon confirms it is, and says they need to find several more. Reynolds starts using magic, but Yongwan steps out from behind and asks if he even knows what that structure really is. Reynolds smirks and says it's good. They all survived. He didn't expect them to get here so fast. Then he adds that Yongwan must have seen the quest too. Yongwan says he did. The mission was to destroy the statue of Rakshar the Great. But he remembers the Jeju Island Gate, where the Red Gate seemed to be about taking down Joafrik, yet there was more going on. So he says they still don't know enough about these gate quests. What if the statue is a trap? Or maybe they should first figure out what Rakchar really is. Reynolds stops to think, and it does make sense. Then the demon orders him to retreat, because he can't fight all of them right now. Reynolds backs off, admitting Yongwon's reasoning is solid. He tells them to head back to the beach where the Maverick members are waiting. Back on the island, Hari lowers her weapon and says they finally killed all the monsters. She asks if anyone is hurt, but thankfully everyone's okay. Then a knight rushes over and says he can no longer feel His Majesty's aura. Hari jokes that that's bad because the buffs were great, but the knight says that's not the problem. They've tested Leon's aura before, and know how far it reaches. Those resentful buffs covered 30 kilometers, but now none of them can feel the effect at all. Hari realizes what that means. The island is more than 30 kilometers across both ways, so Leon likely isn't even on this island. She turns to Poma, but Poma says her connection to him seems cut off too. Hari and the others can only worry about where MC ended up. Deep underwater in the dungeon, he comes face to face with a monster. The creature says it's finally time to end its long sleep. After eating fish for 500 years, it's sick of seafood. It rushes the protagonist, eager to find out what a god's night tastes like. Sir Yappy tries booting the BIOS, but the device fails because it detects unknown materials. Sir Yappy ends up in a cave surrounded by crab monsters, and no matter how many times he tries, the result doesn't change. Nervously he speaks to the creatures, but the crabs just keep following him everywhere. On another island, Hari says she still hasn't found Jinsu or Jaehyuk. Daesung answers that he hasn't seen Section Chief Kim either. Another knight says he never expected the trainees to go missing too. Suho insists they're all alive, then nervously asks Hari if they'll really be okay. She gives him a reassuring smile before turning to the American knights and thanking them for their help, saying the monsters went down fast because of them. The blonde man in front salutes the Korean hunters and introduces himself as Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Hari starts introducing herself too, then pauses when the name Mistral sounds familiar. She stares at his face, then blurts out that he's Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th in Maverick. Alan coughs awkwardly and says there's no point using a call sign if she's just going to say his real name. Hari quickly bows and apologizes, saying she should have used his code name. Alan scratches the back of his neck and tells her it's fine. The other Korean hunters finally recognize him too, and one says he even saw Alan on YouTube, so no wonder an S-rank came to help. Hari tells Alan they had no idea he was on the raid team. He looks away and says they probably missed it because his group left in such a rush. After piecing things together, Alan asks if their guildmaster got separated, and if the job now is just finding the missing people. Hari politely says no, the sea god has blessed them, and if Alan just looks at them, clearly trying to understand what any of that means. Then a system alert suddenly announces that the first wave is starting. Confused, Hari asks if they have to fight a monster wave now. Alan cracks his knuckles and says they can sort this out later. First they deal with this. Monsters start pouring in from land and sea, and the board says only 3 minutes remain. The knights are shocked that A-rank field bosses are showing up right away. Alan eyes the sea monster and smirks, saying this might take a while. Hari and Alan move into position, while Daesung orders the shield unit to hold the line. The monster lunges at Daesung at once, but the shield team blocks it. Even so, the impact rattles him. He realizes how much weaker they are without His Majesty's buff. The monster strikes again and blasts several knights off their feet. Hari shouts to Daesung, asking if he's alright. Coughing, he says they're fine, and tells her to keep fighting. Hari clenches her teeth, thinking this would be easy if she could use her fire skills. She cuts through the land monsters as she pushes forward. While fighting, she yells at Poma, if she's really his saintess, shouldn't she get some huge tsunami skill or something? Poma laughs and says she watches too much anime. Hari fires back that he's the one who looks like an anime character. A spark suddenly hits one of the monsters and drops it. Hari turns and sees Alan smiling as he tells her not to lose focus. She quietly thanks him, then looks back and realizes he's already wiped out every monster nearby. Alan calmly says they weren't that impressive for A ranks. Suho and another trainee stare at the fallen sea monster in awe, saying Alan is insanely strong. The other says that's what you'd expect from America's top hunter guild. Alan watches the next group coming in, manage to clear the third wave. Yappy rides on a crab while it carries him along. It's been 36 hours since the crab monsters saved him, and now they follow his orders without hesitation. Yappy notes that each wave comes every 12 hours, and these crab monsters grow and multiply way too fast. Unlike normal creatures, which need time to get nutrients and build their bodies, these things don't. Kim Jae-hyuk, who was rescued from the beach on the first day, calls out and says the system window finally appeared, and none of the Rakchar statues have been destroyed yet. Jae-hyuk opens his status window, surprised he never realized survivors couldn't access it before. Yappy says sharing system info matters a lot right now. After reading the quest, Jae-hyuk says the goal must be to destroy the statues. Yappy explains that the crab monsters have fought the other monsters for a long time, so the ones sending the waves are probably trying to destroy those statues too. Jae-hyuk agrees, saying the statues really do seem to be the target. Yappy says that idea fits best. Jae-hyuk then says many from the Kirik tribe have already died, and asks if they can keep stopping the waves. Yappy shakes his head, no chance. Each wave gets harder, and at this rate they'll probably fall at the fifth one. What they need now is weapons. Jae-hyuk imagines a crab holding a knife, and wonders if that's seriously the plan. Then he suddenly remembers something, and tells Yappy he found something interesting. He leads Yappy to a waterfall, and says there's a cave hidden behind it. They go inside and come out the other side, finding a place with tall buildings and proper roads. Jae-hyuk blurts out that the Kirik tribe may have been way deep at the same time. Leon stands deep underwater, and realizes this isn't just the ocean floor, it's a place with remains of an ancient civilization. He says there's a ruined world down here, as he looks around. He recalls that Poma's power was cut off when the boat flipped. MC figures that happened because they entered another being's domain, likely a god or some evil deity. Leon coldly orders it to show itself. A voice laughs and calls him Lionheart, the god's hound with a lion's heart, heir to the Dragon Slayer, the one who killed more demons than anyone, the Knight of Knights, the King of Kings and protector of the Radiant Kingdom. Yet now, it says, he stands there weaker than ever. Leon asks if it knows him. The voice answers that any demon would know the Lionheart. He was a legend, even among them. It says many heroes came here before, but none were strong enough to beat it. Then it mocks him, asking if he'll be any different. He answers that a filthy demon has no right to judge his worth. With a booming laugh, the demon finally appears and thanks him for defeating Malice, saying that gave it a chance. The protagonist wonders if he even knows anyone by that name. The demon goes on, saying that after waiting 500 years, it's finally time to end everything. The fourth wave begins. Hari and the others, still trapped on the island, slam the water in frustration. Poma, sitting on her head, jokes that if she's going to splash around, she should do it naked so it'd be more fun to watch. Hari grits her teeth, telling him to quit saying stuff like that. She's trying hard to stay awake. Poma quietly says all she's really doing is playing, and that won't awaken anything. Hari gets to her feet, deep in thought. After a moment she says she'd heard that with Goddess Ariana, you get closer to her by doing just things again and again, or living honorably. Poma says that sounds about right for Ariana, though she's a little too rigid. Hari goes on, saying Goddess Demera wants people to farm and thank the earth, and Patos was about winning battles and burning determination. Looking up at Poma, Hari says she figured that since he's the god of the sea and waves, her awakening had to involve the ocean somehow. Poma says beach games probably won't do it. She rubs the turtle's head and begs him to just tell her, so they can save his majesty. Poma admits Leon likely isn't trapped on land. He seems to be underwater. Hari picks him up and sadly asks if they shouldn't hurry, so she can awaken and find MC. Poma agrees, which only makes her more annoyed as she says this would be over already if Poma looks up at Hari, calls her his saintess, and says learning the creed of the sea and waves and building faith is easy for her. He explains that the sea is the source of endless life, and simply being thankful for that will raise her faith. But then he asks how she can think a believer's path is the same as a saint's, and how she could compare a knight's knowledge to a soldier's. Hari tries to process that, then sighs and says she'll work harder. Poma nods, and right then Suho runs over calling for her. Out of breath, he tells Hari they finally found a Rakchar statue. Hari stares at him in surprise, as Suho adds that it was the Maverick Guild who found Rain. Watches Yongwon still glaring at the statue, and thinks they're guarding it with real determination. He can't figure out why they're doing something nobody asked for. Yongwon studies the statue like it's the most important thing there. The demon answers Reynold, saying Phoenix Guild seems to be having doubts. Reynold asks if they should just break it in secret at night. The demon says that would only make people suspect Reynold, and tells him the reason to destroy it will show up soon enough. A Maverick Guild member called Minuteman calls out to Yongwon, asking if they shouldn't destroy the statue already. Being careful is fine, but it's been 3 days, and this is the only statue they've found, so it has to be the one the quest wants. Yongwon stares at Minuteman, while Yuri quietly says she doesn't think they have any other option. Yongwon finally agrees, and motions Minuteman over. He tells him to destroy the statue now. Minuteman charges up and smashes the stone statue to pieces with one punch. A notification appears, saying the statue of Rakchar the Great has been destroyed, and only 2 statues are left. Minuteman smiles, sure he made the right call. At last Yongwon accepts that they picked the correct statue. Yuri leans in and says they should get ready. Yongwon asks if another wave is already due, saying they stayed here longer than expected. They wait a bit, and then Yuri quietly says the walks up to Yongwon with a smile, and says destroying the statue must have been the right move if no wave appeared. Yongwon grits his teeth but says he's glad. Reynolds then says they should organize what they know, and asks everyone to gather around. Once the group is together, Reynolds starts by saying there are probably 3 statues across the island, but first they need to sort out the situation. He says they should focus on what they've learned so far, and figure out the next move. Then they listen closely. The meeting continues. One of his guild members warns that the enemy has firearms. Frustrated, Yongwon asks why this island is so different. He tries to calm himself, thinking the monsters on the last island didn't use weapons, so these guns might be fake. But a crab monster suddenly fires a laser at them. leaving Yongwen frozen for a moment. He snaps back into position, knowing they won't get through this without taking damage. A voice suddenly commands them to kneel before the chief of the Kirik tribe. Sir Yappy and Jayuk show up riding a giant crab. Sir Yappy tells the humans to give up, since they have no chance of winning. Yongwen recognizes Yappy and Jayuk as Pantheon members, and to him that means the Phoenix Guild has lost. Right now, the Phoenix Guild is stuck on Yappy's island, while Maverick and Reynold are on Hari's island. With 2 statues left, Reynold and Maverick head for one of them. They find Hari blocking it with her body, and Reynold calls the whole thing annoying. Hari shouts that they can't destroy it. Alan says this puts them in a tough spot, because they can't just ignore her prophecy. Hari begs them to listen, and asks if they really can't feel the awful aura the statue is holding back. Then she notices red smoke leaking out, and realizes breaking it would be too dangerous. Before anyone can stop him, the statue suddenly bursts apart, and Reynold looks pleased. Hari stares in horror, wondering if he really did it. Reynold says they came here to close the gate, so he followed the quest and destroyed the statue. That horrible aura pours out, and Hari can only watch. The ground starts shaking, and someone asks what that was. Everyone can feel something bad is coming. Then a monster rises from the sea. It roars and orders them all to submit. Rakchar, the demon of chaos, has awakened, and his presence overwhelms every living thing. Everyone stares at Rakchar in terror, as guild members start falling under his control. His chaos aura fully takes hold, bringing weakness, panic, fear, confusion, and hopelessness. Rakchar roars again and says he smells something foul, but it isn't time to eat yet. Gusong shields the others, while Rakchar says he first has to deal with the ones who sealed him here, and tells them to enjoy this tiny bit of hope while it lasts. Then he sinks back into the sea, and the whole area is tainted by chaos, giving every living being the status abnormally deranged. Their eyes turn red, and they start attacking each other. Hari tries to calm them down and begs everyone to resist the abnormal status, but Alan suddenly swings at Hari, and she barely avoids it, yelling at him to wake up. Alan screams that dying is the right thing, and he'll help make it happen. Then he rushes her, but Minuteman slams into him first. Hari nervously thanks him, only for him to turn and punch her so hard she's sent flying into the water, struggling to breathe. Hari realizes she couldn't even react, and starts wondering if she'll die here. She remembers Jeovrik telling little Hari that her parents died saving the world, that they were heroes. He patted her head and promised she'd grow into someone honorable. Hari now struggles to understand what being a hunter of justice is even worth, and wonders what it means to be a god saintess when she's nowhere near as strong as Jeovrik, let alone his majesty. At least Jeovrik died with honor, doing something that mattered. Then Poma appears before her. He calls her name and tells her not to try to grab the whole ocean. No matter what, all she can hold is a handful of water. Poma tells Hari to fill her heart with faith, and to accept the greatness already inside her. Hari doesn't understand him at all, but he urges her to listen to the ocean. If not before, then now. The flow of the sea, the coral's whispers, the ocean's great song. Poma kisses her forehead, and calls her his mortal, telling her that if she really wants immortal power, she can't try to seize it. Infinity isn't something to grab, it's something to wear around yourself. She is already inside that infinity. A strange light wraps around her, and when she finally relaxes and closes her eyes, she opens them again with sudden clarity. She knows what to do. Looking around for His Majesty, she finds him at once. She moves her hand and splits the sea in two, using the divine law, sea splitting. The city beneath the water is revealed, and she finally sees Leon standing there. He turns to her, sees her, and tells her to come. Hari wakes up to him, praising her. Well done. She snaps back to herself and screams, but the protagonist tells her to stay still. They're on Stallion, MC's Pegasus. Hari asks if she was really in the water, and MC says he's glad he didn't have to watch a water saintess drown. Hari then remembers Rakchar's return, and everyone going mad trying to kill each other. He says he knows, and explains that normal people can't stay sane in front of evil. He has the Pegasus land. When they reach the island, the protagonist draws his glass and announces himself. The King of Lionheart's aura pushes back the status effect, and people slowly come back to their senses. Daesung walks up. Relieved MC is safe. MC tells him he did well holding things together. Daesung reports that some soldiers and trainees are missing, though he heard Poma kept them safe, and asks him to check. He says he can already sense them, then orders everyone to leave the gate, and says the Saintess's blessing will let them walk on water if they trust it. He tells them to run for the gate. Alan asks what will happen to the rest. Leon says they'll save as many people as they can to move, but the monster appears in front of them, calling them parasites and saying he'd been waiting for this. He says the moment has finally come. He starts forming a fireball, but suddenly stops when he senses a Grail Knight's aura. Then Yappy appears on a crab right in front of him. The monster rages, asking how they're still alive. Yappy switches to his third gun set and fires. The shots land, but the monster isn't hurt. He says they changed the bullets to divine artifacts, but that's still not enough for him. Then he sends a huge wave at them. Xiaobei tries to speak, but the monster cuts him off, and says they can do nothing. Through wave control, strands of water rise toward him. As Leon wraps them around the demon, the monster realizes who he is, a Grail Guardian. A sphere of water forms around him and traps him inside. Leon tells Sir Yappy to close the gate now and get everyone out. Yappy says the enemy is badly hurt and may start weakening, but MC refuses, saying they still need to destroy the— He knows he can't kill a demon this strong without the holy sword, so saving as many survivors as possible is the better choice. Then, Yappy says they should take the island's people too. He explains the Kikirik tribe isn't made of NPCs, they were sealed here to guard the demon. Leon asks if there's enough time, since the demon is close to breaking free. Yappy says he'll use the Kikirik tribe's final option, and with the Saintess's blessing, everyone can cross the water. Hari urges them to move fast before the great demon is fully released. He looks over as the demon breaks out of the water prison, and swears he won't escape him. The protagonist signals Stallion, then charges with sword in hand. He cuts off several limbs before pulling back onto Stallion. The demon mocks him for buzzing around like a fly. That ticks MC off, and he calls up his divine power, rushing in while remembering the Lord of Chaos, screaming as fire burned him. The demon fires back that he'll kill Leon first. Right then, giant crab monsters clamp onto the demon's remaining limbs, and he struggles to get loose. He takes the chance and strikes with divine punishment. Flames of war. His eyes change color as he declares glory to Lionheart. Leon unleashes divine punishment, flames of war, and the demon screams out the protagonist's name in agony. The knights can hardly believe a human could hold that much power. MC tells them there's no time and orders them to get out through the gate. They obey, and he asks Sir Spinny about the evacuation. Sir Spinny says it's 80% done, and the supplies and records are safe. Leon realizes they just need a little more time, and Sir Spinny says they'll endure. He sees their resolve, and Sir Spinny explains they've waited. Meanwhile, the demon keeps screaming, and the language analysis translates it as prosperity to Craviatera. Leon honors their noble name and says the gate will close soon, so they need to fall back. The demon mocks him, asking if he's running away. It says they always claimed his virtue was never giving up, so he should stay and fight. The protagonist smirks and says knightly virtue doesn't apply to lesser creatures like him. He has no respect for beasts or evil beings. That sends the monster into a rage, and it screams that Leon will die no matter what. But before it can act, the gate shuts. The world erupts after the first confirmed sighting of an Archduke-class demon. Humanity took massive losses, and the great demon's appearance felt like a warning of worse things ahead. Still, it wasn't all grim. A few people resisted the mind corruption that even top S-class hunters couldn't handle. People everywhere watched a broadcast showing the Pantheon Guild's achievements, shared across YouTube. The president shakes Leon's hand, and MC says a huge weight has been lifted. The president brushes it off. Though he's shocked there were 10,000 survivors, he says they were honorable people who had fought the demon for a long time. When the president asks about the statue, the protagonist first thinks of it as a border marker, then explains it was made to honor the heroes who gave their lives fighting the Archduke demon, and the center statue represents Poma, god of the sea and waves. The president asks about the other statues, and Leon says one is for him and Sir Spinny, since Sir Spinny speaks for the Kikirik tribe. That leaves the president stunned. Seeing his face, MC laughs and says he was joking. The president hurriedly asks him to remove his statue, but he tells him not to be so embarrassed. He runs an entire country. After saying that, the protagonist walks off, with the assistant right behind him. The president feels like that exchange shaved 10 years off his life. Then his assistant reports urgent news. All contact with North Korea has been lost since last night. That only confuses the president more. Meanwhile, in what was once Pyongyang, the comrade stands on a ruined road, thinking back to when dimensional holes opened 30 years ago, and how all this time, the only aid they got came from South Korea. He kicks a man into a heap of unconscious bodies and grins. Soon he says, they'll become the strongest nation by using demons for their own gain. His aide tells him the mage is calling, so he picks up. Reynolds says the preparations are finished. At once the comrade orders everyone to speed up the summoning. When the great demon appears, the comrade is shocked by how badly it's hurt. He asks if the summoning was done right. The demon apologizes and says it needs time to recover, and the other great demons will need more time too. Then it adds that, luckily there's plenty of food here, which shocks the comrade. Back in a dungeon, a red-haired girl smiles at a white-haired girl and says she's told her everything. She adds that she isn't hiding anything now. The white-haired girl finds it interesting that demons can enter any gate, so if that's true they can also send them wherever they want. Later, while the people of Kiruk build new structures, Hari calls for Sir Yappy. She knows they can breathe underwater, but still asks if it's really safe for them to live there. Yappy assures her they'll be fine as long as they have a nest and a place to breed. Looking at the kitten and all the crabs working around them, Hari realizes food may be the real problem. Then Yappy tells her they've been signed up for the Pantheon Assurance Service to help them adjust to modern life. He says it covers all kinds of support, including legal and paperwork help. Hari thinks about joining too, only to learn she was already enrolled and has been using the service since last month. She completely loses it when she hears the bill is 19 trillion won. Right then, Leon rides over. He tells Hari to get on the horse because he needs to head back to the guild. That catches her off guard, since MC had said before that this was a king's horse and only the queen and Sir Yappy could ride it. When he notices her hesitating, Leon gets down and holds out his hand, telling her to come. But instead of sitting right away, Hari feels awkward and a little upset by how he's acting. Then he gives her an envelope with property rights inside. He says it's only right for a king to grant land to a knight. Even if her faith hasn't been fully proven yet, Hari barely manages a quiet thank you, but the protagonist cuts in, telling her not to act so strange or like a servant. He says she doesn't need to behave like a noble, but she also shouldn't put herself beneath others. Blushing, Hari finally climbs onto the horse with Leon. After riding in silence, she finally asks if that means she's a noble now. MC says yes, and her face lights up. In the Pantheon's order though, she comes after the Queen, Sir Spinay, and Sir Yappy. Right away she calls out to Sir Yappy, saying he should treat her like a noble now. Instead, he smacks her with his whip. Leon gives them a sidelong look, clearly judging how childish they're being. Later, in Queen Beatrice's workshop at the Pantheon Guild, he stands beside her as she confirms the test worked, just like he thought. Demons really are using gates. The protagonist thinks back and realizes he's been suspicious ever since the Jeju Island Gate. What looked like a noble quest was really about saving corrupted barbarians and killing a righteous knight. That makes it clear to him that the system and its quests aren't truly good. They're controlled by evil forces trying to steer the awakened. Leon tells Beatrice that Earth is now ruled by mana stones, and people won't stop chasing quests, even if they know something feels wrong, whether for money or other reasons. Since demons are clearly on the move, he asks if Beatrice can control gates too, because he's heard she can. Beatrice explains that she can control virtual spaces that have already collapsed, but she needs a way to judge which gates hold survivors, and which have demons. Then she smirks and suggests using one of Leon's holy relics as a beacon, which means she'll need a huge amount of mana stones. MC likes the plan, but wonders where to gather that many, though he already knows there are plenty of places to get them. The news spreads fast, and before long everyone is assembled to raid every gate in South Korea. Soon after, the Pantheon Guild is active across the whole country, bringing 1,000 warriors, including 4th-rank fighters and knight trainees, along with 2,000 from the Kirkuk tribe. They divide into 20 teams and head for gates all over Korea. The Pantheon Guild moves with incredible speed. Most guilds clear only 2 gates a month, but this one wipes out more than 20 in just 4 days. Meanwhile, Beastmen complain to Leon for killing their leader, since they believed he would save them. He mocks them, saying beasts pretending to copy human society are unbearable, and they'll all be destroyed. Because of that, one guild ends up controlling the gates across the Republic of Korea. After all the gates are cleared, Jinso's eyes go wide at the massive pile of items stacked in front of him. Yappy says the sorting is done. The total value is 38.3 billion won, and the auction price should be around 12.7 billion. That money is enough to keep them comfortable even after opening a gate. Leon then turns and says the next gate mission will be handled by a small team of elite warriors. He also orders that no one report anything about this operation. Jinsu and Hari are told to keep it hidden from the association too. As long as the protagonist isn't doing anything against the nation, no one objects. Then the protagonist steps into the center of a magic circle, and it starts glowing brightly. Using the sacred sword, Beatrice chants a spell and sets the coordinates. Everyone watches as streams of energy gather, and a man-made gate suddenly opens. The sight leaves everyone in disbelief. Leon is impressed, while Beatrice smirks at all the shocked faces. Once they enter, they arrive on a battlefield, where warriors are already fighting. Somho helps Kim Jae-helit while scanning the area in confusion. MC quickly realizes the gate has a problem. It split the warriors up again. Then a loud roar echoes out, and a huge army of orcs charges at them with weapons raised. Before they can strike, a knight named Babel slips past and cuts one down. He tells Kim Jae-hyuk and Soho to stop standing around and fight. This is a battlefield, not a playground. Then, out of respect, Basil kneels to Leorn, who quickly recognizes him as Valtoric's orc shredder, a company commander. Even so, he immediately demands an explanation. Basil says they're in the middle of Ryam Valley, and we're transporting Seryoja's holy relic. At that, the protagonist understands what's happened. It has already come to pass. The Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, Zarya of Twilight, had failed his final mission. As he follows Babel, Leorn is filled with regret, wishing he'd learned more back in Paradise while he still had the chance. Still, he knows the past is done, so he focuses on figuring out the situation now. His gaze shifts to Seryoja, who is unfolding his fantasy territory. With sword in hand, Zarya gathers immense power. The orcs cry out in pain, and collapse almost at once. Leorn steps forward and tells Zarya the orcs are pushing in. The moment they see him, Zarya and his knights bow deeply, greeting MC as the first knight of goddess Ariana. He remembers that knights who drink from the Holy Grail awaken into their peak form. Since he became a Grail Knight so young, he can tell at once that Zarya now looks old before the king's eyes, meaning this is the height of his current self. Noting that Zarya hasn't changed much, Leon tells him to rise and explain everything. Zaryo says they recovered the sacred relic and were heading for the Empire's border when they were attacked by orcs and followers of the beast god, so some knights stayed behind to hold them off, while the others moved the relic, splitting into 5 groups as a decoy. The protagonist asks which team has the real relic. After a long pause, Zaryo says it's the 5th group, heading southwest. That team is led by Zaryo's past self. Elsewhere, Zaryo laughs as Daesung wakes up after being knocked out. Daesung is relieved to find the bear that attacked him is dead, and Hari is there too, realizing they've been separated all over again. Zaryo is surprised to see other knights here. He never thought anyone else would be reckless enough to try this. Then a system window appears, telling them to help the Grail Knight Zaryo of Twilight deliver the holy relic to the Lionheart border. Seeing their confusion, Zaryo says they're behind on the news because they've been out in the middle of nowhere. Daesung repeats the name to make sure Zaryo of Twilight, but Zaryo tells him that honorable title belongs to his future self. Right now, he's just a mission knight, carrying out a mission. Zaryo Bertham had gone a long time without receiving any quest from the gods. He spent 10 years wandering the world as a knight, then another 15 years waiting for the gods to finally give him a quest. He was a great knight, not the kind with special powers to turn a battle by himself, even though many chosen by the gods did have those gifts. Even when others mocked him, his refusal to quit earned their respect. Then one day, a woman appeared, but Zaryo Shell kept going. Even with the whole world laughing at him, he never gave up. By age 100, he finally became a Grail Knight, the oldest person ever to do it. Back with Leorn, Zaryo Shell tells the knights to raise their shields. A wave of orcs and monsters rushes straight at them. As the battle breaks out, the shield bearers avoid the orc strikes and cut down monster after monster. Leorn quickly sees their teamwork is on a whole other level. Then a boulder troll appears, and MC tells Suho and Jaeok to watch closely. What they see next is the level they need to reach. Leon gives the sign, and Zara with the other knights charges in to strike. Suho and Jaeok think it's too risky because the path is so tight. Zara ignores that and rushes ahead with a spear in hand. His horse vaults over the shield line, leaving Suho and Jaeok staring in shock. Using Dear Holy Flame, Zara drives his sword at the enemy, but Leon tells Suho and Jaeok not to get carried away. The enemy still hasn't shown its full strength. At the same time, the system gives them a bonus mission: protect Zara's forces to the very end. After reading it, he decides to stay and support Zara. Sure, the stallion will follow the real relic team. This time, he wants to see this noble Grail Knight through to the end. Meanwhile, Suho and Jaeok search the orc bodies as ordered, but there are no mana stones. That tells Leon this quest isn't tilted unfairly, and he doesn't feel the usual hidden malice behind it. Still, he thinks the quest itself might be something he can exploit. With that in mind, the protagonist tells his knights to look for any students. He's about to keep talking, when he suddenly senses a spear flying at him. In an instant, he catches it bare-handed and snaps it in anger, clearly insulted that a beast dared attack him from afar. Staring at the orc, Leon sneers that it's a filthy low-born beast. Furious, he orders Zara to bring him that creature's head no matter what. Zara turns toward the orcs that dared disrespect the king, honored to kill the beast that tried to insult him. The orc only laughs at him, but before it can react, Zara is already behind it. He instantly smashes his staff into its head. The hit hurls the orc into the ground, hard enough to scatter rubble. The beast can barely believe that kind of power is real. Zara stands over it and demands to know how it dared invade Heaven's land, where only the king should rule. The beast shows no fear, warning Zara that he came alone while it brought a whole army. Even so, Zara couldn't care less about an army of trash. A faint smile crosses his face as strange energy spreads around them. Before anyone can react, Zara calls on the goddess of dream and death to punish the faithless. A goddess appears behind him, gathering that same power in her hand, and suddenly the orc's body split with countless cuts. Meanwhile, with the team carrying the real relic, Zara warns Daesung to stay alert, since most beasts out at night are monsters. Since it's too dangerous to stay exposed, he says they should head for a nearby cave. Carrying the heavy relic box on his shoulder, Zara leads the way. Stella feels bad watching someone as noble as him do that, but Zara says that right now he's only a mission knight. No one really understands what he means, but they make it to the cave. Once inside, Zara uses divine power to seal the entrance with a plant-like barrier. After they settle in, Stella carefully asks if he can watch over the relic box for a while. His answer surprises her. Zara says she should give the orders, because a kingdom knight outranks that only confuses everyone more. They still don't understand how Zara's past and present connect. Seeing that, Zara explains the goddess rewarded him. After all his years of effort, Plethu gave him a power when he became a Grail Knight that lets him summon a version of his past self into the real world. The Zarya, standing here now, is 85, the age when he received his mission from the gods. He also warns them not to expect too much strength from him, because he's far weaker than the true Grail Knight. Then a terrifying roar echoes out and everyone jumps to attention. Zarya's smile vanishes. He tells them to stay quiet because the threat is very close. Daesung and Hari grab their weapons, ready to fight, but the noise above them gets louder. Suddenly the ceiling caves in. Zarya yells for everyone to move, and a demon servant drops down from above. To stop it, Zarya drives his sword into its open mouth, but the monster claws his back. That's bad, because its poison is deadly. Stella tries to help, but Zarya orders everyone to retreat and get out fast. Hearing that, Hari runs to Daesung and calls to him, then freezes in shock when she sees a deep poisoned wound on his arm, and realizes he can barely stand. Hari quickly wraps Daesung's arm, and he apologizes for failing her. She ignores that completely. Her only concern is the poison. Blaming herself for not stopping it, she tells Daesung to wait. Then Hari draws her sword and heads towards Zarya, who's still fighting the monster. He spots her, and yells for her to stay back, warning that it's too dangerous. But then he's stunned as she keeps walking, her sword pouring out powerful energy. Hari remembers a past trip to the gate, when Leon told her she had been chosen by the divinity of war and fire, and must not treat that gift lightly. He had formed a flame in his hand, and explained that divine foam flows like ocean currents, and moves with her will. Remembering that, Hari swings her sword, pouring both water and fire into the strike. She unleashes a massive slash that badly wounds the giant monster. Zarya can only stare in disbelief. After the monster goes down, Zarya makes an antidote, but there is only enough for one person, because the Empire Dark Mage's Chimera got burned by Hari during the fight. As soon as it's finished, Daesung drinks it. Then Zarya hides the entrance even more carefully, so nothing can track them, no matter how sharp its nose is. Not long after, Zarya collapses, as the poison from his own wound finally weakens him. Everyone rushes to help, but he weakly says that even if he dies, his past self will still guide them. That clone was blessed by the Lady of Death, and even received a gift from her. As Zarya draws his last breath, he tells them to treat that other self like just another tool to deliver the relic to the King of the Lionheart. In death, he sees the Lady of Death devouring his soul. At the same time, the second Zarya finishes off the orcs, and Leon praises how cleanly he handled it, realizing Zarya had tried to bait out their leader but failed. The orcs are oddly patient, and since they ignored that provocation, their leader must be someone with real pull. MC starts thinking fast. Could there be an orc champion? They're rare warriors chosen by the orc god, and they unite the tribes and start huge wars. It's still early, but Leon suspects an orc chief may be here. Later, he speaks with Zarya alone, and tells him everything that happened. Zarya clenches his fists when he learns he had already died and gone to heaven. His hand shakes as he realizes the protagonist fought evil alone for 200 years. Crushed by guilt, MC tells him there's nothing to apologize for. From that, Zarya figures that if an orc killed him, then the great chief is probably here. He agrees. The champion chosen by the orc god is on this battlefield, and is using this as an experiment, with loot only a side goal. But Leon has a new purpose now, to stay beside his friend until the very end. Later that night, in the orc camp, the protagonist starts a fire. Orcs live a lot like humans. They eat, drink, and sleep, which makes them easy targets for a night raid. Watching the camp burn from above, Leon smirks as the orcs die below. Behind him, Zarya shares everything he knows. He thinks MC's arrival has already changed the story of his death. If this gate really recreated the kingdom exactly as it was back then someone equal to the King of the Lionheart, the strongest Grail Knight, will surely appear. A few days later, a man in the orc camp screams in rage, unable to understand how their enemies have kept attacking for 3 straight days. They have 10,000 orcs, yet they're getting hit day and night. What angers him most is that only 2 people, Zarya and Leon, are doing it and killing thousands. As he tells his underlings they need to act, the sliced corpse of an iron bear crashes into the tent. It was the toughest and strongest of them all. Then the champion of Helkan walks in, the one who killed the iron bear. Enraged, it grabs the man by the throat, furious that the opening was supposed to happen yesterday. The man struggles, but he knows he's helpless. The champion may even be stronger than a Grail Knight, and it fought Grail Knights in its youth. The champion of Helkan throws him down and orders him to ready the army for tomorrow's attack on the Grail Knights. Both the champion of Helkan and the skunk's great warrior will take part. As it leaves, the man thinks they might actually win with 2 champions of the orc gods on their side. Then a loud blast suddenly rings out. The man and the other beasts with Helkan's chief and find a giant spear with a letter attached to it. This challenge letter has been sent out every year since the Lionheart Kingdom began. Its message is simple: a duel. Helkan's champion tells the man to accept. Sure, this is their best shot at killing the Grail Knight. Somewhere else, the knights thank Beatrice and her people for arriving in time and taking down the monster before things got worse. A worried female knight asks where Soho and Jothuk are. Beatrice says their job was to support Syria Bertham and the main force. So if the king isn't there, then he must be with another relic convoy. Even so, she tells them not to panic. She put a tracking spell on everyone, so they should reunite soon. Beatrice assumes Suho and Jai-Huk are with the king, but she can feel Daesung and Hari moving with another squad. What really bothers her is that Syria Spinny is completely out of range. At that moment, Spinny is drifting in space, checking the pull of gravity, and watching the gate fire off a satellite. The machine can only collect limited data, but what looks like a planet turns out to be huge valleys divided by a sharp imperial border. Then it catches a strong signal. It's coming from a Lionheart Knight. To Spinny's shock, the knight looks right at him. He removes his helmet and angrily tells Spinny to leave. Back on the battlefield, the horde marches forward, roaring. Jia-hyuk can feel the attack is about to start. He says this standoff matters. They need to study the enemy and learn what really happened. If his group holds here, the relic convoy will have an easier time. Remembering past transport failures, Jia-hyuk still has doubts, but Leon stays calm, trusting Beatrice and Spinny to manage it. With the protagonist's nod, Zarya steps out front. But before he can attack, the orcs start yelling, fired up because Helkin is watching. Their noise annoys everyone on MC's side, especially MC. Then Helkin's champion Balbazar walks onto the field and boasts that no one can beat him, demanding an opponent. Leon just grins and mocks him as a frog in a well, then tells Zarya to bring back his head. Following the order, Zarya draws his sword and declares Balbazar will die here. Balbazar doesn't even take him seriously. He attacks first, but Zarya slips past it and mocks him right back. Certain he has won, Balbazar slams down his axe and cuts Zarya in half. He lifts the axe in victory, as the knights stare in disbelief. Then Zarya's body changes. Smirking, he calls Balbazar a beast, not even worth comparing to humans. His divine skill, fantasy domain, made Balbazar think he had already won. Zarya rushes in to finish it with his aura of execution, but Balbazar catches the sword with his hand before it lands. The moment he senses divine power, Balbazar howls in jealousy and counters with his giant axe, blasting Zarya across the ground. In that clash, Zarya feels Helkin's power. Even hurt badly, he forces himself back onto his feet, gripping the wound. Using the last of his strength, he charges Balbazar again. They trade blow after blow, each trying to finish the other, but Zarya starts falling behind and takes more damage. Balbazar is hurt too, yet still grabs Zarya by the collar and slams him down. Zarya clenches his teeth as the axe comes for his head. The axe crashes into the ground, and Balbazar assumes he's dead. Leon only smirks. He knows Zarya won't die that easily. At the same time, Zarya rises, ashamed. He wanted this win to honor the king, and instead he's getting crushed. In pain, he ties his hand to his sword's hilt, sets his stance, and rushes the beast again. Balbazar waits calmly for him to come close. The instant Zarya enters range, Balbazar's axe carves into his shoulder, mocking him as a weak human. Long before this orc campaign, when Leon was still a war knight, he stood with the other knights and asked Zarya his name. Once Zarya introduced himself, he recognized him as a royal knight who had served for 50 years. He then brought up taking down the orc champion, and Zarya agreed at once, only asking for the lowest rank possible. He wanted no fame, just to keep living by his own code. Back in the present, remembering that day, Zarya thinks of how Leon first came to him. He coughs hard, with pain tearing through his whole body. Balbazar decides Zarya is finished, and lifts his axe for the last blow, then stops when he sees Zarya holding it in place. Memories flash through his mind. Leon reaching out and calling him a loyal warrior. Power floods back into him, and Zarya swings while praying to the great lady who rules the end of all things. In an instant, he drives his blade through Balbazar's heart with the death-resistant power of great divine law. Before Balbazar can understand it, he drops dead. The field goes silent for a full minute. Then Zarya pulls his sword free and raises it in victory. Leon's side erupts in cheers, while the orcs can only stare, bitterly let down by Balbazar. But the fighting still isn't done. Maghar, champion of the sorcerer god Gukrok, steps up and challenges Zarya next. Even after losing so much blood, Zarya still tries to fight for the king. He takes one step and nearly falls, but Leon catches him and praises his courage. The protagonist tells him to rest now, promising to watch over his final moments and bless them. Then MC faces the enemy and brings out all his relics. Golden light pours from his body, and a giant lion spirit rises behind him, wrapped in flames. Meanwhile, Spinna looks down at the planet and tracks movement. The Empire and the Lionheart Kingdom have formed an uneasy alliance. The Sacred Relic Convoy is still on course, though 2 other teams have already been wiped out. Even so, the Pantheon Guild members are safe. At the same time, more and more orcs and heathens keep appearing. Spinna spots something off and quickly separates from the shuttle. Moments later, an explosion destroys it. Back at the battlefield, Leon has cut down everything in front of him. He turns to Zarya and reveals he has a grail. If needed, he'll stay with him to the very end. Zarya collapses and tells him not to waste his time, but Leon asks him to accept the ascension rite. Zarya begs him to save his divine power, yet the protagonist says the orcs and heathens will fall back, so he won't need to fight again except to push off the last stragglers. Too worn out to resist, Zarya just looks at him. MC kneels as fierce energy surrounds him and starts the ritual. With full respect, he asks Zarya to pray to the divinity he serves. Zarya folds his hands and begins. Before him, the goddess's spirit appears. As his last breaths fade, Zarya prays for his king's land to grow and for all his worries to disappear. At the same time, Leon rests a hand on his shoulder and prays that Zarya may drink wine in her banquet hall and that his name will never be forgotten. He promises they will meet again in the gods' banquet hall. As he says goodbye, Zarya vanishes, leaving his old friend behind. At the same time, another mystery begins. The orc chief's subordinate apologizes for failing to beat their enemies. Still, the chief, seated on his throne, says that if fate wants it, he will face the Holy Grail Knight himself. Farther into the forest, Zarya's clone peeks from behind a tree and tells Hari's squad to move. There are no signs of monsters ahead. Hari studies Zarya and carefully asks if he remembers anything from before, meaning the memories of the other clone who traveled with them. Zarya says it feels like he inherited the original's memories, but sadly, he remembers nothing about this squad. He adds that, at this point in time, he's a mission knight of 87, while the king was both a Grail Knight and a War Knight. That makes Hari even more curious, so she asks if Zarya knew the king as a child. Stella is just as eager to hear stories from Leon's younger days. With a small laugh, Zarya says the protagonist made a huge impression on him back then, because he was the youngest Grail Knight ever. He goes on to say, MC became a mission knight at just 16, a role usually given to kingdom knights doing charity work. Since His Majesty was heir to House Dragonia, he may have skipped a few steps, but he still did the job amazingly well. Leon wiped out an entire orc village alone, and stopped a group of heathens in the middle of their ritual. Those feats soon became at 20. He was chosen by the goddess of light and justice. By 27, he had become the youngest War Knight and Grail Knight in history, and Zarya believes no one will ever match his talent. He then tells Hari to later. After burning a safe patch in the deep forest, everyone goes to sleep except Dai Song, who keeps training by swinging his sword. Then he hears someone call it a kingdom sword style. It's Zarya, awake because he barely sleeps at his age. He came over to help with watch duty, but seeing Dae Song train, he decides to coach him instead. An honor Dae Song can hardly believe. They face each other, and Zarya tells Dae Song to focus on dodging while he attacks. The moment Dae Song agrees, a fast strike comes at him, and he tries to avoid it. Zarya tells him to keep both hands above his belly button. A sword isn't only for attacking, it's also the fastest way to defend. Devzilnan is clearly trying hard to fight back, but Zarya's swordplay is so fast and precise, almost machine-like, that landing a hit feels impossible. Then Zarya speeds up even more, and with one last strike knocks Devziln's sword away, stopping his blade at Devziln's throat. Devziln admits the loss only fires him up. He says he's learned the basics and praises Zarya's speed, feeling more motivated than ever. Then he sits beside Zarya and asks how he compares to Hari. Zarya tells Devziln that Hari is insanely strong, and learns faster than almost anyone. That hits Daesung hard and he starts thinking he'll never measure up. Zarya says that way of thinking reminds him of his younger self. People used to tell him to quit, but he never listened. When you're trying, other people's words don't matter. So he tells Daesung not to give up and to stay brave. He says to fill himself with courage, love, and hope, then show those things through his actions. The next morning, they reach the Empire's castle. Saradhe knows that once they get through, the road leads straight to the kingdom, which makes Daesung realize the Empire borders Lionheart. That leaves him wondering why the mission still isn't over, if they've already made it this far. Right then, the castle guards stop them. Hari steps up without fear and says they're here to— A moment later, someone calls out in welcome. The voices belong to the head of the Magic School of Light, Imperial Guards Commander Ser Bolthart, and the Heavens Observer Starduth. With a nasty grin, Ser Bolthart asks what members of the 13 electorates are doing here. He also notices this isn't the real Zera, but a clone. At the same time, orcs start closing in around them. Then Bolthart suddenly fires lightning at Zera, while mocking him with a twisted welcome and farewell. Hari runs to Zera after he drops to the ground, and the whole squad panics. Bolthart stays calm, sure there's no danger since it's only a clone, then taunts the others to see if they dare fight back. Stella answers by blasting him with a huge wave of fire, but the old man sends a dark magic array at her, and cancels her divine law. As the head of a magic school, he knows how to counter divine laws, and he calls hers weak. Stella flushes with anger and shame. Using magic to study miracles like that feels like a direct insult to the gods. Bolthart just sneers, calling them fools for clinging to old ways of divinity. Daesung calls it out. The Empire was working with the orcs from the start, and the relics are their target. Bolthart bursts out laughing. He says the relic will let him study the gods, and push their progress even further. But before he can move, a figure appears overhead out of the shadows. It's Beatrice, wrapped in divine power. She feels the pressure from his spell, then strengthens herself with a double recovery of mental fortitude. Bolthart keeps his magic circle active, and calls her power vulgar, saying it reeks of seductive magic. Beatrice just shrugs and says she was born that way. Bolthart pretends not to care, but deep down he's bitter that she has such twisted power without effort. The short old man can't hide how stunned he is by Beatrice's strength. Daesung and Stella, meanwhile, still have no idea who she is. Bolthart orders her to show herself, then stacks multiple deadly spells to kill her, but Beatrice doesn't even flinch. She brings up a hexagonal shield and stops the whole barrage. Then she catches a hidden attack coming from behind. Bolthart had slipped in his Lamentar's lightning technique. The old men laugh. Sure, she's finished. But Beatrice survives, and the rage in her eyes makes it clear she plans to wipe these freaks out. Mana starts gathering around her in huge amounts, and in the next instant she casts Death Eye. The circle turns into a giant eye that fires endless magic shots everywhere, draining the mana from the air itself. Seeing that, Boltheart throws up a shield to protect himself. Beatrice mocks him, saying it's nothing compared to the king's power. She can tell the magic here works just like the magic in her own world, but she still can't understand why they throw it around so carelessly. While keeping Death Eye active, she says they're too busy staring at what it does now to grasp what it can really do. Then, in a flash, she steals the short old man's magic. At the Empire's guard post, Zarya wakes up. He quickly realizes the Empire betrayed them. Hari, Stella, and Daesung suddenly hear his voice in their heads through Beatrice's power. Zarya tells them to call for reinforcements, because he senses something strange from the enemy. If this fight drags on, he warns, things will only get worse. In another place, Spinny crashes to the ground at high speed, his body badly wrecked. He starts reporting a major system error, and says urgent repairs are needed. But a Lionheart Knight grabs him, checks him over, and angrily demands to know why there's no divine power coming from him. Sir Zarya tells the others to get out of the valley. They jump onto their horses and try to flee, but the Empire's soldiers catch up anyway. One of them yells for the group to stop. One Empire soldier attacks Hari Havo, saying the demon god's advent and the Kanua of merciless destruction are involved. They warn Stella to stay alert, protect the holy relic, and kill the enemy. Even so, Hari Havo answers with the divine law, divine sword descent, cutting into the Empire's forces. That technique is strong enough to bring down high-rank demons in one strike. From Sir Zarya's view, the Empire should never survive the divine sword, which means this enemy is stronger than expected. The Empire answers by mocking Sir Zarya as nothing but a weaker copy from before he became a Grail Knight, and says Zarya is trying to stop him. He arrogantly adds that if Zarya wants to kill him, he should at least be a real Grail Knight. This makes Zarya wonder, since when the Empire had the right to speak about Grail Knights. Hari Havo then calls on the glorious Knights of Lionheart to listen. It is Stella Vermillion's order. They are to stand firm and raise their swords because they may die there that day. Furious, the Empire spits back that they are beasts who threw away their free will, worse than animals. Then Stella suddenly collapses. It looks like the Empire's victory is near. Still, Sir Spinny refuses to give up, and stays set on defeating the Empire, though they point out that his current form isn't enough. Sir Spin asks how the goddess could ever choose someone as lacking as him to be her knight. The Empire mocks him and asks what he can possibly do now. Sir Spinner answers that those who give themselves to the quests of the gods live like beautiful flowers blooming from unshakable faith, and that shining honor was always his dream. He raises his swords toward the Lady of all things, the ruler of the dead and the sinners among them, the one who guides mortals at their lowest. People used to say facing her was impossible, a sign from the gods to give up. But this knight always challenged the impossible. He never cared about winning anyone's approval, and he never believed something had to stay undone just because it looked impossible. He kept making the impossible real, and that is how he conquered death. The goddess of death once looked on him with kindness, and ordered him to face what could not be done. At the same time, Stella comes back to her senses and realizes she cannot die, fighting her way through the shrouds of death. The Empire starts to see it's actually about to lose to a knight-errant, and wonders if its transformation into a demon failed. One teammate tells the Empire it's not over yet. Lionheart's border is still at least half a day away, so they can keep tracking them. The Empire agrees, determined to recover the relic no matter what. Stella rises again, and the Empire orders his men to kill her, because no one there will be spared. Then a meteor shaped like Vulcanus suddenly appears, stunning everyone. He tells the Empire he'll burn it to ashes, the only mercy left for something tied to death. The Empire admits Vulcanus is arrogant, but Vulcanus asks if it even understands why it gets to call itself an empire. It's only because they allowed it. They let it proudly claim independence, and they allowed its pointless spread of territory. The Empire can hardly believe the power, the speed, and the endless mana, thinking no human should be capable of that. Still, it wants that power for itself, and is ready to pay the price. Vulcanus is stunned by that godlike pride, and says the Empire has no idea what it's like to gain everything just by praying. The flames of enlightenment keep burning. Sir Zarya enjoys watching the Empire get crushed, and even thanks them for arriving in time. Leon, needing to send off an old friend, asks Stella if he may join the battle, and she agrees. She has no need to keep all the glory for herself. Seeing the two of them act so casually enrages Sir Zarya, who wants to kill them on the spot. Zarya then asks if someone really summoned a meteor. Leon says it has nothing to do with them, since Vulcanus never shows mercy to evil. Zarya then demands to know why he's here, calling this the hour of divine punishment, the flames of war. Vulcanus arrives and greets the owner of Lionheart. Beatrice reminds the protagonist they need to gather everyone before the gate closes. Even though he has plenty to ask Vulcanus, the moment is too urgent, so Leon asks for something that can represent him. Vulcanus gives him a dagger, then leaves. MC realizes from this that Vulcanus is still alive and not in the god's paradise. Hari is glad to see him back, and asks if he's alright. Someone gives the holy relic to Leon, and he thanks everyone for their hard work. He opens the relic box. At last, the final relic is theirs. After that, he tells everyone to move out. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild on the Naju Plains, Park Soo-jin steps out of her car, wondering what was so urgent that she got called in like this. To her, the Pantheon Guild now feels more like a tourist stop, and with an item that amazing on offer, who wouldn't be tempted? Then she notices Yaga Spinny blocking her path, and the system scans her face, identifying her as Hunter Association Evaluator, Senior Manager Park Soo-jin. It confirms her IDs and the Hunter Association member data tied to them. While it contacts His Majesty, she's told to wait inside. She sees a banner for the Hammer Challenge, and thinks about trying it, but the 5 million won fee is way too high. Then she learns the price drops by tax bracket, and since Sojin is in the second class, she only has to pay 500,000 won. She's thrilled by the massive discount, but also confused about how the machine knows who she is. But the machine only guessed, and it was pure luck. Assistant Manager Han welcomes Sujin, and asks how she's been. Since she's here to appraise an item, Sujin asks where to go, and Han leads her there. Han brings her to Sir Spin's room, where he checks if she's from the association. Sujin introduces herself as Park Sujin. Sir Spindy then tells Hari to bring in the artifacts. A moment later, Hari returns with them. That alone tells Sujin these items are pretty rare. She starts by examining an orc champion's axe. Next is Vulcanus's ritual dagger, a legendary item. Last, Hari shows her the epic item, Richard Lionheart's sheath. Then the sheath suddenly starts moving by itself. Sir Spinny recites the words, "The founding king of Lionheart left for his heirs, through suffering, and toward the stars. To do good with courage, stand for justice, even if heaven falls, and bring light to fate." After that, Sir Spinny asks everyone to leave him alone. A strange power washes over him, and he introduces himself as Leon Dragonia, Lionheart. He declares that he is the 15th king of Lionheart, and the true heir of the founder. As God's agent, he claims the right to wield the relic and says his peak power has finally returned. He tells Beatrice to prepare. They're about to perform a massive ritual, all thanks to that sheath. First, he plans to form the Knight Order and get ready to name a Grail Knight. Then, through the great ritual, he will summon the star. Elsewhere, a woman speaks on the phone, and the person on the other end asks if she really plans to stay there. She says yes, she wants to kill someone, and even all the sword skills of the Divine Sword Guild aren't enough. To kill him, she needs divine law. The caller asks if she knows where her target is, and she says he was last seen in Vietnam. He's still carrying the demonic sword. Back at the Pantheon Guild, the morning drill is horseback attack and defense training. The session keeps going, and Suhu keeps getting beaten up. Soon the result is announced. The defenders win, and it's time for the next group. Everyone checks if Suhu is okay. The same thing repeats until the students finally win, ending the morning training. Leon Dragonia, Lionheart calls out anyone who failed on offense. Foot soldiers are slower than cavalry, so he tells them to charge again and use their speed better. The trainees are wiped out, barely able to move, and figure the men-at-arms are set on winning. Meanwhile, they get potatoes and sweet potatoes for a snack. They complain about surviving on sugar and salt water for so long, saying gate missions at least came with real meals. The induction ceremony is coming soon, and after that they'll finally get proper food. That ceremony will also connect them to the gods. Since they've been studying the gods whenever they can, they now need to learn divine law to become royal knights. They also have to choose the god they believe in most. One student says he'll probably choose Ariana of Light and Justice, and Pados of War and Fire, since Leon told them those two matter most for knights. Nearby, three girls talk about Sir Yapai, a Grail Knight of Hato, god of steel and blacksmiths. One of them says she saw him running some kind of charged hands-on experiment last time. Suddenly, Sir Yapai appears on the screen and says his ability isn't for making money. He adds that its sound wave detection functions can't be compared to a living creature's. Student Jaehyuk is then told to change clothes and head to the entrance because his guardian has arrived. In the Pantheon Guild lobby, Jaehyuk's mother is waiting. He asks why she's here, and tells her to get to the point because he's busy. She realizes he's just like his father. She asks why he asked to leave their guild, but Jaehyuk shuts her down, saying it's none of her business. While they talk, a man at the counter says the guild is top 10 in Korea, and that Jaehyuk would have a bright future there. Elsewhere, Lee Yunsheng asks the students what makes the Pantheon's gods different from cults. One student hesitates, wondering if comparing the Pantheon to cults is disrespectful. Beatrice answers that the Pantheon's gods actually exist. The protagonist pushes back and asks if anyone can prove a cult's god doesn't exist. Another student says that as far as he knows, those gods don't perform miracles. Lee Yunsheng asks if a god stops being a god just because no miracles happen. He reminds them that Demara once appeared to them as a scarecrow. Then he points out that many Pantheon gods still haven't shown themselves, and asks if that means they don't exist. Can anyone guarantee that? Xiaobainun, Soyan raises her hand and says the Pantheon gods are different because they truly help people. They answer prayers and create miracles. That's their proof. Leon asks her if, since she follows the divinities of war and fire, and also justice and light, she's received any answer from them. She assumes her faith just isn't strong enough yet. MC tells them they've all misunderstood something important. Then thunder suddenly rolls across a clear sky. He knows some of them will take that as proof of God's existence, because they think gods are there to grant wishes and answer prayers. Soyeon thinks she asked for rain, just not while she was under it, so maybe the god is keeping her dry. Leon warns her not to bargain with gods. They're gods, not genie lamps. He says everyone is free to choose what god to believe in, from a pantheon or not, and even a god that may not exist can still leave behind valuable teachings. He also warns them about people who promise rewards for faith, and says belief shouldn't be kept just to get something back. Then the goddess appears and greets the students, who get thrilled just hearing her voice. But she quickly tells them to calm down. Getting carried away like this will only hurt them in war, when focus matters most. Leon figures they need a few more Grail Knights, since there are only 3 right now, counting him, and in his eyes, Hari Havo has the best shot at becoming one. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild's Naju Plains branch, people from One Brilliance show up, yelling that only those who trust the dragon god can reach heaven, and everyone else will go to hell. Soon, almost all of them are shouting for the dragon god's mercy. 2 men watch in disbelief, wondering if they're insane for screaming like that in front of the Pantheon Guild. But the dragon god's followers keep going, calling others heretics and servants of Satan and telling them to leave. Suryapi shows up and asks what they think they're doing. They're way too loud. He tells them to quiet down. They don't have permission to yell like that here. Then the machine attacks and orders everyone out. Later, the One Brilliance men come back and stand in front of the Pantheon Guild holding apology signs. Suryeon Shine tells them to leave and never come back. They refuse to move, so Suryeon Shine starts hitting them. He asks if they have a death wish. The leader runs off cursing Suryeon Shine, yelling that he's not fleeing because he's scared. It's because Suryeon Shine's evil. Others watch them bolt. When the One Brilliance man catches up to his group, they ask if he's hurt. He brushes it off, annoyed, saying it was nothing, and that Suryeon Shine couldn't really do much to him. Mr. Choi asks if the job is done. The man grins and says they got it all on camera, then reveals the hidden camera in his tie. The 2 of them check the footage on their phones. Mr. Choi smiles as he watches Suryapi threaten to kill the One Brilliance members. He says that's enough, and now he'll show the Pantheon Guild just how useful Korean law can be. The next day, Mr. Choi opens his laptop expecting the news to be tearing into the Pantheon Guild and flooding the internet. Instead, the site is full of articles about his own side. He can't believe it and asks why they're the ones under attack instead of the Pantheon Guild. Elsewhere in the Pantheon Guild, Soryobi happily announces that One Brilliance's server is down. Jaeyeom walks down the street, staring at old family photos. He says he came because he was told to, but he's still unsure. He thinks about the God who gave him that miracle, believing he wouldn't be doing anything right now without him, just remembering that God makes him shiver in fear. Eventually he heads home and rings the bell. His mother greets him warmly, and he quietly says he's only staying for 1 meal, but then the God calls his name, ordering him to punish her with heaven's judgment. He says this is Jae-yuk's test. At the same time, his mom tells him she made kimchi stew his favorite, and asks if he wants pastries first. Jae-yuk ignores the voice, sits down and asks why she isn't eating with him. She says she already ate. Then she asks how the food tastes. As the voice calls his name again, and orders him to punish the heathen, Jae-yuk looks at her smiling face. He tells his mom it's good, and she smiles and urges him to eat more. That night he sits alone in a park. The god of heaven and thunder speaks again, calling them evil heathens who follow a false religion, a cult. He orders Jae-yuk to punish them. Jae-yuk weakly says she's his mother, but the god answers that some things matter more than blood. Following a false god is an unforgivable sin, he says, and again commands him to punish the heretic. Jae-yuk finally snaps, screaming at the god and asking why he has to do it if the god is so powerful. How is he supposed to take down a huge cult by himself, especially when his own mom is part of it? Then Leon appears behind him and asks if this is his hometown, startling Jae-yuk. Jae-yuk turns and greets his majesty. The protagonist sits beside him and says he already knows what's going on, leaving Jae-yuk asking how. MC says there was no way he wouldn't know after all the chaos Jae-yuk caused in the guild. Jae-yuk drops to his knees and apologizes. Leon tells him to stand, then asks the god of heaven and thunder how he could dump that kind of weight on a child. The god coldly answers that he decides what burden his servants can bear. He says if the cult needs punishment, he should handle it, but the god refuses. He wants Jae-yuk to do it and prove his loyalty. The protagonist accepts that. After that, MC looks at Jae-yuk and asks why he kept this from him. He explains that another group tried to destroy their reputation, but Sir Yappy already hit back. Now they've declared war on that side, and on their gods too. Leon tells Jae-yuk it won't be much of a fight. Jae-yuk quickly objects and asks about his mother, but he cuts him off, saying he's not some madman who kills people for nothing. He says he only plans to teach them a lesson. Then the protagonist stands and tells Jae-yuk to take him to their base. One Brilliance's leader, Park Yongshin, was born in 1990, and lived through the Great Cataclysm at just 12. Back then there was no academy, so people learned by surviving. Yunxing later became a well-known A-rank hunter, and in the winter of 2014, he met God at the Samchuk fluctuating gate. His whole party had died, after the gate suddenly got much harder. Then the system asked if he wanted to be saved, and when he said yes, the voice blessed him. That was the birth of South Korea's 7th S-rank hunter. Now Yunxing preaches that God is real, and shows proof every day. He tells the crowd to look at God's blessed warriors. He urges them to hear the gospel before entering the gate. One of the warriors excitedly says the gate first looked normal, but once they went in, his system started acting strangely. They were meant to beat the boss and mine mana stones, but the system led them to a treasure chest instead, and that changed his whole life. The followers cheer and call it God's blessing. The warrior shouts that everyone should believe in God. Stuff like this happened all the time with One Brilliance hunters. Even the Hunter Association had to admit these miracles weren't random, and were somehow tied to One Brilliance. That made it easy for them to grow their power. Yunxing smiles as the crowd praises the dragon god. He says things aren't always what they seem, then talks about one hunter who raided gates to pay for his sick mother, and received a cure-all herb, and another with no talent who suddenly leveled up. Both miracles came after they proved their faith with donations, and Yunxing shouts that God rewarded them for it. He says anyone can be blessed if they show true faith, because they're all one family. The followers praise their god again. Then Yunxing notices Leon and Beatrice seated in the back. He's stunned that the leader of the Pantheon Guild showed up in person. MC clenches his jaw, furious at this cult, and the parasites using poor people to sell fake faith for money. Yunxing quickly recovers, welcomes this special guest, and says first-timers should be baptized. Then he calls Leon forward. He rises and mocks his nerve for summoning a king. Without hesitation, he walks up. He stops right in front of Yunxing and drops a massive pile of cash at his feet. Yunxing asks what he's doing, and the protagonist tells him to perform a miracle. Since Yunxing said donations bring miracles, Leon says he's making a deal with his god. Yunxing smiles, calling him disrespectful for trying to test God. MC fires back. If faith and loyalty get people into heaven, is Yunxing the one deciding who enters? Yunxin's expression hardens. He orders him to submit to the pastor and obey the gospel. Leon snaps that no true servant of God would place himself beside his god, then calls Yunxin's faith filthy and disgraceful. Yunxin sneers, acting like the protagonist thinks he's above everyone. He points straight at him and calls MC an unbeliever, a servant of demons, and says he must be driven out of the dragon god's holy place. The crowd joins in, shouting that he is a demon and should be thrown out. Zhao Haiyuk, sitting beside Beatrice, figures his majesty can handle it. Yunxing laughs and calls Leon disgusting, when someone else in the back also yells that the protagonist is a demon. Zhao Haiyuk stays seated while Beatrice can only cover her mouth in shock. MC Dragonea, Lionheart can endure a lot as king, but there are 3 things he never lets slide. First, insulting someone's parents, because that disgraces the whole family. Second, insulting the gods. To Leon, mortals have no right to do that. He turns furious that some filthy cultist would dare compare the king of the Lionheart to a demon. And that's the third thing, calling him a demon. He roars that they all deserve punishment, and the whole crowd freezes. He pulls out his pendant, forms a spell, and declares he'll punish every one of them for their false faith and vulgar mouths. Yunxing goes pale. The protagonist announces that the divine star will purify them all. At that same moment, an astronaut eating a meal spots a star rushing toward Earth and thinks the world is over. Using his pendant and Saintess Anjak's relic, Leon guides the falling star and declares the demons will be wiped out. Yunxing can't tell what MC is doing, while the hunter from before thinks he's lost his mind. Beatrice rises and signals Sir Yappy behind her. She lifts her hand, uses her power, and says it'll be quicker if everyone sees for themselves as she blasts open the ceiling. Everyone is left stunned. Yunxing calls her insane and demands to know why she did that. Leon casually says he summoned a star, and Yunxing insists he's crazy. Then a shadow spreads over them, and he looks up to see a star weighing about 68 billion tons falling right at him. He summoned Meteor Mickey. He signals Beatrice, and she says she's ready. Together they trigger divine power. Beatrice wraps the meteor in her power, while Sir Yappy loads divine ammo that changes its properties. The 3 strike together and destroy the meteor. Yunxing's face loses all color. Even the system curses. Yunxing starts begging his god, drops to his knees, and shields his face, only to realize the meteor stopped inches from his eyes. He can't believe it. Leon stands there calmly. Beatrice says it was amazing, and after checking it, Sir Yappy says the material matches nothing in the database. The protagonist walks up to Yunxing and asks if he understands his sins and how long he thought he could hide in the dark. Then MC calls Jae-hyuk forward. He grips Jae-hyuk's shoulders, turns him toward Yunxing, and says now he can see what evil is clinging to them. Zhao Bei-hyuk is horrified to see a red, ugly demon attached to Yunxing, even as Yunxing keeps shouting that they've gone too far. Leon explains that this evil eats away at the mind. It's a parasite that latches onto people and waits for the moment to strike. Then Zhao Bei-hyuk hears his mother call out, and he sees the same kind of demon feeding on her. He demands an explanation, and he tells him this is the evil the god of heaven and thunder wants punished, and that duty belongs to him. Jae-hyuk hesitates because it's his mother, but Leon tells him to trust his god and believe the result will be what he hopes for. After a pause, Jae-hyuk lifts his hand. At first it's just a small symbolic motion born from hope. He shuts his eyes and prays that his miracle will strike only the evil, and that God will spare the innocent. The demon feeding on his mother starts to burn, and she drops to her knees, calling to him. Jae-hyuk rushes over and hugs her as the demon burns away. His mother apologizes, and he holds her tighter. Leon praises Jae-hyuk, thinking this is exactly why the god of heaven and thunder chose him. Then the protagonist turns to Yunxing and tells him he's next. He destroys the demon attached to Yunxing, and Yunxing blacks out. The smaller demon tries to escape, but Leon crushes it. He reflects that these demons slip into society, just like the evils of pleasure, corruption, and curiosity. At least Yunxing was never in direct contact with them, so his soul stayed intact. MC draws his sword and kills the last demon, asking if it could save itself the way it promised to save everyone else. People soon gather around the meteor site as One Brilliance collapses. For 10 years they had pulled in millions and built influence in politics, business, and the hunter world. Now the meteor incident puts One Brilliance in the spotlight. Yunshin holds a press conference and announces that, starting today, One Brilliance will merge with the Pantheon Guild, and all its funds will go to the Guildmaster, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Divine Human. He also says their raid team will now serve as the Pantheon Guild's men-at-arms. A reporter asks what their connection to the Pantheon Guild is, and Yunxing answers that he is the true savior and messenger of the gods, so everyone should seek the real faith. Leon looks at the noisy crowd and says the chaos makes sense. Earth has never seen anything like this before. He asks Sir Spinne when work can begin, and the robot says they still need to build the needed facilities, including the main one at Pantheon. The protagonist says they need 50 sets of armor and swords right away. Spears and horse armor can wait, though both kinds of armor matter just as much. Sir Yappy adds that they'll also need to expand the facility and deal with the legal side. Right then, the president of the Hunter Association calls, saying he's been trying to reach MC. Leon acknowledges both the president and the Ministry of Information and Communications on Science and Technology. The president greets him politely, while Mr. Kim nervously asks about the meteor. He calmly says it belongs to him. The president barely reacts when Leon adds that he summoned it, but Mr. Kim is left stunned. The president asks what the protagonist plans to do with the meteor. MC says he'll forge weapons and armor for his knights. Mr. Kim starts saying the department could use it too, but the president shuts that down and accepts his claim right away. He says Hari already told him a smithy was being built, and asks if that's where the meteor will be used. The protagonist confirms it. Then the president asks whether the facilities and legal steps to use the meteor are still being prepared. When Li Yunxing says yes, the president gladly offers the Hunter Association's help. He says they'll handle the taxes, permits, and any legal issues, even make a new law if needed. MC asks what he wants in return. The president says he wants a piece of the meteor, and a set of armor made by Sir Yappy. Wearing gear forged by the divine blacksmith would be an honor. He agrees and says he meant to give him one anyway. Still, he warns that artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy can't just be handed out. They may not be divine relics, but they're just as precious. The president asks once more if Hari will be getting a Star Iron Smithy artifact, and Leon nods. The president says that whenever Hari comes by the association, they'll inspect it or have it properly evaluated since she's still one of their employees. The protagonist agrees and shakes the president's hand. Then the president pulls out another file and says there's something more MC needs to see. He watches a video taken inside what looks like a gate, but the president explains it's actually footage of a battle in Vietnam that happened on Earth. He brings up the Wandering Demon Sword and Chon Ji-ho, its current host, then tells Leon the sixth demonic human is heading to Japan. Outside, Yunxing stands there with a sigh. Yuri asks if he's okay, and when he doesn't answer, she mocks him. If they already lead the tax and reformation plan, why even come to this meeting? Yunxing grumbles that it's all the protagonist's fault. He says MC has been changing him bit by bit, pulling him deeper into the Pantheon Guild. All of it is making his stomach hurt. Yuri smirks and says if he wants to be nice, he should stop pretending otherwise. She even suggests merging with the Pantheon Guild like One Brilliance did, but Yunxing rejects the idea. Right then Swa walks up and greets them. Yuri tells her she hasn't changed one bit. Swa says she knows they turned down their medicine, and Yuri answers that it didn't match their guild's image. Then they head into the meeting room. Inside, Jin Swa welcomes them. Youngwon notices Park Jung-soo and Kang Jin-song there too. Hwang Yeon-ha and Hwang Gyeom-chol are also present, along with other guildmasters. The old man Jin Swa teases Yuri, saying she's dressed all wrong. Youngwon quickly takes off his jacket and offers it to her. Jin Swa immediately asks when the two are getting married. Youngwon hurriedly denies it, insisting they're not together. Jin Swa starts shouting that by their age he already had 6 kids. The other guildmasters silently write him off as an old-school boomer. Blowing cigar smoke, Jin Swa declares that he'll kill Chan Ji-ho himself. Someone tells him he can't decide that alone, and Jin Swa snaps back, asking who would dare stop him from killing his own son. At that moment, the door opens, and Lee Yeon walks in. He heads straight for Jin Swa at the head of the table, and Yongwon thinks he is a boomer too. If Jin Swa is a boomer man, Then the protagonist is the Boomer King. MC makes the opening move by telling Jinsoo to give up his seat. Chowan Jinsoo is Korea's greatest swordsman, a living legend, and the first-ranked guildmaster of the Divine Sword Guild. With all he's done for the country, and all the stories around him, nobody in Korea dares challenge him. That kind of power made him untouchable, and let his old man attitude grow even worse. But today, Leon walks in and calmly demands his chair. Jinsoo can only stare at him in shock. He asks if he's deaf, even though he's still young. Jinsoo slams the table and starts cursing at him. Before it goes further, the president cuts in and says Leon is 300 years old, leaving Jinsoo stunned. He explains that Grail Knights don't age in the normal way, so the protagonist really is 300. Jinsoo asks again if that's true, and MC meets his gaze without backing down. That is enough. Jinsoo gives up the seat. Youngwon thinks to himself that the boomer has fallen. Leon asks for tea, and Yongshik comes rushing in, shocking the other guildmasters. Swa looks him over and says the rumors were right. He really is handsome. Then introduces herself. Yongshik immediately scolds her for speaking out of turn, but the protagonist calmly tells him that's enough. Then he faces the president and says his time is worth more than gold. So the president gets right to it. 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. It was so hard that no one could clear it. Fearing another Shanghai disaster, the European Union gathered an S-rank strike force and launched a raid. That team had 24 S-rank hunters, plus 1,834 A and B ranks from 32 European guilds, with Cornwall Wong of the Clock Tower leading them. The raid lasted 2 months. It ended in success, and people celebrated the first black gate ever cleared. Leon says the real problem must have started after that. The president agrees and explains that an epic item called excessive murder appeared, the strongest weapon seen in the 30 years since the Great Cataclysm. And with it, human greed showed up too. After a brutal fight over ownership, the British government got the item. It sold for trillions of won, more than a modern warship. They later lent excessive murder to James Spencer, the best swordsman of that era, and guildmaster of the Gentleman League. That was the beginning of the disaster. The sword fully took over his body. Thousands of civilians died, along with more than 600 hunters. Leon asks if that made him the 6th demonic human, and whether he was killed. The president says yes, they killed the host, Sir James. But the demonic sword got away, flying into the sky and disappearing. Since then, the same cycle kept repeating. They find the host and kill them. It happened in Mexico, Australia, Cambodia, Spain, and then Korea, 4 years ago. When the sword reached Jin Cheonjiho, the heir to the Divine Sword Guild, the president tells MC that Cheonjiho is Jinsoo's son, and the grandfather of Cheon So-yeon, who now belongs to MC's guild. After that, he shows him the list of guilds joining the raid on the demonic sword. They are Pantheon, One Brilliance, Divine Sword Guild, Golden Lion Guild, and Phoenix Guild. Another guild leader raises a hand and says he'll join too, but someone else hesitates, saying the whole thing feels wrong, and he doesn't see what they'll gain from it. The protagonist answers that they'll gain honor and fulfill their duty as knights and nobles. That duty is what gives the people something to lean on. Yunsheng starts crying and shouting praise at Leon, calling him their savior. Yunsheng closes his eyes, wishing he had nothing to do with this. The president starts to mention Japan's offer of 10 trillion won, but MC cuts him off and says they'll take it. He adds that Japan must have a king too, so they should contact him first and move out. The president agrees and says he'll reach out through the government. Leon walks away with Yunsheng eagerly trailing after him. Then Jinsu calls out to him. He turns with an angry look and Jinso quickly corrects himself, calling him Your Majesty. He says there's one thing he wants to ask, and that he has the right to ask it. The protagonist tells him he'll decide after hearing the request. Jinso says he only wants one thing, and MC likely already knows what it is. His granddaughter Chin So-yeon is in the Pantheon Guild, and he begs Leon to keep her out of this raid. Jin So-yeon tosses in her sleep as a nightmare takes hold. In it, everything is beyond saving. Her mother begs her to run while her father drives the sword into her, and then starts walking towards So-yeon. She jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat. Later, alone by a vending machine, she mutters that it's starting, and that this is her chance. Then Ventarsus appears, and says it's foolish to call this an opportunity. She answers that this kind of deal makes him assume Leon, his avenger, never taught her not to bargain with the divine. She tries to push back, but the god of revenge cuts her off. He says he answered her shameless plea, and is the only one willing to grant her power despite her weak faith. She shouldn't treat that luck lightly. So-yeon asks if giving him something he wants could let her become a Grail Knight too. Ventarsus laughs, and asks if she's really comparing herself to his avenger. He says her achievements are nothing next to the King of the Lionhearts, and asks if she thinks she could ever replace him. So-yeon realizes Leon must have borrowed power from Ventarsus too. Ventarsus tells her she's nothing right now, but he will help her get revenge if she gives him her soul. And the moment that revenge is done, her soul becomes his. Leon addresses the academy students, saying they now belong to the association's military, then orders the lion to be called so they can receive their supplies. Jeziuk asks Hari if So-yeon will really join the mission, since he heard Jinzu opposed it. Hari says she asked His Majesty earlier, and he told her it wasn't his place to interfere. Just then, he calls them forward. Soho, Jaehyuk, Hari, and Soyeon. He says their results so far are as strong as he expected. He then praises Hari, saying the gods admire the pure. She has proven both her talent and her innocence deserve that praise, and Hari smiles. Leon presents her with armor, a sword, and a spear, saying they will help draw out her true power. Hari admires the armor, and calls it beautiful as Patos and Poma step up behind her and praise it too. Patos blesses the armor, asking that Hari become the saint who burns their enemies in this war. Poma blesses it next, telling her to trust her body to the endless sea and fill her heart with faith. Yunshik and his followers loudly praise the gods as Hari's armor rises to legendary rank. The other students whisper that armor like that cost billions, maybe too much to even price. Next, Leon walks over to Jaehyuk. Then the god of heaven and thunder calls Jaehyuk's name, catching him off guard. He blesses the armor, saying power and light will stay with Jaehyuk. He'll judge evil beside the king of the lion heart, and his justice will shield him. Even against the corrupt and fallen, his resolve won't break. Goddess Ariana then blesses Suho, wishing the light of immortality stays with him in the dark. When Soyeon steps up, Leon tells her grandfather asked to keep her off this mission, and asks if that's what she wants too. She answers right away, she wants to go. The protagonist accepts that, and reveals her armor. Ventarsis begins his blessing, saying he accepts her revenge, and that his gift will draw out the darkness of destruction. He adds that he's the only one who will grant her wish. Then Leon pulls out the sword, and Ventarsis demands to know what he's doing. MC just smiles, saying he's worried about his disciple's future. Soyeon stares, confused by what he's doing. Leon separates the sword from the armor, and Ariana starts her blessing, telling Soyeon the light will be her way out, so follow it. The sword shines so bright it's almost hard to look at. Ventarsis quickly asks if she's changing her mind, but Ariana says she's only honoring her knight's wish. The god of revenge turns on him, calling him back his avenger, and sneers that he's gone soft on humans. He answers that he is their king. Ventarsis only grins and mocks him for losing his daughter. Ariana shoots him a hard look while Leon lowers his eyes. Ventarsis keeps going, reminding the protagonist that he is heir to the king of the Lionheart and Dragonius, and that the founder found glory in darkness. MC says he remembers that well, calling him the founder's guardian. Ventarsis faces Soyeon and warns her not to let the light pull her away, because revenge is only won in cold darkness. Then he calls her his little avenger. Japan. Hunter Association President Kamiya Yasuda tells his assistant to bring the list of everyone joining the raid. He laughs that the prime minister must be nervous if he's even using survivors from overseas. His assistant agrees. The government has clearly been slipping. Kamiya just chuckles and says it doesn't matter, because this country is basically his kingdom now. He asks if the Pantheon Guild is really that impressive. She admits they're dangerous, but still not on their level, though they're still a problem. Kamiya says he's heard Pantheon followers are active even here. Their promotion works well, and weirdly almost nobody is pushing back in public. He jokes that maybe they've taken over the whole internet. Then he decides to put the Pantheon Guild on the front line in Phase 1. His assistant says Korea won't like that, but he brushes it off. They can share the burden too. He tells her to inform them that 3 full S-rank raid teams will be sent in. She starts to object, but he cuts her off with a grin, saying those teams were annoying him anyway, so this is a good chance to get rid of them. He smiles even more, and says his kingdom will be even better after the raid. He adds that if they welcome the Pantheon Guild properly, they can hype them up enough to take the front line without trouble. The plane finally arrives in Japan. The reception team starts sweating, reminded of the last time foreign royalty came, and they silently pray nothing goes wrong. One staff member recalls the warning. Leon isn't normal, so don't turn this into a political clash. Treat him like real royalty. When the plane door opens, he steps out holding Beatrice's hand, both dressed like royalty. The Japanese staff are stunned. The one in charge instantly feels this isn't normal pride or strength, but a real difference in status, something people with borrowed power can't understand. He quickly bows and greets His Majesty, the King of the Lionheart, and Her Majesty Beatrice. Leon offers his hand and asks if he's the king of this country. The man freezes, and the president behind the protagonist looks shocked too. Just then, Kamiya walks up laughing, saying that misunderstanding makes sense since MC comes from another nation. Kamiya explains that the man is only a cabinet representative. He then introduces himself as the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, and reaches out to shake his hand. Leon looks down at the offered hand. Then he grits his teeth and asks how a peasant dares try to touch a royal body, ordering Kamiya taken away at once. Kamiya burns with anger, thinking the protagonist has a lot of nerve treating him like that in his own country. A hunter named Takeda steps in, calls MC rude, and demands to know how he can talk to their president like that. He smirks and asks why he should care about the rank of peasants. That pushes Takeda over the edge, and heat waves start pouring off him. The representative begs him to stop, while the Korean president watches in total stress. Leon smirks again and says Kamiya hasn't trained his dog well. Blaming the owner, he starts drawing his sword. The Korean Hunters Association president wipes away sweat, Kaori asks what they should do, and he admits he has no idea, as they watch the protagonist pull the blade free. Takeda looks ready to fire back, but a messenger suddenly rushes in with urgent news. The wandering demon sword has appeared. Leon immediately asks where. Still shaken, the messenger says the demonic sword is crossing the ocean on a sword. Meanwhile, Chaefun Jiho rides over the sea on his blade, splitting the water apart. He carves a path forward, and opens a dungeon in the middle of the ocean. He smiles to himself as demons start flooding out of the gate, and with a wide grin he calls So Yunqing's name. Security quickly puts footage on the screens. The demonic sword triggered a dungeon break at the Dragon Palace gate, then vanished underwater. Kamiya asks how anyone could even cause a dungeon break. Another person says it happened right after the demonic sword entered the gate. Kamiya and the guild leaders grow more uneasy over the sudden gate. Leon steps forward and calmly says a gate appearing like this isn't impossible. He says this is an emergency, so he'll share vital information, then asks Beatrice to explain. Beatrice steps up and calls for Sir Yarpai, who instantly hacks every computer in the room, leaving everyone tense and confused. Beatrice begins by explaining that 4 weeks ago, they raided the Western Sea Gate with Federation hunters. During that raid, they started to suspect something was wrong with the gate, the system, and the quests. Their conclusion was simple: gates can be made artificially. Everyone is stunned. One person points out that this destroys everything they thought they knew about gate raids. Leon stays calm, and says that even if the truth changed, their job hasn't. He orders everyone to prepare for war. They need to face the monster's descent and hunt down the demonic sword. Kamiya agrees, saying the wandering sword is strong and is likely trying to draw the coming monsters to him. So they form a special unit to respond to the demonic sword fast in any emergency. MC nods and leaves it to him. With that, the meeting ends, and the demonic sword raid officially begins. They put together a plan right away. The Japanese Hunters Association will head to Wakayama. The Korean Hunters Association will move toward Kochi, and the Pantheon Guild will go to Miyazaki. All three teams head out at once. Later, security reports to Kamiya that monsters in Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama have been pushed back. Kamiya praises the speed, saying the Koreans moved fast. It only took 30 minutes. Then security reports that a giant cannon has fallen from the sky. Kamiya checks the report and calls Takeda, asking for an update from Team 4. Takeda says he'll look into it, and wonders if their detector is malfunctioning. When Takeda reaches the site, he finds Team 4 completely dead. He wonders if the demonic sword was here, and how he moved without being detected. Takeda reports back that Team 4 has been wiped out. They find a massive hole inside a dead monster, and Takeda suspects the demonic sword hid inside it to avoid detection. Suddenly, security warns him that Team 2 has also been wiped out, leaving him stunned. At the same time, a messenger rushes to the Korean Hunters Association, with news that the demonic sword has appeared again. When asked where, the messenger says Wakayama, and that 3 Japanese S-rank hunters are already dead, with Takeda now gathering every team he can except the Pantheon Guild. Yongwon asks why they aren't calling the Pantheon Guild, and the messenger explains that when they tried, a monster shot down their plane. They then redirect their own plane to the target area. Once they reach Wakayama, Takeda thanks them for coming. The Korean hunters quickly assess the area, and Jinso asks if they were only meant to stall the demonic sword. Takeda says the demonic sword is far stronger than expected, and since 2 teams are already dead, it would have come for them anyway. The guildmaster points out they still have 100 A-rank hunters and 9 S-ranks, but before Yongwon can finish, the demonic sword appears. He walks in with crushing pressure, and announces that cruel slaughter and merciless destruction have arrived, proudly naming himself the Slayer Akasha. All the S-ranks draw their weapons. Maimantin Bear, on the lowliest ranks. As Jiho walks closer, they wonder if they've ever faced anyone stronger than the king. Then a voice orders everyone to attack, and the Japanese hunters rush in, surrounding him at once. Takeda tells them not to panic. Sure, no one could survive that much force. While Yongwon tries to stop the reckless charge, Jiho only lets out a quiet laugh. The moment Yongwon sees that grin, he screams for everyone to move. But they're already too late. Jiho vanishes and cuts through the A-rank hunters like they're nothing. Yongwon is left staring in shock. Takeda realizes he would have died too if Yongwon hadn't warned him. He starts stepping back as Jiho closes in and lifts his sword again. Then a flash catches Jiho's eye, and Yongwon instantly tells the Korean hunters to strike. One guildmaster tries to catch Jiho from behind, but Jiho slips away with ease, leaving the attacker frozen. Jinsu laughs and calls them weak. Then a storm of swords suddenly tears toward them. The Korean guildmaster answers with limitless swords, using 1,000 swords falling petals to push back. Jiho darts through the air to attack again, but another rain of blades crashes down. More hunters are taken out in the chaos. Jinsu asks if this is the same enemy they fought before. The guildmaster says he battled Jiho in Ulsan, but he's clearly much stronger now. A healer runs to Takeda in a panic and tries to treat him, but she cries out that her healing won't work. Something is wrong and she's never seen this before. Youngwon checks the condition on them and finds several debuffs stacked together. He lets out a long sigh, realizing that's not even the worst part. Jiho may be as strong as Archduke Demon Rakchar, or even stronger. Jiho laughs coldly, and they force themselves to focus. Whatever happens, they have to kill him here. Jiho steps forward to face him, and the demonic swordsman laughs, saying he knows Jiho's fate, and asking if he's blood related to the vessel. Jiho glares back, and says he has no son like that. Jiho snickers and asks where his granddaughter is. Through clenched teeth, Jiho says that's none of Jiho's business, because tonight, he'll die by Jiho's hand. An aircraft heads toward the battlefield. Yunchink says it's lucky he kept a private helicopter ready, though he still wonders why they need to go when those monsters are already fighting. Smiling, he asks Soyeon if she's ready. She calmly says she was the one who wanted to come, then asks if he had his own reason too, since he brought a helicopter along. Yunchik blurts out that he's still begging for His Majesty's forgiveness. Suddenly the helicopter jerks and outside, Jinso and Jiho are locked in the air, their swords crashing together again and again. They keep trading the same deadly pattern, neither giving ground. Jiho smirks and then calls forth Massacre Lord Akasha's sword, turning his blade blazing red. So Yeon instantly shouts for her grandpa. A little later, Yuri wakes up and finds Yeonwon checking on her. She tries to remember what happened after the father-son clash and tells Yeonwon to quit yelling. Then she looks up and sees Jinsu hanging from Jiho's grip, while the other Sranks are coughing and barely standing. Jiho laughs, saying Jinsu did better than expected for an old man, but he still thought that last hit should have killed him. It almost feels like someone is getting in the way. Right then, Soyeon leaps in, her sword glowing with the blessings of Ventarsis and Ariana, and cuts the hand holding Jinsu. At once, the system announces that she has taken her revenge, and a new power surges through her. Facing Jaeho, head-on, Soyeon thinks she's strong enough to beat him. Now, Jaeho just laughs, calls her an amateur, and attacks. Soyeon doesn't budge and blocks the strike. Jaeho admits her divine power is strong, saying many followers of Ventarsis died after facing it. But she's no knight and no orc, and with one blow he sends her flying. Looking down at her, he says she is nothing. Youngsik rushes in and orders everyone to protect Soyeon for Lionheart's sake. They charge Jaeho together, but he turns and releases a blood-colored wave that blasts Youngsik, his allies, and Soyeon away. Jaeho scoffs, saying even a dog hides from a tiger, yet these fools dare fight an immortal. Youngswan suddenly bursts out laughing in his face. He says that's the funny part. Next to the real one, they're all just mortals. Then he points to the sky, and Jaeho sees Leon arriving on his Pegasus, shining like the sun. Long ago, there was a world guarded by gods, with kingdoms blessed by knights. Those knights were a nightmare for the immortal demons in hiding. They used divine law, broke nature's limits, and wiped out evil, so the demons chose to destroy them. 4 of the 7 lords came, with 6 archdukes, 87 great demons, and 10 million troops behind them, invading the world of the gods. In the end, they won and ruined most of that world. The only ones left were the knights, ready for one last stand, and the orc army, who treated the war like a festival, and tore through the east. Akasha had been sent to another world then, so he never saw the end, but now he'll learn how lucky that was. Jaeho mocks him, saying Leon really does deserve to be called this world's hope. He glares back, furious that Jaeho dares speak his name. Then he charges straight in and drives a punch into Jaeho's face, sending him skidding across the ground. The guildmasters can only stare, while Takeda wonders how Leon dropped an Archduke demon with one punch. Soyeon runs to Jinso and helps him up. Jaeho smirks, saying the protagonist is still only a mortal, and starts piling debuffs onto him. Jinsu watches nervously, thinking even His Majesty might not win under that many curses. Leon keeps walking forward, each step heavy with history, and answers by stacking even stronger buffs on himself. Jinsu stares in shock, realizing MC has reached something no human or demon should be able to touch, a legend beyond compare. They face each other as Jaeho shouts that he is the end of all life, but he calmly says he's only the end of Jaeho. Then both of them go all out. Elsewhere, the blocked roads in Japan are packed with cars, and people start shouting, asking when traffic will move. The control team keeps telling them to wait a little longer. One impatient man complains that even the news has no updates. He turns to his wife and says maybe they should just walk, but a huge blast cuts him off. The parents instantly shield their child and ask if he's okay. Haruta looks out the window and tells his parents that people are fighting in the sky. His father looks up and wonders if they're even human. Back in the city, the two monsters keep clashing, their blows shaking buildings and spreading panic. Jaeho laughs and charges Lee in again, but the protagonist calmly uses Divine Sword opening and declares that the Divine Sword of Extreme Radiance will never allow despair. When the quest was cleared, he received 3 sacred items: armor, a magic spear, and the Holy Sword of Radiance. So what exactly is the Grail Guardian's Holy Sword? The Grail Guardian, heir to the Heart of the Lion, became a demigod to defend the Holy Grail. But the Lionheart King doesn't stand for the god's power alone. He carries out their will. His sword was forged by Heto, tempered in Pedos's flames, and filled with Ariana's light, along with many other blessings. Leon strikes with that holy blade, the peak of pure light. Caught off guard, the monster demands to know how a mere human can hold so many gods inside him. Wanting to end it before things get worse, he explodes in fury, but the lion's glory never fades. The power bursting from Leon stuns the monster and rocks the whole battlefield. Even so, the monster grins when he notices MC is weaker than before. He soon figures out why. The land here isn't rich with faith, the source of his strength. The protagonist, treating him like the hard-to-kill leader of a roach nest, gives a smug look and says that even weakened, he's still stronger. That hits a nerve, and the monster hurls a barrage of spells at him. Leon doesn't even flinch. Using his blind sight, he swings and nearly carves into the monster, who barely dodges in time. As the fight continues, the monster asks why MC would waste his limited divine power, but Leon is done listening, and slams his face into the ground. Then the monster's blood wave erupts and knocks him away. Even he can tell he won't beat the protagonist alone, so he summons beasts to join the fight. MC finds it pathetic that this fool thinks a pack of beasts can change the outcome. He's not letting him get away this time. While attacking with the beasts, the monster buys a little more time to finish his demon transformation. He orders the creatures to rush Leon, but Yappy suddenly locks on and wipes them out with a charged particle cannon, catching the top demon completely off guard. Then Beatrice rolls in to support them, helping save Mana at the perfect moment. At the same time, Hari and Beatrice arrive, ready to fight for their majesty. Seeing Leon's side grow, the monster is badly shaken. Only 4 months ago, he had first seen the King of Lionheart. Now everything has changed. He can't believe he raised a whole army almost overnight, like it came out of nowhere. The protagonist Lionheart wastes no time, and orders everyone to hit the enemy with full force. Beatrice admits their worst fear came true after all. Looking at the piles of demon corpses, she can't hide her frustration. The demon sword still got away. The trainees fought hard, and wiped out every monster the demon sword called in. Even so, they still failed to stop its escape. Then she catches Leon's dark grin, and quickly asks if he planned for Akasha getting away. MC says he did. He still has the massacring Lord Akasha's arm. He asks if that's enough for Beatrice to open a gate, and she grins back saying it's more than enough. That means the demon is about to learn home isn't safe anymore. The two royals laugh like villains, sending a chill through the battlefield. Around them, everyone is stunned by the setup. They've never seen anything like this. Hari is especially fired up that day. Sohoo and Jae-yuk figure it's because her fight went so well that she's probably getting tons of interview offers. Instead, Hari asks if they've seen their majesty and Soyeon. Elsewhere, Soyeon knows this still isn't over, but Pleecraer doubts she can handle what's coming. Even so, Pleecrae says she has the talent to beat the one she's after. Because his child once took in the power of the Archduke Demon of Sloth, he can now pass that power to her. Soyeon already paid with her soul, so she has nothing left to offer. Still, Pleecraer wants nothing back if it helps destroy those vile demons. Right then, Leon Lionheart steps in and warns Soyeon not to cross a line she can't come back from. She asks if he's telling her to quit or to get revenge, but he says neither. He reminds her he's the Avenger, blessed by the divinity of revenge, and he spent nearly 200 years fighting alone and beating impossible odds. Pleecrae tells Soyeon to listen to him. For almost 2 centuries, Leon has taken revenge for his people, his comrades, his country, and even his world. He even beat things that should have been unbeatable. So yes, the protagonist believes in revenge, but he warns that revenge may sound sweet, while the road to it is freezing cold. If it costs everything, then it isn't worth it. It's not real revenge. It will only eat away at her soul. So he tells her to be careful, because this choice carries a price, and even those who betray the divinities still keep their souls. The path she's thinking about will leave her with nothing but emptiness. If she feels lacking, she needs to face her flaws instead of losing herself. Her revenge should end with her smiling. Then Leon asks who she really wants revenge on. Her father who killed her, or herself, for being chosen by the demon sword. Soyeon finally admits it's herself, because she gave in to the demon sword's temptation. Leon points out she doesn't even know who her target is. She's making herself both the hunter and the victim, going in circles. The real one she should seek revenge on is the Archduke Demon. And before that she needs to fix her contract with the Divinity of Darkness. That truth hits her hard. 10 days later, the Demon Sword raid squad gathers again. With Kamiya there too, the group erupts. They demand to know why the Black Gate must be opened in Japan, and insist the Demon Sword answer for their dead comrades. Still, more people side with the Pantheon Guild. These hunters are supposed to help build Japan's future, so people can't believe Pantheon would throw away its own nation's lives just for money. One man is set on making the Demon Sword pay for every life it took, and exposing what Pantheon really is. He's also curious to see how the Lionheart King will deal with things inside the gate. The moment they enter, what's waiting inside stops them cold. Leon is furious and ready to drag every last one of them off to serve as serfs. Now everyone wants to see what the King of Lionheart and the Pantheon Guild can really do. A few hours earlier, something had already changed in the Demon Sword's territory. A red message suddenly appeared, warning them they'd entered the massacring lord's domain, and that all stats had dropped to 80. The group was shaken and struggled with the sudden nerf. Leon tried to settle everyone down, but it barely helped. Then they checked the effects list and found a huge stack of buffs. Legion reinforcements, War Knight boosts, stronger defense, tougher forts, large-scale support, bravery boosts, lighter armor, and more whenever they fought beside a War Knight. MC was stunned that those buffs covered thousands of people. He knew he was strong, but even this surprised him. Then Hari told him a quest had appeared, ordering them to help the King of Lionheart defeat Lord Akasha. That got everyone ready for the demon hunt. Leon wanted his team to gain as much experience as possible, since it was their first time in demon territory. Then the Changju Gate's nightmare machine jogged Spinner. Sir Yappy suddenly showed up and scared the hell out of one poor guy. The protagonist smiles at the little guy and asks if everything is ready. Yappy clearly looks stronger now, and his new setup sends out a drone to scout for anything strange. It reports that it found enemy colonies, so Leon heads for the closest one. When they arrive, some human has the nerve to ask MC who he is. The attitude annoys him, but he lets it pass. The man hurries off to call the village chief. That turns out to be Baron, who comes to greet the protagonist. But the second he learns this is King Lionheart, Baron tries to flee. Leon tells Yappy to handle it, and Yappy fires into the gate, terrifying everyone inside. MC then steps in and asks why the man tried to run. Baron drops to begging for mercy. Leon says he came only to kill the demon, not threaten them. Hari reminds him that Baron used to be a sergeant in the Empire's army, and a devil worshipper tied to the great demon of massacre. That sends his anger through the roof. Back in the present, the protagonist learns Baron was given immortality in return for becoming Akasha's servant, though Baron claims he was tricked. In the end, everyone there had been enslaved by demons and forced to live with death hanging over them. The chief falls to his knees, begging King Lionheart to save them and forgive their foolish choices. Jae-yuk and Sohoo start to pity them, but Leon doesn't waver at all. Disgusted, MC asks how many people died because of him and demands an answer. The chief says he had no choice, and claims none of this would have happened if he had been there. The protagonist tears that excuse apart. He says blaming others won't erase their choices, and everything after that was the result of their own actions. He is ready to punish them harshly. Still, because they were once citizens under merciful gods, he chooses a different sentence, and for a second, they feel hope. Then Leon declares them all serfs for the next 50 years, until Tatar, the divinity of judgment, decides their debt is paid. The old man writhes in misery, refusing serfdom and even begging to die instead, but the goddess herself confirms the sentence as law, so they have no choice but to obey MC. After that, he and his team keep moving, raiding colony after colony, with 5,034 laborers, now following behind them. Sir Yappy then reports that a demon army is coming, most likely Akasha's men. The group gets excited. They finally have a real fight to test their buffs. Leon, though, has another idea. He decides to send the serfs to the front first. The new serfs are horrified when they hear the protagonist plans to throw them into the front lines. He tells them that even if they lose limbs or spill their guts, they still have to kill the enemies ahead. That's all their worth amounts to, on this battlefield. The serfs protest, asking how this can be fair. They never agreed to be sent out to die. Leon answers that they already accepted their punishment. Until it's over, they obey every order, so they can forget about freedom. Then the demon army arrives and gets confused by the townspeople standing there, yelling at them to get back where they belong. MC cheerfully orders the sobbing serf army forward, and they march on the demons anyway. At first, the demons think it's a mistake and prepare to slaughter them. But once the fight starts, they realize these serfs are far too strong. These aren't helpless townsfolk anymore. They're the King of Lionheart stormtroops. While the front line throws everything into chaos, Leon leads his squad around and hits the demons from behind. Together, they wipe them out completely. Baron can't believe he actually survived that battle. Sir Yappy reports that 3,243 enemies were killed, and 300 hostages were taken. Leon gives Beatrice a nod, knowing her help played a huge part in the win. Never one to miss a chance. Beatrice suggests taking 30 demons from each rank. The higher the rank, the better the prize, and she'd rather grab the best ones before anyone else does. But he says the demons all need to be wiped out for good. Beatrice hints that keeping a few demons alive could help her later by giving her more chances to open demon gates. That gets through to the protagonist. After a short pause, he decides they might as well hunt down even more demons. Then the black-haired man steps in and makes a request. He says they should get a few demons too, since they also paid a price in this fight. Leon refuses at first, and asks if they can promise they will not be swayed by a demon's tricks. The man cannot give a clear answer. Even so, MC lets them take 3 demons he had personally mended. He checks the cage himself and picks the best ones for them. One weak demon starts making pointless threats, but Lionheart silences him with a quick strike. He also warns them that demons are good at tempting people, though his mending should weaken that a bit. Leon hands over 1 demon for now, then says the other 2 will be prepared after they return in 2 days. As they start talking about attacking the fortress, the black-haired man asks if he plans to use the serfs as the front line again. He says they already lost around 20 men. Then he drops the real number. They actually lost 900 in the last battle. That completely shocks Leon. He quickly asks if that count includes the serfs too. At that moment, the black-haired man realizes just how hopeless humanity's future may be. Meanwhile, Lord Akasha learns that his request for help was ignored because he no longer has the authority to command anyone. He curses the orcs for losing their lord in the last battle, and grumbles that Lionheart's attacks have made his recovery painfully slow. Worse, his body is starting to break down because the vessel is waking up. Now Akasha desperately needs a top-level vessel, and Cheen comes to mind. Leon asks Cheen if she truly wants to save her father and get revenge the right way. She says yes right away, even if it costs her life. He gently pats her head and tells her not to forget to protect herself too. Then he gives her an earring, a star iron artifact filled with the power of the dream divinity. It can guard the mind, and Beatrice made it for the trainees, because she knew the coming battles would be brutal. Leon admits that if she fails, she will become a demon vessel, and he will have to kill her himself. Xiaodi stays firm, and says she will not resent him. For now, she chooses to trust him. The protagonist smashes through the gates and orders her to stay with him. In the next instant, his golden blade tears into Lord Akasha's castle. The attack terrifies the demon, but Akasha is thrilled when he sees Chown there. To him, she is the chance to turn everything around. He orders his minions to hold them off for 5 minutes so he can take his new vessel. While Chown fights the minions outside, Akasha jumps her from behind with the demonic sword. Chown is caught off guard. She still attacks the Archduke and demands her father back, but Akasha wants something else. They battle hard until he finally grabs her. He is obsessed with becoming complete by using Chown as his perfect vessel. Then Chown hears her father's voice telling her to run, but Akasha sneers that she is already too late. In an instant he possesses her and takes full control of her body. He knows how dangerous her potential could have become, and even though he lost his old essence, he is thrilled to gain such a strong new body. Now all he wants is to escape and grow stronger again. But Leon is done letting things slide. He plans to finish it here. A fierce fight breaks out at once between MC and Akasha, with Akasha enjoying every moment in this new body full of promise. She carries the sword skills of every vessel she has possessed. She knows Leon is human, but his skill is sharp enough to match a demon. He suddenly laughs and tells Akasha that learning many techniques means nothing, if she mastered none of them, just what he would expect from a parasite. Akasha snaps at the insult, calling the protagonist a mere human who has only lived 300 years, then slashes at him with the demon sword. MC stays calm, and says she copied the weaknesses along with the techniques. Then he slams her into the ground, and pins her under his foot. Akasha taunts him, asking if he can really kill his beloved knight, but Leon reminds her his justice does not bend. Without hesitation, he lifts his blade to strike with full force. With Chown pinned under his boot, the demon keeps trying to shake him, asking if he truly has the nerve to kill his beloved knight. He goes silent for a moment, but his sword never wavers. The demon then calls the protagonist the real monster, and he rejects that instantly. He says he is no monster, he is the king of the Lionheart. His power surges, covering the sword in golden light. As the blade comes down, he changes targets. Instead of stabbing her, he strikes the earring protecting her mind. The result is wild. Lord Akasha ends up bound like a helpless slave, completely under Beatrice and Player's control. Beatrice opens with a smug comment, and Player eagerly joins in. Both are clearly enjoying this. Akasha sits there stunned, finally realizing this was no accident. The Lionheart gods were behind it. Chown had let Akasha possess her on purpose, and the trap worked perfectly. Beatrice says she was never going to refuse Leon's request, while Playo adds that capturing an Archduke demon's soul is reward enough for everyone. Chown, however, has no interest in talking or staying here any longer, so she asks to leave. Seeing how fed up the temple's saint is, Beatrice lets her go at once. Plekia watches her saint leave and thinks she is a very strange one, especially for using dreams that way. Akasha, on the other hand, is furious at being ignored. As a last try, he screams for Shan to accept him, promising her the power to destroy anything she wants. Shan barely reacts. She gives him a cold side glance before walking over and punching him in the face. The hit leaves a huge dent. Beatrice looks pleased, and Pleku even praises Shan for finally putting more strength into her legs and back. Akasha still sees Shan as worthless, so she answers with a brutal kick to his head. Later, Shan sits beside her father's bed and falls asleep in the chair until she wakes to his gentle hand patting her head. Tears fill her eyes at once, and she throws herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. After that, Shan asks what he wants to do now. He says he wants to make up for what happened, even if it was not fully his fault. The memories still haunt him. First he plans to visit the Pantheon Guild and look for a way to heal. Shan is not happy with that idea, but she shyly reveals that a divinity chose her. She was allowed to use divine authority in exchange for handing over the Archduke Demon's soul. Now she wants her father to return to the guild as guildmaster, while she helps the Pantheon Guild herself. Her father looks at her and asks if that is all she wants to say. Shan blushes again, and he realizes his daughter has grown more than he knew. Outside, Leon quietly enjoys some tea, until Grandpa Chien walks over and interrupts him. When MC asks, the old man says he has been coming to the hospital for days, then asks why MC is here. He says he came to check whether Chien's father still carries soul marks, or traces from the old demonic swordsman's techniques. If he does, purifying his soul will be difficult, and he needs to know if even he can handle it. The old man worries there may be other demonic swordsman souls left inside, but Leon says there are no apostles in this world anymore to guide lost souls. After hearing that, the old man bows and thanks the protagonist for saving his son and Shan, then promises to do anything His Majesty asks. MC says he would welcome another hand in wiping evil from the world. Grandpa Chien eagerly offers to swear brotherhood with him for that cause, even saying he can be the older one. That bothers the protagonist a bit, since the old man does not really hold the kind of rank to be called his brother. Grandpa Chien proudly says he comes from the 37th generation of the high-class Shan family. Hearing that, Li Yunqing says if he truly wants brotherhood, he should convert to their faith. Grandpa Chien agrees right away, and even plans to bring other guild members too. Still, MC says he needs time to think about the sword brother part, since the old man is not easy to deal with. After that, Grandpa Shan asks if he is leaving. The protagonist tells him to enjoy the reunion after 4 long years. A moment later, Li Yan feels a call in his soul, and knows it is time to use the serfs against giants. In the forest, a bald giant casually picks his nose, while MC's group watches in silence. While everyone else just stares, he calmly figures the giant is around 9 meters tall. A few days after Lord Akasha was beaten, Hari and the trainees were promoted to the protagonist's Kingdom Knights, and given their first mission, kill the giant using only serfs. Jangyuk tries to clarify, asking if the serfs are just bait for the real strike. MC shuts that down. He wants the giant beaten by serfs alone. That only confuses Jangyuk more when Leon says old records claim it has been done before. Seeing their faces, he sighs. The Earthlings are still stuck in their old way of thinking, so he decides to show them first before their real test, which only makes everyone more uneasy. Soon, they're in the forest, facing the giant. Suto worries because the serfs seem no stronger than D-rank hunters. Then Bill, acting brave, asks Leon how they're supposed to make this work. Still thinking, the protagonist starts quoting Sir Grotus's theory. He breaks it down simply. If a giant has 3,000 health and one serf with a dagger only does 1 damage, then 1,000 hits will hurt it, 2,000 will make it bleed badly, and 3,000 should kill it. MC can't help smiling. Seen the right way, the plan actually makes sense. If each serf lands at least 6 stabs, the giant should fall. Bill is too stunned to even react. Leon keeps working out how 500 people can reach 3,000 total stabs. If they fail, they're dead. The others go quiet, starting to think their king is marching them into a massacre. Bill, at least, feels like this is fate catching up with him during his 50 years of repentance. Then he suddenly charges straight at the giant. He refuses to be his toy, and at that moment Jangyuk notices all serfs have gained a 20% buff. Bill's reckless charge means nothing. The giant moves faster than expected and crushes him instantly. The protagonist and the others are stunned, and the protagonist can't believe that idiot failed to land even 1 stab. Then Jangyuk blurts out that the buff just changed from 20% to 20,001%, leaving everyone confused. That's when MC realizes the Bible's 20% buff marks that the giant has absorbed 200,000 units of blood. After figuring out Sir Gratus's hidden power, he bursts into wild laughter. When everyone looks to him for an answer, he just tells them to go kill the giant, or die trying. After a hard fight, the group finally brings the giant down, though several serfs die along the way. Still, the win raises their anti-giant attack power to 20,0144%, and the buff becomes permanent. Leon closes the book, impressed by serfs. Hari and Jangyuk are left completely shaken. Hari, knowing serfs are supposed to spend 50 years repenting, quietly asks if it's really right to drive them into deaths like this. Leon says God must love her innocence, which catches her off guard. Then he bluntly explains that Lionheart's serfs are nothing like normal people. To prove it, the protagonist grabs an old serf and forces him to confess what he did back when he was human. The old man admits he killed someone, raped the man's wife and daughter, ate their flesh, and offered them to demons. Leon even asks which crime he enjoyed most. The old monster says sacrificing young children to massacre demons was his favorite. The moment he says it was thrilling, MC has heard enough, and sends him flying with a brutal kick. That confession is enough to wake everyone up. Jangyuk and Suku are ready to drag the old freak straight to hell. Leon explains that even people who can do some good still become evil if they choose evil, and that makes them unworthy of life. The only reason they get a chance to repent is because they haven't fully become demons yet. Then he promises each knight 500 serfs and gives them a challenge. Whoever kills the giant while taking the least losses will become knight captain. The serfs may have gone mad, but the results eventually came in. Hari, not exactly bold, still managed to keep 88 serfs alive. Jahyuk's messy commands caused chaos, leaving him with just 32. Next was Suho, but this task didn't suit him, and his blessing wasn't meant for leading serfs. Chai and Soyun did far better, ending with 154 serfs still alive. During the battle, Jaehyun Soyeon asked a trembling young serf if he wanted revenge for the person who died in front of him. At the same time, Playu happily locked onto revenge targets and gathered souls to strengthen itself. Back in class, Leon looked satisfied with the results and named Cheon Soyeon, the night captain. He praised how well she used revenge contracts to control the serfs. When she asked, the protagonist told her he was proud of her, and that brought out a real smile. Then Leon suddenly turned to Soyeon and explained that Serf Thradas created the Serf Challenge to reduce the number of serfs. Sadly, Soyeon's blessing of light was never suited for commanding them. Even so, MC says with a grin that Soyeon has a real gift for marching serfs straight into danger. He even offers him extra serfs as a reward, completely throwing Soho off, while he laughs and laughs. Later, at the Pantheon, Naju, Leon and Demera are deep in thought because Gunrar's seedling has stopped growing. Demera points out that raising a Trayman seedling in this land won't be easy. The protagonist wonders if the soil is the issue. Demera says the land has her blessing, so the real problem may be the difference in divine power. So MC tries pouring Lionheart's magic into the seedling. Demera thinks the answer may lie in the nature of that power. Leon's strength is great, but it isn't pure because he carries too many divinities. Demera says her Grail Knight might have managed it, but for now they're just hoping for luck. He figures that seeing his old comrades in paradise might help him understand what to do. Demera immediately rejects that idea and refuses to let him stay in the realm of the dead too long. The protagonist insists he can handle it, but Demera asks what he'd do if Castilla wanted to spend the night with him, or if Zura asked him to drink with her, Gillingham challenged him to a duel, or Roxley wanted to settle old business. Could he really turn away from memories like that? What starts as a short visit could easily stretch out. 1 second late becomes longer, and by the third he may not want to leave at all. So that path should only be used when there's no other choice. At that point, Leon understands. Later, Beatrice runs into MC after he checks on the sapling. She asks what kind of power it has, and he says it's the sapling of his old friend Gunrar, the sage of the woods. He explains that Gunrar spends a lifetime preparing a seedling, which grows into a saint tree, the heart of the forest, and the only way tree men create new life. Leon says he wants his friend's people to flourish here. With a saint tree as the center of the temple of Ermine, the forest and tree goddess Demera would be able to descend here. When Beatrice asks more, the protagonist explains that if Demera came down with her full divine power, she could wipe out most demons with ease. Beatrice thought divine strength came from the size of a god's faith alone, but MC says it mostly depends on the god itself. As an example, the lion heart inside him is like a saint tree that creates divine power on its own. It's basically a perfect anti-demon force that cleanses corruption, which is why demons can't go near a saint tree. Beatrice quickly sees how valuable that would be, and an idea hits her, since demons love hiding among humans. Soon everyone gathers near the field. Leon plants the sapling himself and leaves the rest to Beatrice. She gladly takes over. Then a new gate suddenly opens, colorless like a void, and the sheer energy of it freezes everyone in place. No one has ever seen a gate like this. Beatrice immediately warns him not to underestimate it. Leon decides to check the gate himself, with only his elite group, ordering everyone below Kingdom Knight rank to stay behind. While Jae-yuk and Soho are still trying to process it, the others are already wishing them luck. Then the protagonist's elite squad prepares to head into the unknown. A moment later, MC and his team step into the gate. The others pass through fine, but he gets thrown away from the entrance. Something is clearly wrong with this gate, and even those below Kingdom Knight rank can feel it. It's a fluctuating gate. Leon instantly knows something is wrong when the gate won't accept him. Then he realizes why. A version of him is already inside, so the gate shuts him out. Hari and the others, though, get through without any trouble. When Hari turns back to see what Leon thinks, he's gone, and that alone terrifies her. No one can believe this is happening again. Beatrice quickly works out that the protagonist was blocked from entering. She decides to cancel everything and pull the team out first, so they can figure this out. Then comes the real shock. Someone can tamper with gates. Jasayuk suddenly yells that the gate is about to close, and everyone panics. Beatrice feels the gate changing, like it's about to collapse in on itself. Worse, the mana coming from it is something she doesn't even know. In the end, she can't hold it together, and the gate disappears. Hari completely freaks out when Queen Beatrice coughs up blood. Trying to control the gate reversed her mana flow. She quickly asks Yuppie what it sees, and Yuppie confirms it. The gate is gone. Jayukras is so shocked he looks ready to freeze up. Before anyone can recover, a monster army rushes Leon's elite squad, while they're still unprepared. There are beasts everywhere, and Yeyu counts 5,354 nearby. Everyone jumps onto their horses and runs. Jayuka checks on Beatrice, and she admits she's out of mana. On top of that, the gate dropped them in the worst place possible. Then Suho shouts to Hari that a huge enemy force is right in front of them. Without Leon, they're trapped. The monsters are ready to rip them apart, but Yappy fires a railgun blast to stop them. It still isn't enough, and the situation keeps getting worse. A pack of beasts suddenly jumps in from a blind spot, but the King of Thunder wipes them out in one raging strike. Right after that, his army charges in and takes control of the battlefield. They move under military divine law, and their spearhead formation crushes straight through the monsters. Their leader says he came because he sensed strong divine power here, though he doesn't know who any of them are. He introduces himself as Gillingham Gimli, Grail Knight of Ultima, the god of heaven and thunder. For now, he tells them to move somewhere safer. Later at the campfire, Gillingham gets right to it and asks who they are. Looking to the knight tied to the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, he says that power feels a lot like Sir Antox. Beatrice explains they came from the frontier over growing concerns, but demons slowed them down. Then she asks what things are really like here. Deciding he can trust them, Gillingham reveals that Sir Volcanus vanished, and after the battle at the Landultry Plains, the Archduke of Greed threw everything into chaos. Now demons are pushing deep into the kingdom. He adds that the Lionheart King has gathered elves, treemen, dwarves, and other races to fight back. The invasion is already underway, and the knights seem to be collecting the kingdom's survivors. Beatrice immediately understands how serious this is, and quietly tells Hari to check the quest window, without the knights noticing. Hari looks, and blurts out that every world is blocked. That only makes things worse. Meanwhile, Gillingham says he hasn't treated his guests very well after such a long trip, but he promises they can rest until dawn. The next morning, Hari and the others head out and are stunned by the sight of a huge castle. Gillingham proudly calls it the Pantheon, the last shrine of humanity. The group is left speechless, because they're about to meet a Lionheart King they've never known. This is Leon Lionheart's 63rd year on the throne. A powerful demon named Malice appeared, but by the next year he was dead. Then Chaos Demon Arts bring disaster. Gillingham dies, the king dies, and 980,000 demon worshippers fall alongside 1,330,000 soldiers and the Empire's 13 electors. Manon, Grail Knight of the divinity of sea and waves, and Killian, Grail Knight of the goddess of life and fertility, also die. Around 3,000 of the 14 kingdom knights fall too, along with 270,000 soldiers and 10,000 knight-errant. Altogether, 22,700,000 people from the empire and kingdom lose their lives. In the winter of the 66th year, the second raid on the demon army begins, and it ends with the empire's collapse, the elven forest burned down, the mountain dwarves slaughtered, and the East Sky Kingdom destroyed. By then, almost all of the Lionheart Kingdom is gone. Only 1 out of every 10 regions still stands. In the 85th year of King Leon Lionheart's rule, the kingdom is in decline, and this divine knight finally returns to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, Zhou Liu and Suho help the other soldiers. Beatrice and Hari start wondering what they should do next. Beatrice remembers Gillingham saying MC would come back after the battle, so she keeps the plan the same. First, she wants to visit the sages of the forest and learn Gunrar's secret of seedlings. At the same time, Yappy goes out to patrol and gather information. Hari wonders if she should help too, like her brother. A little later, she's kicked off labor duty. She never expected the Saintess to rank that high, so she keeps walking, maybe toward the temple. After seeing the endless stairs, she thinks about taking a horse, then remembers she'd probably get scolded for it. Just then, a carriage rolls by, and a girl spots Hari walking alone. Hari has no clue who she is, but the girl carries the same kind of divine power as Leon. She apologizes for startling Hari, and offers her a ride. Still confused, Hari climbs in, not even knowing carriages can go up the hill. The caramel-haired girl explains that newcomers to the Pantheon usually don't know about the carriages at the foot of the hill, and Hari awkwardly thanks her. A moment later, the girl introduces herself as Anjak Protasia, Ariana's lady. Hari replies that she's the Saintess of Patos and Pama. Anjak is shocked, and says serving 2 gods at once must be a lot to bear. That kindness almost makes Hari cry. A few minutes later, they arrive safely at the Pantheon, and Hari thanks Anjak for the ride. But Anjak insists on going in with her. Then the soldiers greet Anjak as the Great Saintess, and Hari is completely stunned. She instantly bows all the way down, surprising Anjak and the guards. Anjak quickly tells everyone that before the gods they are equals. That reminds Hari of Leon, always teaching her that everyone else stood below him. When Anjak asks what's wrong, Hari explains that he strictly kept the social order in place. Once Anjak hears Hari knows him personally, she assumes Hari must come from an important temple. She can clearly feel the strong divine power inside Hari, while Hari is still trying to process how important Anjak really is. Then Anjak suddenly asks for Isabel. A maid says Isabel is in her room, taking in moon energy. Anjak tells them to get the ritual ready, and stop panicking. That excites the maids, who start wondering if their king has returned in victory. Anjak only tells them to hurry and care for the tired king, who's been out killing evil things. That makes Hari think this must be Leon from the past, created by the gate, and she starts wondering what he'll be like as she follows Anjak. Then someone announces that the protagonist Lionheart has entered the castle grounds. The Bloody Night King has returned from killing the evil beings. The moment he walks in, Hari is shaken to her core. She's finally facing her king, but this Leon feels nothing like the one she knew. This isn't her MC, it's fear and terror in human form, like death itself. The whole room fills with bloodlust. A hand suddenly lands on Hari's shoulder and startles her. A honey-eyed girl named Isabel tells him to stop scaring everyone. A maid quickly reminds Isabel she's speaking before the king, but Isabel snaps back that she's the king's sister-in-law and Dina's first hunter, which leaves Hari stunned. Then Isabel tells Leon to drop the act and join the ritual already. The golden bath is prepared, and Anjak invites the protagonist to get in. MC begins taking off his clothes, and when his shirt comes off, Hari stares in shock at the black bruises spread across his body. When asked about them, Leon casually says they came from tearing apart the demons of pursuit. Their screams stuck to his skin like a curse, though they can't really harm him. Isabel says it still looks painful, but he brushes it off. To him, the real issue is that he's deeply sinned against the goddess of purity. While the ritual goes on, a girl named Karina Dragonia suddenly barges in, the commander of the Northern Army and Duchess of Dragonia. She's also the protagonist's daughter, and she quickly congratulates him on winning the battle. Her sudden arrival catches everyone off guard. Then the Duchess of Dragonia calmly announces that the Northern military has officially withdrawn from the alliance, effective immediately. Leon refuses to allow it, but Karina argues that the North makes up a major part of the alliance, so pulling out will weaken the whole force. MC sees no reason to stay here, while Karina tells him the continent is already ruined now that the capital has fallen. Even if they gather every last serf, they don't have 30,000 men left. The enemy still has over 10 million troops, and that number grows every day. So Karina dares to ask the War Knight, who leads all knights, and the Pantheon's agent, whether they truly have any chance of winning. Leon demands to know what she's really suggesting. Karina says the duchy was destroyed after the empire fell. 30,000 people lost their homes and families. She also reveals she's pregnant, and says everyone left in the north is still suffering. That's why she's set on revenge, and says they all should be. Even if she can't kill every demon herself, she'll butcher everyone that mocked the dead and settled on their land. He lowers his head a little, and asks if she hates him for attacking the enemy's main army, instead of protecting the duchy. Karina tries to ease his guilt. She says he made the only choice he could, because the whole kingdom mattered more than just one duchy. When Leon asks what she means, Karina shows how far her hunger for revenge goes by revealing the mark as proof. The sight hits the protagonist hard, and the disgust on his face says everything. He explodes when Karina admits the entire northern region made a contract with the god of revenge. That made her the Grail Knight of Ventars, Duchess Dragonia, and commander of 30,000 Avengers. Leon throws her out at once and disowns her, but Karina makes it clear she isn't living just to survive anymore. Isabel questions that choice, and MC says it's already too late. After making that contract, Karina only has one end waiting for her. Isabel keeps working, drawing the darkness out of his flesh. The protagonist wonders if he chose wrong. Isabel says no, though she's surprised he'd even ask. After all, this is the same MC who once kidnapped her little sister, the Priestess of Purity, and both of them secretly wanted that. As she tends to him, Isabel asks why he isn't acting like the man who once ordered the Northern Army to do something so ruthless. Then Leon suddenly looks toward the unknown visitor, catching Hari totally off guard. At the same time, Yappy listens in as the workers talk about star iron. They're running low and need a new star. They wonder if the great Saintess has said anything yet. Yappy quickly records the talk and saves it so he can study their movements later. While that happens, the blacksmith stays locked in on his work until he suddenly feels that something is wrong. He detects a rat nearby, and it turns out to be little Yappy. The blacksmith asks who he is, but Yappy tells him to calm down. A second later, Yappy fires glowing ropes, making the blacksmith realize the intruder is just a cute little priest. That makes him laugh, which only irritates Yappy. The blacksmith says there's no reason to fight since they serve the same god. He introduces himself as Antak, the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, and asks if Yappy knows Antak, guardian of the mines. Later, temporary shelters are set up for the trainees on the edge of the city. Hanhari comes back to check on her group with food, and Sutu is excited to see her. She lifts the basket and says the temple gave her what she needed for work. When they ask, she admits she also met King Leon. Everyone is stunned, but Hari quickly explains this is him from the gate, not theirs. Hari then asks if they've learned anything. Jae-yuk says the capital and other regions have already fallen, leaving this city as the last one standing. But Hari heard about the final battle from Ventarsis, so she thinks this gate may be tied to that war. Jae-yuk says he wishes they could read the quest. Somicha then asks if anyone can still connect to their divinities. The divine laws still work, but the connection feels weak. Everyone tests it, and Somichal is right. Then Somichal points out how weirdly quiet everything has gotten, and there's no sound at all now. Just then, Jae-yuk spots wooden legs and gets creeped out. But more important, a treeman suddenly snatches away the tank as soldiers surround them. Then Roxley arrives, the Grail Knight of Divinity of Sun and Judgment, Tadar. He also calls himself the Judge of the Lionheart Kingdom. He's ready to force the sinners to kneel with his aura, and Hari's group is left completely confused. The same day, they're taken prisoner and loaded into a van. No one knows what to do next, and Jae-yuk is sure they're finished. A mustached man suddenly tells Jae-yuk to shut up, catching him off guard. Hari thinks they may be heading to an execution ground. Jae-yuk says they might at least get the choice to become serfs first, since they aren't demon worshippers. So-yun says death sounds better, and he kind of agrees. Then Hari notices the carriage is climbing uphill, which means they're going to the Pantheon. That sends Jae-yuk into panic, and he starts bawling. Sure, they're about to die. The doors open, and the prisoners are ordered out, but Jae-yuk keeps throwing a fit. Soon they find themselves before Anjak, Isabel, Leon, Roxley, and Gillingham, and the room goes awkwardly silent. A tub of holy water sits between them, and the protagonist orders Roxley to throw them in. Roxley draws his blade and commands the sinners to get into the holy water. Shaking all over, Jae-yuk wonders if they're about to get waterboarded or something. Roxley's furious yelling sends Jae-yuk jumping in first, with Suho and the others right behind him. Leon confirms they aren't demons, since their bodies didn't melt. Not only that, Anjak says they all carry divine power, so they can't be demons. Gillingham agrees he doesn't doubt them either, but Roxley still isn't convinced. He knows demons can use all kinds of tricks, and even though he trusts MC's closeness to the gods, he still knows nothing about these people. Jae-yuk realizes they all think he can't be wrong, and that scares him. According to Gillingham's report, there were two more, a woman with the divinity of dreams and death, and another worldly being with the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, strong enough to be called saints. After hearing that, Leon says he'll handle the questioning himself, and tells the others to step back. He then relaxes a little, and lets Roxley manage this part. By the protagonist order, the hall is cleared so he can speak privately with Hari and the others. Just as MC calls Han Hari forward, Sorho pulls her out of the water. But Hari is completely gone, still kneeling in the tub, and formally announcing herself as Han Hari. Sorho snaps her out of it, and tells her to quit the drama. Hari argues it worked the first time, so trying again couldn't hurt. He asks them to introduce themselves and say where they're from. The group hesitates, and Leon immediately notices, so they blurt out Seoul, South Korea, pretending it's some distant nation. Using the divine form Divinity Dissension, the gods appear, saying they don't know any of them, and asking why they carry their blessings. Ida angrily says he remembers everyone he's ever blessed and won't let imposters slide. He's ready to tear their souls apart. Hari is stunned that Leon summoned all the gods at once, especially since he coughed up blood just from appointing Sir Yappy. She can hardly believe how overwhelming he is at full strength. He then explains he had them arrested because even the gods know nothing about them. Now he wants to know who they really are and how they got here. Hari remembers the day she first met the protagonist, and picks up the story of the time she spent with him. Elsewhere, Beatrice searches for the tree, thinking MC may have left the seedling with it. If so, MC's wish matches the tree's. The tree recognizes Beatrice at once as the lady from the far future, and says the seedling came from the realm of the dead and can only grow there. That is terrible news for Beatrice. Later, the tree says they need to leave a gift behind. Even if they're only copies from the past, if she can carry it, they'll help her, because it feels right. When asked what she plans to do, Beatrice says she wants to give it to the king of the Lionheart. The tree agrees to hand it over to Leon Dragonia, Lionheart. However, it demands a sacrifice from a god, and that god's saint. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy shows off his skills, leaving Antok and the others frozen in shock. He is fully fired up, blasting lightning everywhere while working non-stop, activating the third slot below, reaching 62% polishing completion and multitasking all the way to number 14. The others are sure Yappy is going all out, while he keeps polishing and processing without a break. With number 157, Yappy makes a basic Lionheart breastplate, then even produces copies of the original. What Yappy pulls off is so wild that he seems almost unreal. Sir Antok can't help praising him, calling Yappy an incredible rookie. Antok admits it reminds him of watching him train when he was younger. When he asks whether Yappy knows him, Yappy proudly says the protagonist Dragonia is his demon-killing partner, which instantly gets Antok interested. Antok starts reminiscing about his own adventures with King the 1100th, recalling the pilgrimage they took together when he was 30. The memory goes back to a small village near the edge of the kingdom, almost wiped out by an orc attack. When the villagers begged for help, Gildas and Antok were the only ones close enough to answer, because the place was so remote. That's when he met Gunrar, during his spiritual journey. The fight dragged on far longer than they expected, as they battled wave after wave of orcs, including many great warriors. Then Antok remembers Leon suddenly appearing, ready to wipe out the filthy green monsters. He calls him the greatest fighter he'd ever seen. So strong Antok couldn't believe he was only half the protagonist's age. The protagonist's swordsmanship was master level, and he cut through those great warriors like it was nothing. Later, Leon stood surrounded by chunks of orc flesh, disgusted that any of their filth had splashed onto his face. Antok says he sees that same gift in Yappy, so he asks if Yappy wants to become his disciple. There's a brief pause before Yappy starts bouncing up and down, amused by the idea of taking Antok as a mentor. It turns out Yappy still looks down on mortals. Antok asks if Yappy even knows who he is. Yappy confidently says he knows the Grail Knight of Steel, but adds that Antok is still just a mortal and nowhere near his perfect programming. That throws Antok for a second, then makes him laugh. This little tin can really thinks he's a man. Antok gets ready to show Yappy what he can do. After that, Antok keeps forging with Yappy beside him. He admits Yappy's work is near perfect, way faster than anything he can make. The second Antok brings down his hammer, Yappy points out a flaw that would make the weapon unstable. Sweating hard, Antok explains he isn't only making weapons. Then he suddenly speeds up like he's having fun now. He finally says forging is art to him, steel shaped from the soul, brought out through perfect skill. Still, Antok says passion matters more than technique alone. With hard work and bursts of passion, Antok happily finishes a suit of armor. That makes Yappy realize Antok's method might recreate Leon's armor, the thing he couldn't do before because he was missing that last 0.01. Yappy says he still lacks enough data, and this new info is vital. Antok gets excited and asks if he'll become his disciple. Yappy quickly reminds the mortal he's only here to observe the process. Antok takes that as good enough and pats the little machine like he'd accepted. Then Gillingham arrives with news. MC has summoned Antok to the castle. Later, everyone sits at one table while Leon stares out the window. Isabel breaks the silence and says this should be the final grail. She asks whether Knight Gillingham could take on every demon if Kingham ordered it, and he answers yes without hesitation. Feeling the same, Isabel tells the protagonist her sacrifice will open the way to the future. He accepts, while the others sit there in silence, weighed down by it all. Isabel says she'll carry the sin for now until the final grail where she'll offer herself. Then Isabel steps forward, admitting she never thought she'd commit a sin like this. Leon feels guilty for asking it of her, but Isabel tells him it's fine. Even the man who stole her sister's innocence is still a king worth serving. Since the demons took their land, they can't perform the ritual needed for the final grail, so this is the only way to get the star iron. Lifting her crossbow to the sky, Isabel feels like she's no longer the hero of this story. Apparently the goddess of the moon and purity was never meant for battle. For her followers, Isabel had granted strength to those forced to live in loneliness. With that, she pours everything into the arrow, ready to show her best shot, the kind a true archer never misses. But in her heart, she apologizes to the moon for what she's about to do. It is unthinkable for a moon saintess to shoot down the moon, the greatest sin her goddess could allow. The lightning arrow tears up into the sky, as the whole city watches. A moment later, it pierces the moon and creates the Milky Way. Gillingham can only stare, too shocked to believe it's real. In that instant, Leon calls out to the great saintess Anjak, who launches divine magic into the sky. Gillingham watches the plan work, as Antok guides the moon fragments toward them. Then Isabel suddenly collapses into MC's arms, coughing blood and saying it hurts badly. Even so, she explains Dina's kindness cut the recoil in half. Leon grits his teeth, praises her sacrifice, and vows to carry her burden from here on. Then Gillingham warns him that the moon fragments are changing course. Antok is barely keeping them on track. Apparently some huge mana source is pulling the fragments away, and Antok can't fully control them. And just then, Beatrice realizes it's the same mana that shut down their gate before. The moon fragments are being dragged even farther from their side. Holding Isabel, who had given up so much for this, Leon is furious. He immediately orders a squad to recover the fragments, refusing to waste the chance Isabel bought with her life. Later, after the moon pieces fall to the ground, Anjak says coming here right away was the right call. The recovery squad has reached the site. At Beatrice's signal, Yappy sends out scouting drones. A few flying drones make Anjak curious about his disciples' little tricks. That annoys Yappy, who says Anjak is just a supplier of technology, not smart enough to call himself a master. That makes Anjak laugh, impressed by how sharp the tiny machine is. Anjak then says Beatrice must have noticed how quiet it is. It's hard to believe the demons would pass this up. They're probably hiding and waiting to strike once work on the moon fragment starts. Still, he joins Yappy and the soldiers to dig out the star iron. Suddenly Yappy detects enemies rushing in fast. A swarm of monsters charges toward them. Just like Antok expected, he warns Beatrice they still need more time, so they have to hold the monsters back as long as possible. He tells Yappy to start taking them down. Beatrice steps in to stall the horde by using Lamontar's rage, unleashing a blast so strong it shocks Antok. Even nobles usually can't cast great magic like that. Beatrice explains magic had to evolve in a more destructive way to fight against divine law. Even so, she tells Antok to hurry because more monsters could arrive any second. Antok and the others work twice as fast, like their lives depend on it. In a few minutes, Antok shouts that they're done. But right when they think they can relax, he spots a fireball dropping straight at them from above. Stunned, Antok yells for everyone to move. The group freezes for a split second, as a cloaked figure watches the fireball slam into the ground. Yappy, also called Sir Spina, instantly senses a monstrous presence nearby. And it's Colossal, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, the same one who once destroyed Sir Jagspiner's world. Colossal rises into the air through the rumbling blast, while Yappy manages to shield Beatrice. She orders him to report the damage, and he quickly says 30 knights are dead, along with the entire cavalry, from the full activation of divine law. Bodies cover the ground, and there are too many injured to count. Calico Lee, demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, mocks the weak mortals and warns them not to resist an immortal like him. This monster tells them to accept their deaths. Antok recognizes him as the caster of Frisner, with the great demons backing him up. He asks Beatrice if she has any plan. Beatrice mentions a spell that could connect them to a distant realm, but Yappy is certain it won't save even one of them. She still agrees, and Antok realizes they have no choice left except to beat this bastard. So Antok thanks everyone for what they've done for the gods and the kingdom, and then he steps forward alone, leaving the others confused. Antok says it's time to honor their vow to protect the kingdom, even if it costs their lives. At once, everyone understands it is a death order, so they choose to follow Antok anyway. Antok also says Yappy is right, but some things in life matter more than the odds. His god objects, warning most mortals couldn't survive a descent, but Antok says he'd do the same for anyone, no matter who they were. Interestingly, the god admits he loves Antok for his unshaken faith and fierce love of life. Then Antok's whole body shines gold, like it's been covered in molten metal. And this isn't just a power-up. This is the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, the kingdom's finest smith and guardian of its mines, revealing his true form. He had held on to hope for the future, but now that future has stopped. A blacksmith who seals his own fate has no future left. Even so, the hammering never stops, because that sound is what forged the future in the first place. Through divine descent, with the divinity of steel and blacksmith, Antok swears upon steel. Calico clearly didn't expect this. That power turns every artifact into non-steel material, placing all steel under Antok's control. With that, he calls for Heto's hammer, and the demons have already raised a shield, but it does nothing except get smashed straight into the demon's face. Dropping to one knee, Calico admits it's impressive for a mortal to gain such power in such a short life. Meanwhile, Antok is just as shocked that the demon blocked his blow without a scratch. Thus Calicolo says he's ready to begin the war that hasn't even started yet. In the meantime, Beatrice asks Yappy for a report, and the answer is 86. For Yappy, dragging this out is nothing new. He's seen worse before. Beatrice asks if he has any idea to buy them more time, knowing the demons will figure things out sooner or later. Yappy says he does have a plan, but the success rate is only 2.7. Beatrice decides that's enough, saying a mage usually trusts reason, but tonight she's betting on a miracle. Meanwhile, Calico praises Antok's raw strength for breaking through spell after spell with only a hammer. He starts to understand why the demons fear the strongest species in this world. Looking at the so-called lowest Grail Knight, Calico wonders how terrifying the man at the top must be. In the end, he admits their strongest knight might kill a demon lord, but Antok still hasn't reached that level. As Calico unleashes a barrage of spells, Antok orders Steel to defend, raising Heitinho's anvil while standing firm with his huge hammer. Antok spits back that the demon's lack of faith is exactly what twisted them. That hits a nerve and angers Calico, but Yappy suddenly cuts in. Yappy triggers the self-destruct, priming the force reactor core to explode. Antok yells for him to stop, but it's too late. The choice has already been made, and a massive blast tears through the battlefield. Walter, the man who once saved the Emperor and led the Silver Knights, still remembers who destroyed his empire. They're the same demons that invaded his land and ruined his world 20 years ago, and now he's sure the end has come. About 23 years earlier, the Emperor summoned a demon monarch, and that mistake led to his ruin. Not long after, the regions fell one by one to the demons. The Lionheart King later crushed the demon monarch's army, but that was only the start. Walter expected the demons to come back even stronger, and he was right. Then the ground starts to shake, and they realize it isn't a mana storm, it's the sound of a war already in motion. At the same time, Calicael, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, laughs at them for relying on nuclear power. Sure, it can't hurt him. Then one of his subordinates reports that a gate has opened, showing the explosion was only a decoy. Even so, Calicael calls the plan stupid. A gate with that little range can only move a handful of people, leaving most of the knights and soldiers behind. His irritation spikes, and he starts casting a spell at them, but a spear suddenly shoots in to stop him, and when they look up, a large force from Leon's side is already charging in. Calicael doesn't hesitate and fires back with a powerful spell, badly wounding the whole group, including Antok and Beatrice. In another area, Antok's injuries are so severe that the blast leaves a huge round hole in his upper stomach, and he needs help right away. Even so, he tells Beatrice to take him to the blacksmith. When they get there, Ser Spine says Antok is dying fast, but Antok already knows. From the day he accepted this mortal fate, he understood it would end like this. As a steel knight born from iron, he always knew his time was short. With one last chance to leave something behind, he names Spinna his first and last apprentice, and begins his final lesson. As he works the forge, Antok tells Spinna about his life, how he set out on a quest, met the future Lionheart King, and trained under a master smith he could never surpass. Still, even if he never outdid his teacher, the knights who carried his swords and spears used them to protect the kingdom. Though his body weakens and his sight fades, Antok keeps pouring everything he has into the steel, determined to leave proof he lived. He tells Spinny to do the same, to put his will into metal, forge weapons for the right people, and shape the future with every strike. During that final lesson, Antok completes one last creation, carrying all of his teachings in it. A while later, Leon arrives just as Antok breathes his last. He asks whether Antok has any final words for his son Aaron, but Antok already taught him with love and honor, so there's nothing left to add. Instead, he asks the protagonist to lift him so he can see his people one final time. They break down at the sight of their great leader, reduced to this. Even at death's door, Antok tells them to look after the king. With those last words, he goes limp in Leon's arms. Everyone bows their heads for the man they honored so deeply. Later, inside his tent, one of MC's men tells him Gildas is outside. Leon lets them in, and Gildas enters with Galvaron, both greeting him with proper respect. But he pulls Galvaron close and reminds his godson to just call him uncle. He asks about Aaron, and Gildas says that even after hearing of his father's death, Aaron stayed on scouting duty, just like Antok would have. Then Gunnar walks into the tent without warning, catching everyone off guard in the best way. Gildas teases him for taking so long because of his weight, and as the two trade jokes, the protagonist can't help but smile. It brings back the days when they trained together, and he realizes these old bonds are a gift. Antok may be gone, but they still have so many good memories of him, that grief doesn't need to be all that's left. As he pours wine, Leon admits he always figured Gildas would be the first to go, and Gunnar agrees. Then, MC says Antok's final moments were full of honor, so they should send him off with love and respect, as friends. They raise their glasses to Antok, their fallen friend, whose legacy lives on in the weapons he made, and the people he shaped. He then asks Gunnar about the finished item, and Gunnar says it's flawless. The blacksmith's divinity blessed it, and the sages approved it too, though the essence still has to be added. Leon is relieved that the preparations are nearly done, and grateful as always for what the sages have done. Then he steps outside the tent, where a huge army waits for him, along with Walter and Anjak Pertesia. After greeting them, the protagonist asks Walter if he's certain the demons are advancing, and Walter confirms it. They've also confirmed survivors from the Demon of Sloth at the Landolchie Plains, the Beast God's heathens, and the Empire's corruption. The enemy count is around 10 million, an army on a terrifying scale. Leon knows the last battle is close, and if they want to win they need to be ready before the demons reach them. Soldiers line up battering rams before the Great Gate, preparing for the coming assault. Meanwhile, Hari, Suhu, Jaihyuk, and Chan ask to help, but MC shuts it down and orders them to stay on standby. They're stunned, but his choice makes sense. Leon belongs to the past, while Hari and the others are people of the present. If they fight inside the gate, they'll die for sure, and he refuses to throw their lives away. Still, he does have another task for them, and sends them to the room of the first hunter of Dina, the goddess of the moon and purity, one of the kingdom's strongest figures, and the sister-in-law of the Lionheart King. Her name is Isabel. Harry and the others are clearly shocked to see her, and Isabel notices right away. She explains that the pantheon has many gods, but one stands above the rest. Among them, the 7 gods are the strongest. Even with her eyes damaged from the earlier attack, Isabel calmly uses magic to open a chest. Inside are relics tied to shields, sea, waves, war, flames, heaven and thunder. She explains that water, fire, and lightning have long been seen as nature's fury. There are other gods too, she says, but these relics are the ones that matter now. Hari can hardly believe it as she looks at the divine relics, left behind by past Grail Knights and Saints. Even after seeing them, the group is still confused about why Isabel is showing them this. Then Isabel tells them the truth. They're meant to inherit these relics, but the relics still haven't accepted them as owners. She says the future should be left in their hands, because the king believes they must survive this war no matter what. Isabel knows she'll die soon, so she's sure they'll use the relics better than she can. But earning the relics' approval is up to them. She then turns to Chon and asks for a favor later, something only Chon can do because of her divinity. When Chon agrees, Isabel begins the succession. From there, everyone starts making their own final preparations. The soldiers get ready for battle, the civilians pray for those about to bleed, and knights and troops from across the continent begin returning. With almost everything in place, the demon army finally reaches their land. Anjak Pertesia formally welcomes the sages of the woods and tells them the extraction ritual is already complete. The sages are impressed by the finished item, deciding Anjak handled steel better than anyone, and fully did her part. Now it's their turn to do theirs. Beatrice says she and Spenai will hold the front line as long as possible, while Hari and the others go claim the divine relics. Spenai tells them to meet at the rendezvous point when it's over, and says he'll join them after securing the grail with Essence. Before leaving, Beatrice pats Hari on the head and reminds her of their part. Gunnar then tells Antok that once it's done, divinity has to descend on them to finish the ritual, since Leon is on the battlefield and can't do it. That means she must carry that burden. Anjak answers that it's only right, as the great saintess of light and justice. Sacrifice is part of her duty for a better future. Anjak spent most of her life in the temple, reading and teaching the doctrines. She kept living that way even after the great war with the demons began. The only difference now is that she prays for the dead, not the living. As she comforts lost souls, she feels sad that she can't help the people the way the knights can. Even so, the little saintess of light and justice gladly offers her prayers for the king. The castle is ready for war, but the enemy just keeps coming. Their forces stretch farther than the eye can see, and the demons have even built a temple on the ashes as a cruel joke. Now even the Lionheart Kingdom, land of the Guardians, is down to its final fortress. The demons think the long-range weapons can't hurt them right away, but an explosion suddenly goes off and kills some of Leon's men. The energy rising from the bodies is poison, so the soldiers quickly cover their mouths. More attacks are coming, and the troops move into formation, while the priests rush to purify the poison in the northeast first. Leon stands atop the castle with Aren, and unleashes flames on the demons. He tells Aren to be proud of his father, who gave his life bravely and returned to the gods' banquet hall. Then, looking over the battlefield, the protagonist thinks the kingdom's last chapter will only look like the same tragic ending its descendants always feared. Moved by how grim it all is, MC prays to the goddess for help, hoping the soldiers fighting through fear and grief can carry on the Lionheart legacy. Mothers hold their crying children, young men keep the fight going, and the knights clash on to leave some hope in all the bloodshed. Leon, crushed by his people's pain, calls on the goddess for strength. She answers. He feels her behind him, promising to stay with him to the end, and giving him the power to move as he wants. Then a strange new force rushes through his body. Fueled by grief and fury, he keeps driving his sword into the ground. As he does, he calls out the names of those who stood with him from the start. Aren, son of Antok, the great Grail Knight of Steel. Gildas, the hero who slew the Horned Giant. Galvaron, guardian of the Oak Forest. And the rest, all warriors who never stopped fighting. Leon declares men like them would never accept the demon's insult, so they have to rise against an enemy already acting like the war is over, because it isn't. Not yet. He slams his sword down again and again, pouring out his anger and pain, trying to light that same fire in everyone else. Then he demands to know who he is, and the whole battlefield answers as one. He is the half-god, the Pantheon's proxy, the guardian of the Grail, and the king of Lionheart, who defeated Malice, Lord of Chaos. Steady now. Leon says victory is coming, and tells his soldiers not to fear or retreat. Their weapons will burn bright, and this battlefield will turn into a graveyard for the demons who think humans are easy to crush. He tells them to fight to the very end, no matter the price, no matter who falls, even if it's their king. His words set everyone ablaze, and the final battle erupts. Calical steps forward to lead the demon army, ordering them to bow before him, and calling them low creatures not fit to stand near him. He says evil came before even divinity, and he won't spare a single one of them. With that, he forms red fire orbs, packed with evil energy, and fires them at the defenders. Leon gives Roxley the signal, and Roxley instantly answers with divine punishment, flames of war, and manifesting sun to crush the attack. The protagonist tells him to focus on any orb fragments that could strike the Pantheon, and Roxley wipes them out with ease. The demons, now even more enraged, rush the castle walls, sure that once they get up there, it's over. But the soldiers above were ready, and rain arrows down on them, stopping their advance. At the Pantheon Fortress City's southern gate, Gildas smells the meteor shards, and realizes even the fragments are poisoning the land into a wasteland. Restoring it will take ages. He also hears roaring, and knows the demons have broken in through the eastern gate. The knights on the roof stay alert, and keep fighting. At the same time, Aren takes on Doomgore, the great demon of massacre and destruction, proving some knights don't need to be Grail warriors to be monsters in battle. He vows to kill Doomgore himself, knowing Leon and Roxley can't leave their post. So Aren jumps high and charges straight at him. Inside the castle, Hari and the others finish syncing with the relics, but Jae-yuk still doubts himself, feeling unworthy to use them. He even thinks about quitting, convinced this war was never theirs, and only Spino and the king will make it out alive. Even so, after killing 3 lords already, he believes he'd beat most enemies without much trouble. Hari understands why Jae-yuk feels that way. Leon always wins. He wiped out every demon before and later reached Hari's group at the Black Gate, so part of her thinks he'll win again. But then, a thought suddenly hits her. She remembers the final Grail plan had been abandoned. They only came to the gate to ask the king for help. Now, with 3 people at Grail Knight level missing from the fight, she starts to wonder if victory is even possible. Hari turns toward the robed figures and orders them to remove their hoods. The moment they do, a strange power spills out, and one of them laughs at Hari for noticing so quickly. Jae-yuk feels the danger and uses full expansion of divine power, but the cloaked enemies strike back at once and shut his magic down. Hari and Jae-yuk know they're in real trouble as the group closes in. One of them introduces himself as Ki, the archdemon of pleasure, and with a nasty grin he swings for Hari's throat to kill her. Jae-yuk throws himself in and shoves her out of the way, ready to die if he has to. But Gillingham appears just in time and blocks the strike, saving them both. Isabel is with him too. Leon had already planned for an attack like this. Quay is stunned, since he thought Gillingham and Isabel were still at the front. The two only smirk and tell him filth like him isn't welcome near them. Deep down, Isabel knows facing 3 great demons and an archduke won't be easy, but she's a saint, and she's not giving up. Gillingham, on the other hand, tells Isabel to cast her life aside. She agrees at once and activates divinity dissension magic. That line about throwing her life away rattles Hari and Jae-yuk, but Isabel cuts through it and orders them to help Suho and Chan, because the demons have likely slipped inside, putting the Holy Grail in danger. The two immediately run off. As they leave, Kie mocks Isabel's condition and doubts she can still fight, but Isabel coolly says not to worry, she can crush them with one finger. Kuei's face hardens, he wants them punished for that arrogance. He gathers a strange power around himself, shaking the ground. Elsewhere, Sotu and Chan are barely holding on, surrounded by demons, and getting pushed harder by the second. Chan is gasping, already near her limit. She loses focus, and a demon lunges at her head-on. But Hari and Jae-hyuk arrive just in time, and Hari unleashes Twist, burning the whole group down in one shot. They think it's over, but more demons rush in, and now a great demon appears with his followers. He orders Hari's group to move aside, but Jae-hyuk knows he has to hold this thing back until Spinny and the Queen arrive. Before he can cast, vines yank all four of them away. They panic at first, then relax when they realize the tree sage saved them on Anjak's order. She thanks them for guarding the chamber, and says the extraction is finished. Then she explains that this holy grail holds the essence created from the forest sage's wisdom and knowledge. Hari can feel its huge power right away. It seems holier than any relic she's ever seen. Meanwhile, the great demon keeps trying to break through the door, making it clear they don't have much time. Worried, Hari asks what will happen to them after the holy grail is complete. Anjak smiles softly and says, "This grail was once a failed plan, but Leon changed his mind and brought them this far. This holy grail proves he still hasn't given up on the future." Hari starts crying. She doesn't want these kind people to die, yet it's still happening. Anjak comforts her and says the king entrusted the future to her, so she has to carry out her duty. Then she prays to the goddess of light for absolute justice. Her magic pours into the grail, and a huge beam bursts from it, and spreads across the battlefield. Once the holy grail is completed under the goddess's blessing, Anjak gives it to Hari. This power was first meant for the king of Lionheart, but when he saw even the smallest hope for the future, he changed course and chose to pass it to someone who could carry that future on. At that same moment, the gate opens and Spine and Beatrice come out. Beatrice quickly tells Hari to go, while Spine warns that the support structure is gone and the whole place will collapse soon, so they need to leave now. Hari's eyes fill with tears, and it finally sinks in that she really has to go. Fighting back sobs, she promises Anjak she'll never forget their sacrifice. As Hari's group leaves with Beatrice and Spine, Anjak loses her footing and falls into Gunrar's lap. In response, Gunrar becomes a tree, so Anjak can rest there in peace at the end. Then the building starts to split apart. Outside, Isabel and Gillingham, after defeating the demons and protecting the Grail, are left gasping on the main grounds. They gave everything, and as the building caves in, they're satisfied they finished their duty. The battle is moving toward its end, with the fight between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail nearly over. For a moment the battlefield quiets, but the demons have already breached the walls. Walter asks the king if he truly plans to keep fighting a battle they can't win, and Aaron is furious just hearing that. Leon, though, stays completely calm. He tells Walter there are still people fighting behind these gates. The knights haven't surrendered. Walter snaps back in anger, unable to understand why this must continue when only more people are dying. Even so, MC asks him to let them fight on for their honor, for the citizens Walter wanted to protect, and for everyone in this world who still carries honor until their last flame burns out. The world may be fated to end, just as the prophecy said, and this battle may be history repeating itself, but that doesn't make it pointless. Leon made different choices for the people from Earth, and for the self he'd become. Even if they can't outrun fate, they can still leave behind one seed of hope. So they decide to open the main gate. Leon wants the world to remember this last stand, fighting for honor, for glory, and for Lionheart. Then they charge out on horseback, cutting down every demon in their path. Calical watches from a distance and forms magic circles in the air, trying desperately to restore the era of evil, but his eyes suddenly shift to the northern army, the Dragonia. The cavalry charges in, led by Karina, fighting for her father, and for Lionheart, they rush straight at the demon army. Calical gets even angrier, and decides Karina has to die first, so he aims a spell at her. Before it can hit, Leon appears in divine form, with 9 wings spreading from his back. He strikes at once and kills Calical. After that, he drops to the ground, and slams down his weapon. He's crushed by grief, wondering what a life means, if it only ends by the goddess's will. Then the goddess speaks to him. She tells him he carries the loyalty and faith of everyone who died with honor and glory. He is the knight chosen to carry on their will, so he has to keep moving to the very end. All across the battlefield, the demon monsters shake in fear, yet they still taunt Leon. The protagonist only smirks, because something inside him has changed. Now he doesn't just want victory, he wants them to feel shame and humiliation too. The war he fought alone for 200 years starts here. So MC cuts down the weak demons one after another. His fate is to beat every injustice and trial, and that fate ends in victory. Meanwhile, Hari and the others return to Earth. No one has much to say. Some cry, while others keep reliving the sacrifices they witnessed. The king, who had been waiting on Earth, only gives a quiet smile. At the same time, Spine watches the recording of the last moments he shared with Antok. Even after Hari's group came back, life didn't change much. Still, Hari slowly gets her bright energy back, and the rest of the group seems more grown up. The change isn't huge, but they are moving forward. As for the Holy Grail of the Moon, Leon is impressed when he sees it in the future. He never expected that asking Beatrice about the seedling would lead to this, though he remembers Gunrar and the forest sages were the ones who made the plan. It was like an arc, put everything on the one most likely to survive, so the future could be saved. Once the world was beyond repair and near collapse, the goal was to protect whatever still could be saved. The top priority was the Pantheon. It wasn't just a symbol of faith, it was also tied to the world itself. If it fell, the divinities would lose their power, and paradise would vanish. That's why Leon explains. The gods moved to his Lionheart. They survived there because Lionheart could produce divine power on its own. When the founding king received the Holy Grail, Ariana had made it by gathering the world's light along with the power of the sun and lightning. That grail became the base of the kingdom, and was needed to choose a Grail Knight. Now Leon combines the Holy Grails, turning them into the final Grail. The Holy Grail of the Moon was made to fix the flaws in the others, and it helps choose the final Grail based on what is needed. The final Grail was created to store species and knowledge. It can build a new kingdom, but only if Gunnar's seedling grows. After a while, he carefully asks Beatrice for a favor. He wants her to find people he believes are still alive. One is Vulcanus, and the other is Karina. He didn't see her in the god's paradise, and even if he can't be a father right now, he still needs Beatrice to find her. Beatrice promises she'll figure something out. Leon thanks her, saying none of this would have been possible without her and Spine. He even tells her she can ask for anything, and he'll make it happen. Blushing, she says she'll tell him later. Meanwhile, in the Korean president's office, the president is furious about the open gates and is reviewing the terms of cooperation with the South Korean government. The government liked the rise of the Pantheon Guild because dealing with Leon alone was easier than handling the powerful 10-guild alliance. Pantheon's blessed crops had become a major export, a real golden goose, but the president was getting worried. Pantheon's power and military strength were growing far too fast, and the side effects of that were starting to show. At today's briefing, reporters asked what he believed about Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. When he dodged the question, people tore him apart in the comments on the recorded video. The president is losing it. Then one of his men rushes in with an urgent message from the United Nations. It's about the team sent to investigate claims that the Pantheon is violating human rights. The former One Brilliance Palace is now being used to mine star iron, and the laborers are hard at work, while Hari tells Spine that the government has called. Seeing her worried, Spine says he'll handle it, and tells her not to stress. They haven't done anything wrong. Hari then looks over at the workers bent over their tasks. As punishment, they were caught drinking more sugar and salt water than allowed, so Spine has started a surf challenge. Now all the serfs are mining with nothing but raw effort. Bar here, one of the Pantheon Guild serfs, has been stuck doing labor ever since his demotion. The moment Spine announces lunch for Group 214, Bar here lets out a relieved sigh, but at the table, they find a strange liquid, and Spine explains that it's just salt and sugar mixed together. Bar here panics, wondering how he's supposed to keep mining after drinking that. Back when he used to offer young human meat to demons, getting meat was easy. Not anymore. As a serf of Lionheart, he has no human rights left. After the meal, Spine orders them to mine 20 kilograms, and Barshir nearly breaks down. Then he injures his hand and stops because of the pain. But what hurts more is the whip Spine lashes across his back for stopping work. Barshir instantly starts mining again through the pain, regretting that he got caught a few days earlier and now has to suffer through all this. As he keeps mining in anger, the wall suddenly collapses. The accident became big news and even made the newspapers. 20 days later, Hari's group is gathered around a table, unsure how to deal with the Survivors' Human Rights Committee. One member says serving people salt and sugar water goes too far, and even the second-generation night trainees are shocked by it. Still, Jatami says it was only part of training, so the real problem is the serfsu who worship demons. Hari agrees, but the Survivors' Human Rights Committee will never accept that, since the serfs are obviously being treated badly. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, the United Nations Survivors' Human Rights Committee arrives, and Kang Hyuk, head of the Korean Hunter Association, welcomes Louise, the committee's deputy director. But Louise suspects the Korean government may be working with Pantheon, so she refuses to let him sway her. She's defended survivors' rights against powerful countries and dictators before, so she isn't easy to intimidate. Hari arrives to guide them, and they head first to the autonomous district of Crucitaria. From there, they continue to the planned inspection site. Once they arrive, Louise quickly notices the people here have already blended in well with humans. Then she spots a statue of Leon, and wonders if it's part of their culture. After that, she asks Hari whether the Crucitarians have trouble with fishermen, since she heard they live by the coast. Hari explains that mopcop isn't just about fishing, they focus more on shipbuilding and heavy industry, and even the fishermen work together with the cruciatarians. Louise keeps pressing them about jobs, making it clear all of this is supposed to help the protected people survive. Even so, Hari stays calm and explains that people work in government-run ocean cleanup, collect sea trash and farm. Louise seems a little more at ease, and starts another question, but then a sound suddenly rings out, which terrifies Louise. She demands to know what it was, and Hari calmly says it might be the Cruciataria commandos training. Louise doesn't get it, so Hari explains that more than 3,000 Cruciatarians are warriors, and the king ordered them to train in the water. After looking into things, the team realizes the people here have adjusted really well. They understand their strengths and weaknesses, and use them to live smoothly with the locals. Everything looks fine, but Louise still can't match that with the rumors that someone this helpful mistreats his captives. In the end, she decides those rumors must be wrong. After that, they reach the Pantheon headquarters. The second Louise gets out, the serfs are all made to smile and insist they aren't being forced to work. Their eyes say otherwise, and Louise has seen this kind of act plenty of times in places with no real human rights. Louise Foster has spent her life protecting human rights and sticking to her beliefs, trying to push the world towards something better. She always loved helping suffering people smile again, but her instincts tell her this is wrong. The smiles and answers all feel forced. So Louise grabs one of the serfs and demands the truth, asking if he's being threatened. But the man, looking completely broken, still says he's there by choice. Louise doesn't understand, and she has no idea that when they made a contract with Tatar, the divinity of the sun and judgment, they also gave up their free will. Before she can think further, Spindai shows up and tells everyone to move, since it's lunchtime. Wanting to hear more, Louise insists on eating with the workers, and Spindai agrees. As they head to lunch, Spindai flashes his whips to warn the serfs to keep smiling, and the terrified serfs do exactly that. At the town hall, Louise and her team are surprised by the rich meal and fancy setup. She wonders why there's no meat, but doesn't think much of it because of the country's food culture. Hari shows them how to eat it, and when Louise takes a bite, she instantly feels better. Naju's famous crops really do make her feel full of life. These crops can heal all kinds of illnesses, so Louise is shocked they'd serve something this valuable to employees. A few workers refuse the food, but overall the meal goes well. Afterward, Hari and Louise keep walking and talking. That meal was so good, the Human Rights Committee never realized those blessed crops act like poison on anyone with evil in their heart. Elsewhere, Dennis from the United Nations gives a report about sending the Human Rights Committee to the Pantheon. While speaking, he addresses the one listening as a great being. By then, the demon's followers had already slipped into Earth, not only as regular citizens, but also inside governments, and even the World Hunter Association. Their real plan is to bring Earth down, and the first move is giving orcs more and more rights. If orcs ever become the main species, Dennis believes chaos will break out for sure, so he tells the Great Being he doesn't think the government can stop any of this. The Great Being agrees, then tells him to sway the media, and push Leon even harder. To do that, he shows Dennis footage of the Star Iron Mine Wall, giving way and killing countless people. Dennis also watches a recording of Leon telling his men to load the serfs' ballistas. After seeing all that, Dennis shakes with pain and anger. Now he wants to punish the protagonist, the king of the protagonist Dragonia Lionheart. But he still hesitates, worried they could get exposed. The Great Being calms him down, and says the artifacts he handed over will protect Dennis during the inspection. But everything flips in an instant. 1 second, Dennis is ready to go after the king of Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The next, the whole Human Rights Survivors Committee is hanging from pillars while civilians shout for them to be burned alive. Spina orders the knights to start the trial, and without waiting, they step in with fire. Even in 21st century South Korea, the stakes are raised.